People interested on what's going on with the mobile games industry specifically. First and foremost, welcome. I'm really happy that you are deciding to join our panel today, to stay with us for 45 minutes, and hopefully, we can share some insights that are interesting and relevant for you. Similarly, I would like to thank Gamelab for inviting us to participate. I would like to make sure that we are providing meaningful content for you to get something back once you are in your day-to-day life, in your work. And hopefully, we can have a nice conversation that you will entertain yourselves during with it. So my name is David. I'm David Fernandez. I'm the CEO of Sunsoft. Sunsoft is a mobile game developer and publisher based in Saudi Arabia, with apparently, is a country that is coming to the news in the games space recently. And I'm really happy to have as speakers today Simonetta Lulli, which is the CEO of Gamehouse. Hello, Simonetta. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Also, we have Mark Cook, which is VP Marketing at Super Evil Megacorp. Hi, Mark. How are you? Good. And also our kind of local rock star as well. I mean, they're based here as well, but I'm person from local company perspective. We have also Ivan Zaguirre from Social Point, head of a studio. Welcome.
Thanks, David.
Perfect. So, maybe starting with some kind of context. As you know, games industry is larger than movies and music combined. So last year, the full industry went through a tough year where the market decreased a bit, 4%, but it still is a quite high value market. So last year, the revenue that the industry generated was in the $180 billion US revenue. As part of the industry, mobile is leading, the revenue part, where almost half of the revenue is driven by the mobile games industry. And similarly as well, although the market decreased, mobile games industry decreased even farther than the market, decreasing 6%. However, despite of these challenges that we are facing today, and we'll be covering some of those in the conversation today, there are plenty of opportunities, and the market is really expected to grow, as it's been growing in the last years, and hopefully we can, carry on this wave of growth in the upcoming years. But before getting into the content, let me give some space for our guests, our speakers, to introduce a bit themselves, their background, and the company. So, Simonetta, can you tell us a bit more about you?
Hi, I'm Simonetta Lulli. I'm CEO of Gamehouse. Gamehouse is a mobile and PC publisher and developer. We have offices in Alicante, Barcelona, and Netherlands, but we are what I call a flexible company. You can work from everywhere. We have a specialty. We focus on mainly female audiences, and we create both mobile free-to-play and subscription mobile and PC games. My previous experience was in games like Virtual Worlds, like Habbo Hotel, and previous to that as well on Connected Toys and Toys Spin Master in LA.
Perfect. So, Mark, what can you tell us about you?
Hi, my name's Mark Cook. I'm VP of Super Evil Megacorp on marketing. Super Evil is an independent game studio. We've made Vainglory, Catalyst Black, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Splintered Fate for Apple Arcade. We really we love to focus on fantastic shared gaming moments. It's really important for us. We're an all-remote studio. There's 100 of us across 11 different countries right now and growing. It's exciting times. We fully embraced the all-remote experience, and we're enjoying that. Previously, I've been in games for over 20 years now. Most of my early background, the first 15 years, was actually in the PC and console space. So I worked at Sega, THQ, Midway, and Bethesda, various different roles. My last role at Bethesda, I was the international brand lead for Fallout 4 and Fallout Shelter. Then I moved over to mobile. So the last 6 years, I've been at King, working in the new games division, and for the last 2 at Super Evil.
Perfect. Ivan?
Well, thanks. I come from Social Point. I'm head of studio there. Social Point, I think that is well known for being established here in 2008 for a couple of well-known local entrepreneurs. I think that we were one of the first companies to locally start working on mobile free-to-play games. Social Point, essentially, we do three things. The first and most important is we exploit live games. We have 6 live games, 3 of them actively exploited on a daily basis, being Dragon City, the biggest and largest one that recently gone through his 11th anniversary. The second is we actively invest on new games. I think that we have between 20 and 30% of our internal headcount dedicated to new games, which is the part that I belong to as a head of studio in new games. And third, we also develop proprietary technology not only for our games, but also right now for Zynga, because last year Take-Two, which is a company that bought us 5 years ago, also bought Zynga, and we kind of start to work directly for Zynga. My personal background, I've been the last 9 years working in Social Point, all the time doing product, switching back and forth from live games to new games. I kind of accidentally entered the mobile industry. Prior to this, I was a local entrepreneur with 2 different tries, one more successful, the other one less successful. I was exhausted. That was my last one. And I decided to join a company that it was a bit more advanced in the product market fit and growing. And this is the time where I met the 2 founders of Social Point. Social Point was growing fast, and I decided to join the company, and it's been an amazing journey.
Thank you, everyone. So maybe let's discuss a bit about actually game development and publishing, right? I remember going through Supercell's blog, and Ilkka Pananen, Supercell CEO, post a kind of annual blog where he reflects about the company. And one of the things he mentioned in that blog, and I will maybe try to cite him, on his own words, he was mentioning about how challenging it is to both invent brilliant new games and continuously improve those games for their players, right? So also, I think earlier in the year, I think it was in March, Playtika decided to pause game development or new game development. So what do you think about that? Maybe let's start with you, Ivan.
It's a fact that mobile game development is harder than ever, and that's a trend. Because from the product perspective, audiences are waiting for much more elaborated and surprising things, and this is harder to deliver. And more from the marketing point of view, it's not only the fact that right now we have less control on the ecosystem due to privacy and increased difficulties, but also large companies have strong war chest that raise user acquisition costs to a point that it's hard to compete for mid-sized and small-sized companies, right? So both things are putting entry barriers that are incredibly high, though there are plenty of opportunities there, right? And I think that if you create new games, you need to have a clear portfolio strategy. You need to have a clear process that fits your company. And third, you need to hire talent specifically for the type of mission that you are doing. That can be completely different. I mean, one thing you are doing hybrid casual, you need a certain type of talent. Another thing is you are doing porting AAA on mobile or large IPs on mobile. That's a different thing, right? So you need to have a clear portfolio strategy, a clear process, a humble opinion, fast go-to-market, and constantly checking into market your KPIs. And finally, hiring talent specifically adapted to your, let's say, challenge or mission.
Perfect. So maybe, Mark, you were highly successful with Vainglory as a company, and definitely that was one of the presumed first proper competitive games in mobile.
Yeah.
And congratulations for that, by the way. But definitely you decided to expand from that one. So what are the challenges you found on new game creation?
I mean, as Ivan said, it's a very difficult market to introduce new games. And so I think from our side, innovating and being true to who you are and believing in your talents is really important. Making sure that you identify your areas for innovation and opportunity, ways in which you can create a defensible advantage for yourself in the market. And I think it's the live games now have really embedded. Mobile doesn't have the reset in generations that console and PC has. So these live games have really embedded further and further in the market. And so the way to disrupt them is to embrace change, to innovate, take advantage of new opportunities, cross-platform, but new subscription models, just new ways to reach new audiences and offer something different. I think it's more important than ever to take those.
Perfect. Maybe Simonetta, I think that you are quite focused on serving a specific player needs. You mentioned, Game House, primarily focused on female audience. It doesn't mean that there are not, men that play your games.
We welcome
sure.
men
They
that
do.
pay.
For
Those
sure,
that pay.
they do. But what do you think about innovation? Is there enough innovation? Are we actually serving player needs?
Yeah, I think that in our case, we are more focused on finding the gaps first. We believe that our audience has been adapting to the games, but the games have never been designed or adapted to them as the core of the beginning of the design. We embrace as well the audience in all our processes, from the beginning to the end. They are involved in a weekly or even daily basis. So we listen to them, and I know listen with caution, but I think that's a very important thing as well, because we've seen how sometimes the audiences get embedded only at launch or soft launch or beta launch, but we believe in a full integration of the audiences from the beginning, because if you are able to listen to them and get the insights properly, then they guide you through the right direction. So for us, understanding your audience and what you want to do and what is the gap is the first thing you need to find. Because in the current gaming ecosystem, following and doing what others have done is gone. Or is never, in my opinion, it was never working. But if you really see the games that made it, they made it because they proposed something different. Then there were followers that, they got, good opportunity following. But the big ones, they offered something different. So I think that for us, that's the angle. And we believe in what we call incremental innovation. So it's about incrementality, not a huge innovation that no one understands. And I can tell you, I launched a game, an AR game in 2016 that was linked with a physical drone. So you could drive a physical drone with your tablet, and it was super innovative. We won all the awards in the world. No one understood the game. So the audience was not ready for that innovation. So that's where, from my experience, incremental innovation is needed, and in our audience, even more. I think that maybe other audiences are more advanced, but in our audience, incremental is fundamental.
Perfect. Mark, what's your take on innovation?
I mean, I can talk on this from the action and more core gaming space, and actually I think that innovation is still thriving. If you look at Stumble Guys and Fall Guys or Vampire Survivor, Survivor.io, there's new games coming through all the time, and I think there's great opportunities to still bring those new experiences and new takes on different and existing genres. I mean, personally, we just launched a co-op roguelike game using the TMNT IP, and we're huge fans of roguelikes. We think it's got great potential. So I think that from a core and an action gaming space, there's plenty of great space for innovation to thrive.
Perfect. I think you both, Mark and Ivan, you mentioned a bit about kind of data privacy challenges and some of the changes in the actual advertising ecosystem is affecting and impacting new game development. Yeah. Maybe for you, Ivan, in this context, what's your perspective on building new IP versus leveraging third-party IP?
In theory, in the current landscape, the games that suffer the most are the ones that are niche and very well dependent, no? Small audiences and depend on very few users to monetize. So therefore, you should try to do the opposite. So games that have broad appeal, broad themes, even you can be on mid-core space, but try to reach the audience, with themes that have broad space. Accompany this with mechanics that also, have a broad appeal. Try to build games that have a more, let's say, granular or linear monetization, because in theory, this fuels better, not only the player journey, but also, the algorithms out there. And finally, find also complementary ways to market your game, not only rely on UA, but accompany these to other tactics that can bring organics, right? I think that mastering brand marketing, influencers, those kind of things, for mid to large companies, for small companies is different. It's a must. And that's the way to fight the increasing privacy, let's say, limitation that we are seeing. Even though it's true that Apple progressively, it's going to open and it's going to make it less restrictive. But at the same time, Google, it's also going to reduce some parts of and limit some parts of the ecosystem, right? So it's a tricky moment. I would say do the opposite, right? That the games that suffer the most. That's why, for instance, hybrid casual right now is on the rise, right? Because accessible themes, appealing mechanics, and balanced business models, right? 50% video ads, 50% EAPs, and things that can generate a long tail of revenues and users.
Presumably, you just mentioned you were kind of, for one of your latest games is licensed IP based.
Yeah.
How the audience from that franchise is taking the game?
I mean, fantastically well. I mean, it's a great time for the franchise. The new movie comes out in the 2nd of August, and TMNT is really building and growing. And using an IP and working with fantastic partners will help you scale. It will help you introduce your game and your talent to players and to penetrate the market. I would say, I still think that using IP doesn't mean that you cannot innovate and you cannot create new IP. We've created a new world for TMNT with Splintered Fate, and we do feel like we've innovated by bringing a roguelike to that IP for the first time. So, yeah, I think it's definitely an option. Having said that, we haven't walked away from creating our new IP. We continue to work on existing IP. We do think there's still great space and opportunity to explore that space for us as well.
Building. If I can build on top of the IPs, because at Zynga we have several games that are built on top of the IPs. Even though using the IPs, have a lot of facilities, you still need to deliver something that is new for the audience, right? One of the examples is Marvel Snap. Marvel is a franchise that is, I think, releasing games on a quarterly basis because those kind of large IPs, have very tight schedules, and they also try to maximize the revenues. Yet you need to deliver something that it's new, and also there has their let's say dark side. No, you need to be careful because processes are going to be a bit harder. Also, expectations from the audience are going to be harder. I'm sure degree of quality, that you need to deliver there. It's harder. So it's some lights and shadows, right, of working on IPs. Definitely, it will help on the UA, but you need to have also other things into account.
Perfect. So, Simonetta, we discussed about you maybe, as mentioned, focus on specific audience, and definitely I think that when we explore the market, we kind of diagnose some data. If we take one of these racing stars that we saw from last year, Istanbul guys, they have an amazing game, but this game maybe was for a younger audience than most of the games that you see in the market. Similarly, when I was referring to the actual market, it's true that the games industry, mobile game industry, has kind of decreased year over year last year, but there were a couple of regions as well that actually grew. That was Latin America, South America, and that was as well Middle East and Africa, right? So what's your take on finding new audiences and new markets for your companies? Would that represent an actual opportunity for you, Simonetta?
I want to say that Istanbul guys for me is like humor amarillo. I don't know.
Yeah, it is.
For me, it was like, this is the smartest thing someone has done in a very long time. So, and that's innovation. That's creating an IP with a known interest, right? So, yeah, I think that reaching the audiences is understanding them, or it's not only location, because I think that nowadays location, when I was a Habbo, I was physically going to Brazil, when I was physically going, and so, but I think now is different. I think you need to segment the behaviors very well, and then the opportunities come finding what do they have in common, and that you offer that the thing. It could be, of course, in Latin America, they have their own specifics linked to the geolocation, or in Africa, or so forth. But I think understanding them, I think that going to EMEA, for example, without a partner, may not be ideal, in my personal opinion, or someone that really understands the market. And I think that's my experience from all along. You need to understand the markets very well, or location or audiences, and then offer them what they are asking, listening to them. I think one of the things that I've observed in general with the maturity of the game development is that we tend to make the players do what we want as designers, and not the opposite, not to understand the players and change the game based on their behavior. And I have seen that in many cases. In my experience, for example, I arrived to Boost World. I was the CEO. It's a virtual world, and the developers were telling, "Oh no, this is a virtual world where people chat." And I was looking at, I'm like, they are not chatting. Why? And then it was a fashion game, but the developers didn't want to accept that very openly. And when we understood that it was a fashion game, suddenly, of course, all our packages were fashion, and then we were making more money. So I think understanding the players, the audience is crucial.
So maybe on this one, as you mentioned, when I kind of describe this opportunity to find new audiences, it doesn't actually mean that you are focusing on specific segments that didn't exist before. It's more actually about understanding these audiences, right? And maybe from that perspective, Mark, what's your take on new generations, on Gen Z, and are we kind of ready as an industry to provide these digital natives with the actual experiences they want?
I mean, I think we're doing that already. Yeah, I mean, I think understanding your player, focusing on personas and segmentation, understanding what their motivations and needs are from your game, and fulfilling those is everything. I think on Gen Z, obviously, their habits change, and Gen Z's habits are different. But making a game social, making a game feel seamless and accessible, and fulfilling needs is all we need to achieve. And if we do that, and if we do that well, then we will continue to grow our audiences. I don't think Gen Z have different needs and they bring in different challenges, but at its core, they are players who want to play great games that fit into their lifestyle and their experiences. And so I don't think actually that, understanding what their needs are and fulfilling those is really the answer.
If I can say something, because I've been in the young audiences for all my life until now, that I'm in female audience. One thing that it is core is to understand their behavior, and this is important because the young audiences, until a certain moment of their life, they have a lot of time, but they don't have money. So you need to design to if you want to monetize someone, you need to understand the pinpoint that will make them pay. And for kids or for a young audience, it's not money, it's not time. You can put time clocks, they don't care, they have the time of the world, they don't have the money. While in my age, what I don't have is time, and maybe I have some money to pay. So I think that understanding as well, what are the reasons why they would do certain things is super important.
Yeah.
So maybe we kind of touch base a little bit on this one, on the case of Social Point, market consolidation, right? We have been going through, I would say, amazing from this kind of perspective on 2022, and we also saw some deals announced in 2023 as well. So Zynga was acquired by Take-Two earlier in the year on 12 billion. Similarly, Scopely was acquired by Savvy Games Group on almost 5 billion. Also on the, not just the game development space, on the full ecosystem, Unity merging with Iron Souls as well. What do you think about this consolidation? Is this an opportunity? Is this a threat? How do you see about that? Maybe, Ivan, you can tell us more.
It's a complex topic. So I have a contrary opinion about consolidation. On one side, I do understand. No, companies want broader audiences. So, for instance, Take-Two needed to dominant position on mobile. So the easiest was to, partner with a let's say mobile-first company like Zynga. No, that's an easy move to make your sort of more robust, proven, in front of your investor, stock, reliant, etc., etc. From the other angle, you reduce costs, provide more safety, let's say, to everyone, but also you have bigger muscle to invest. At the same time, if we go this route and we end up, being 3 or 4 companies, I think that information, especially or operations, especially in the ad space, is going to be extremely opaque. It's going to be only on the hands of few, to exploit UA. Algorithms are going to be very opaque to find players. I remember the Matching Zone CEO a while ago, that he was already claiming, right, that there was a lot of consolidation, and that was 10 years ago when, we have hundreds of, let's say, ad platforms and things like that. Imagine right now. And also, I think that it will stop a bit the innovation because large companies will go for more secure techs, business models, or let's say product proposals, and it will, let's say, decrease the pace that we have been lately seeing on innovation. No? And I think that we live on an industry that it needs this from 3 to 5 years, some new thing, right? Some new genres, some new categories that it helps, it fuels all the developer ecosystem to try new things. So I understand, but at the same time, I have some concerns on if we go, big on consolidation that we can limit ourselves and the future of growth.
So, Mark, on your perspective, being a successful mid-sized company, what kind of take you have on this market consolidation?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the first point is it's tough out there. I mean, it's really difficult. There's consolidation, but also lots of companies have closed. Lots of companies have reduced in size, and it's difficult market conditions. Having said that, as an independent studio where we have a very clear belief on who we are and what we offer, we've seen some great growth and opportunities over the last year. We've grown by 30 headcount, and we're a studio of just under 100 people now. So we've seen some really strong growth, and we are seeing opportunities. But I think that's because we've got a very clear vision and mission for what types of games we want to make and what we want to do, and we believe in our talent. So it is difficult, but I think if you can find your niche, your space in the market, good quality products and fantastic people and teams will continue to thrive.
I presume one of the opportunities where market has changed, where market has grown, where new opportunities have appeared, were driven by technology, right? And definitely, games is leveraging most of the technologies that you see, particularly on 3D computing, and I was really maybe keen to explore with you, Simonetta. What do you think about new technologies? Is there any specific one that you think is going to have a big impact in the market?
I've been saying this for so long that I don't know if it's going to happen. So, of course, I think cloud gaming is going to change everything. But it's too slow for what they promised, so I don't know at this point. I think the other thing, I do believe the experience you have when you are in VR or AR immerse you in a way that anything else don't do. But sadly, either that has been delayed. So right now, I feel that there's a lot of things that could happen, but are not fast enough. I really hope that Vision Pro from Apple will change that. Still, I'm not sure I will wear the goggles or the glasses very often. But I think it's the beginning of mass for that type of thing. I hope, because as Ivan was saying, it's a little bit boring. I think we need a new thing to play with soon enough. So, I hope it's coming.
Maybe I keep it going with you for some time. You mentioned Habbo Hotel, right? I think that we should acknowledge that most of what we call now metaverses, are games, right? And you think World of Warcraft might be an alpha version of a metaverse, right? So what do you think about that? What do you think of metaverse? Is something that you are keen to see growing, expanding? What's the impact from games industry there?
When you were saying that, I remember my mom, 80 years old, came to me and said, "Hey, I don't understand what this Facebook Mark Zuckerberg is saying. Is that metaverse not what you were doing with Habbo Hotel 50 years ago?" And I said, "Yeah, Mom, it's more or less the same. It's just a different environment." But it has, I think, having a second life that is different from your current life, I think that will exist and will continue to exist. The form, I don't know. And this is, with all my years in virtual worlds, I understand them. I understand how you enjoy being someone else or having a second life that is better than your current one, or where you are more successful or less or whatever, that you have your own personality and you are who you want to be. And I think that will not change. I think that they are hidden, but Habbo Hotel still exists. There is many of these virtual worlds that exist, the new way of meeting for singles is that way, and so on. So, but they are not making that much noise, but they are there. The metaverse, how we others were envisioning it, I don't believe will happen that easily.
Helping on this one, I think that for new technologies to success, the first and most important thing is that they need to help players and they need to help the business.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
there are
I
a lot
agree.
of
I agree.
technologies that they don't even help players or business. Cool technologies, very useful. I've been a developer and I like to put my fingers into it, but if they don't help players and they don't help the business, I don't think that they are going to find a make to work. The second, they need to be, in my humble opinion, 10x better than anything that is in the market. And the third one is that they need to be accessible on the usability and in the cost. If you don't achieve those three, it's going to be hard for any new technology to take on a leader position in the market. And that's why I think that some of those technologies are failing to penetrate. So we will see. We will see.
So maybe on this vein, and maybe tapping on what you mentioned before, let's mention it. Generative AI. I mean, that's accessible. That's somehow cheap. That's somehow proven to drive some efficiencies and to propose some potential innovation. What's your take?
This is, as you say, in my humble opinion, one of the technologies that clicks all the boxes, right? My humble opinion, I think that people, there's been a lot of buzz about this is going to kill jobs or it's going to reduce the workforce. I don't think that it's going to be the case. I think that it's going to happen. It's provide better tools to the people that it's already using certain tools, right? So right now, instead of doing certain things, even my wife, which is non-techie, I teach her how to use ChatGPT, and right now, she's going to ChatGPT even more than me, right? So it's a new tool for her, right? She's doing the same thing with the new tool, no? And I'm sure that a lot of artists, which has generated a lot of controversy, right, are already going, to those generative tools. I was reading last week a newsletter from a very well-known UA consultant in the mobile space, Matthew Lankarik, that he was saying that they are already trying ads and finding some success, in generative AI. So this is the technology that I have the biggest faith in the short term, but I don't think that it's gonna be in the way that we or the media, has been telling us, or some let's say people out in the media, but more a new tool that, if used properly, it can boost our productivity as it's already happening. That's what I think personally.
Mark, what's your take on new technologies? What do you think that is going to change the way that we create games, the way that we design games, the way we entertain players?
I mean, I'm not a game maker. I work on the marketing side, but obviously AI is going to be absolutely critical, and that's an area that we're at Super Evil, we're very interested in continuing to explore that and see how that can actually start to roll into scale and roll into having real meaningful impact on our game making approach. I think for me as well, accessibility is a really big interest for me. I think that's a space that can continue to grow and have a real impact. Cross-platform, being able to scale by reaching audiences, new models, subscription models, or new ways for players to play and engage. And there's various different tools and systems that can come online over the coming years to help with that as well. I think for me, innovation and technology through accessibility and bringing players. I didn't even mention cloud either. Obviously, cloud is part of that. But how do we get the games to play as many players as possible? How do we fit into their lifestyle, fit into their habits? I think that's a really interesting tech space that will gradually revolutionize how players engage with our game.
Perfect.
If I can say about generative AI, because I'm an absolutely believer on it for across the board, everything, and I think we are just touching the surface. I think that people are just thinking of it at the basics, but I think the possibilities are endless once we do it well. So I think that for me that's something that can change games, but can change in unknown ways. That's what I think. I think that people are just, yes, the artist, yes, this, yes, that. But I think that the key element of generative AI that will make it different is when you can create your own model that links to generative AI and then is when you have something that is huge. And that's where, whatever that model unique that someone or everyone will create for its own, that will make the next level of gaming. It could be, my vision would be a game where everyone will be playing a different game because it will be all generative. So I think that's where my mind is going. And every time that I say these things, someone in the development, no, that's not possible. But it will be possible. So let's think this way.
Just for fun, the other day I was designing a new game bot for the game that I'm working, using AI. It was fun, training, the model and telling them this is not working. Can you change? Can you provide me, different challenges for players? It was really fun. Something that I recommend you doing.
Perfect. Well, thanks so much for your time. Thanks a lot for your insights. I think it's time to open for questions in the audience. If you have questions, we'll be happy to try to answer them. Any questions?
I will take on the generative AI because
This
The mic.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hi. So I'm Miguel. I'm an artist in Bandai Namco. And first of all, thank you for all the super interesting info that you have provided today. As the last topic was generative AI and innovation in technologies, I kind of share your views. And I want to tell you, to me, as an artist, I've been using extensively generative AI. And I completely agree with Ivan. The thing is that with generative AI, you have all the ticks already there. And this is why the user base is already crazy. No? My question regarding this is how much control do you think is needed in a product, let's say, to make it viable? No? Because in my humble opinion, this is currently there is a lot of focus and a lot of buzz of okay, no, but you can control exactly this or that. Personally, I think this is going to change a lot, and then when it becomes really, really a tool for everyone, the perception, the social perception of it can change radically. What do you think about it?
Don't know any volunteer? Ivan?
You mean about regulating the AI per se? That's specifically, or?
No, what I mean, sorry, it's I think now there is a bit of a backlash, a bit of fear.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
But I think this is quite really related to the role status. Yeah.
Well, I was having a chat the other day with someone that is very well connected, and he told me that this is also the first technology that it's threatening not blue collars, but white collars. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you know about these two terms, no? Blue collars is workers on the field, and white collars is people that it's in the offices, right? So this is the first technology that it's not going to change how raw manpower, in the streets working, but people in the offices, right? And therefore, we are going to find a lot of media talking against AI. At the same time, it's also true that if you think about that, there's been no technology until now that the ones that were pushing were also the same ones saying we need to regulate.
Yeah.
So this is new, because in the past it was the opposite. No, let's go faster, let's go bigger, let's grow. But this is the first one the first creating, Sam Altman, on OpenAI, et cetera, are saying, no, we need to regulate this. So the both things, I think that are gonna, let's say, affect a bit, the perception of the technology out there. I'm not an expert on AI. I believe that if a lot of, well-known people say we need to regulate this, we need to regulate this because it's important. At the same time, I think that it's here to stay, and growth is going to be exponential because, well, it's already happening, no? Usability, but also you are combining here basically tons of data as we never had before with computational power, no? And if you put this together, you have intelligence for free for everyone, ready to use, right? So, well, it's gonna be interesting, no, to see how it unfolds. To me, what it's changing again, it's the first technology that the first one that the people that create is saying that let's regulate, and this combined with the white collar threat apparent, because I don't think that it's that much, but apparent, I think that it's generating this buzz, that it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen in 6 to 12 months.
If I can say, I'm old enough to have seen a few things like this. At the beginning of my life, I was working on online casinos and gambling. I would say it took them 12 years where it was illegal to, it was free for all. So 10 years is a long time. So, and in my opinion, in generative AI, when the regulations reach, generative AI will have learned so much that they will not even. So I think, yes, they will regulate whatever, but this is so powerful that embracing it is a must. I mean, in our company, it's a must. And everyone is embracing it because I don't see another option. I mean, not me personally, but I think everyone, thanks God in a way, that they are embracing it. Because we don't see another option. If we don't do it, you are doing it, the other is doing it, and we are going to, whoever is not doing it is going to be out in 6 months, not in 10 years.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Another one over there.
Hello, good morning. First of all, I love the talk. Sorry. I would like to know regarding the layoffs we are seeing across the industry. I am a game designer, so I'm an employee. Now I'm working as a consultant, but I'm noticing that the companies that are not laying off massively people are, especially in the mobile industry, are the companies which are managing to reworking, well, iterating on portfolio projects, on their successful projects. So what do you think? Do you think updating your portfolio project is critical for the business to have a safest business, a safest environment for the employees? Or is most important to find new things?
By updating, you mean working on your live games?
Yes.
That should be the first priority of any company, in my humble opinion, because it's where your revenue inflows are, right? And that's the way that we work at Social Point and at Zynga. First priority is always live games being healthy. Second, release new games. At least for us, right? That's the way that it works. About the layoffs, it's sad. It's sad to see. I mean, the thing is that public companies are under huge stock pressure. And when market shrinks, the only angle that you have, it's reducing on costs and therefore layoffs, right? It's an easy lever to pull. Luckily, at Zynga and Take-Two, we have not gone through this because we believe that this is going to be a temporary moment. And then if you lose talent, you're going to lose ground when the market is in a position to grow again. And hiding great talent, retaining, and plugging it into your culture and your processes, I think that it takes time. So I don't know what the future is going to put us, but I'm happy at least that so far on Zynga and Take-Two, we are holding a position of trying to keep as many people as possible and not going through layoffs in order to be in a better position when the market grows up again. And it will happen. Yeah. It will happen for sure.
And just to add on that, it's much, much easier to work on a game that you've already launched than to create a new game from scratch. You've already answered so many questions. You've already built an audience. You've already got a clear vision for who you are and why you matter to your players. So I think every game company should aim to have a vibrant live portfolio, but that shouldn't limit you from trying to unlock new games. And new games can give you much more incremental growth on top of a live game. So there's a great opportunity there to be had as well.
Thank you. We don't have time for more questions. I appreciate, the interaction. Thanks so much for joining today, and please a big round of applause for our panelists here.
Everybody, please sit down, find your seats. Thank you for the light. Now we cannot see anything, so that's great. Welcome, everybody. Thank you, Gamelab, for having us. We have a very distinguished panel of great professionals. We're going to talk about the challenges of IP creation. It's a fascinating topic that could take for 3 hours, but let's try to make it short. And please, I want to introduce first Dino. Please, do you mind introducing yourself a little bit so people can...
Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you.
Am I on? Does it just speak loud? Yes, no. Thanks. So my name is Dino. I have been making games since 2003. I'm mostly known for my involvement in creating Playdead, which created Liberate Insights. I ran that for 10 years. I left in 2016. Since then, I created another game company called Jumpship and a game technology company called Coherence, which is also sponsored at the conference. Woo!
Very concise.
Please.
I'm Eva Gaspar. I'm CEO of Abilite Studios, which is a publisher based here in Barcelona, and Abilite Barcelona, which is a developer of video games, also based in Barcelona. However, we are working remote since 2020. The company started out in 2003, officially 2004, and we've been developing and publishing about all the platforms and almost genres and everything. We've done a bunch of stuff, obviously, in almost 20 years. And currently, we are immersed in the development and publishing of One Military Camp, which is an original IP that we started out in November 2020. And we just announced its full release on Steam and Epic Store for July 20th.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yay.
I'll go last. You please. Go ahead.
Hello, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, hello, hello.
Ooh, it's going to be soft.
Does it?
Do you want to?
No. One. It works? Yeah.
No.
Okay. So I'm Johan Faniz. I worked at Ubisoft since maybe 2001, something like that. And after 15 years, I created my own studio in Montpellier, not very far from here. And we made 3 different games. The last one was called Row 96, a road trip game. It was quite successful, so as a new IP. And before at Ubisoft, I made Valiant Hearts and the rabbits, you know, the crazy rabbits.
My turn. Oh, I am on. I'm definitely on. Fantastic. Hello, I'm Jeff Tanzen. So I spent 13 years at a company called Mediatonic. I was a designer, a producer, and then eventually a creative director there. Over those 13 years, we started working on like Flash games when I was there, and we did mobile titles. We've done premium, free-to-play. We've done a bit of everything, obviously lots of work for hire. We're probably most famous for Fall Guys, which came out in 2000. And was kind of the culmination of, I think, a whole bunch of pitching and work we did at Mediatonic. I've stepped away from Mediatonic a year ago. There's still some excellent people there, and now I'm an indie dev again.
Woo!
Woo.
And I will make a very little introduction because like these guys are real heavyweights. So I am Jose Marrocha, I'm creative director at Melbot, and one day I'll be like you guys. So, Jeff, I'm going to start with you. Just spice it up. But I think your companies are particularly unique in the industry. I think like the projects that you come from, and the reason why you guys are invited to this is because there's a certain company that creates IPs that are more original than others. I wanted to ask you about how does the company culture build and affects that IP creation?
Like, hugely. I guess there's a couple of factors to this. I think the first thing is making a game is so difficult. I'm sure pretty much everyone in the room like super understands. So unless you've got like a supportive culture and like you love and care about the people that you're working with and you want to succeed and you can get together behind a shared vision, you're not going to make it. You're not going to make the quality titles, or you're going to, but it's going to hurt a lot of people on the way. So I think that factor alone, company culture, is massively important. We actually released 2 original IPs in 2000. The first came out in February and was a wonderful kind of visual novel Picross game called Murder by Numbers. Fall Guys also released later in the year, and it probably did a little bit better than Murder by Numbers, if I'm entirely honest. I think it's a little bit more well-known. But I think both of those games absolutely reflected the culture of the studio. Those games couldn't have been made quite the same way anywhere else. And I think certainly in Murder by Numbers, there was a much smaller team, but like they put their heart and soul. Like there was stuff in that game which I'm absolutely hands off, because I wouldn't have been able to handle as well as they did, with as much love and as much humour. And as for Fall Guys, we're all terrible. We were just terrible at first-person shooters in that studio. We are not, clutch gamers at all. So we essentially made a game which is like, this has to delight us. You know, this is something that we can play, that we're going to be excited about playing. And I think you get the best games when, you got to not be so insular, but you should play to the crowd. You should be able to be making a game in your studio which everyone kind of understands. Like, yeah, I know why we're making this. Like, I would want to play this. And I think Fall Guys was probably one of our biggest successes, because we really started to adhere to that in the studio.
Awesome. Yeah, I think your case is a little different, because we're talking about a little bit of a bigger studio.
Yeah,
so
at the beginning, but after that it was back to a small indie-sized studio. But yeah, exactly, the culture and the mood you have in the team always reflects into the game. You cannot make a funny game if you are not funny together at all. So it's very interesting to see games after games. It's always reflect the production mood, like the difficulties you had during the production. So it's essential to create an ambience in the team that fits the game that you want to make. Otherwise, it's a dissonance. And so of course, to make new things, you have to create this very funny, not too serious environment. Otherwise, you don't let people express what they have in mind. Even the crazy, the silly ideas. You need silly ideas. So if people don't feel comfortable to tell those silly ideas, they will keep it for them, saying, no, this is silly. But this is a silly idea that becomes a good idea at the end. So it's important to let it really, really casual, but serious after when you make it. But
I think that for us, it will be more about the trust. Being able to have those spaces where you can be crazy, because exactly, you can be crazy and you need the craziness and the creativity, but then you have to be able to execute efficiently, because at the end of the day, you have to deliver. But you definitely need the trust to express, to communicate, because otherwise people just plumb up, they don't share, and I have actually a couple projects that reflect that. In a project that it was more my brainchild, nobody really understood it. There was no. It was done and it was nice and very Nintendo-y game, but it lacked that oomph that needed. Where in one military camp, everybody understands, everybody has played it, everybody is committed, everybody shares the vision and participates, and it shows. It shows that it's, you wouldn't believe how it's been made by so few people, actually. Such a committed and well-finished game. So I totally agree. But it requires that trust and that space and that, to be able to create with enough freedom to later execute efficiently. What's your experience?
I want to thank you for saying a bad example, what not to do, because this is about the challenges, and there's a lot of challenges in making anything, but especially creating something new.
Yeah, I mean, I think the whole game design process, or just developing a game in all levels, is a holistic thing, and you want all levels of the company to understand what you're doing and have the feeling of also the quality level, what are you delivering, and you want everybody to understand that. I think it's really important. And when we played it, we typecasted. It was so important that whoever we got in understood this type of game, And I actually tried later on the opposites, that we had people that didn't understand or didn't like. So if you have, for example, an animator that don't particularly like that type of game, maybe they also don't create the type of mood and animation to the small details that you want. So you want, I think the culture is extremely important.
Yeah, I mean, I heard a couple of talks that you've done about culture, so we'll get coming back to this. I think just piggybacking on this, like Playdead in particular. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Limbo Inside. I think probably everybody is, but just making those games, like they stand out so much. Like what's at the core? Obviously, like we're talking about the culture of the company, like, but what's at the beginning? What's like that moment that is like, okay, we're gonna do this that nobody has done, at least not this way. Like, how was that for you guys?
But I think at the core of those games, there is a core feeling, and those games are modeled after those really, really core feelings that lies deep in everybody. And that's, I cannot say what they are, but if you look at both games, like there is a theme that goes through that always speaks to the same thing, that is something that's fundamental, that goes beyond your like culture or like just you being a human and having experiences. And I think that's what makes them really strong.
That's dark. I appreciate it. Sorry, no, I've been thinking a lot about the idea of story-driven being like an outdated term, I think, in games, because your games are not story-driven, or those games were not story-driven, but meaning-driven or like feeling-driven. And I wonder if like you guys can talk a little more, like talking about that click, but like I really like that idea of like what creates meaning, what makes it different, what makes it like take something humans.
We try to approach game development in a bit more, for a lack of a better word right now, scientific. So we try to analyze, so before we got into what we're doing now, so 3 years ago, we because everybody owes it to its own story or history, and we've been doing different things. We've been doing AR, pretty successful, but it's not enough. AR is a very complicated market. We've done 3D, we've done all platforms, and so when we tackled what to do next, we did kind of like, okay, what do we like to do and where it could be a better fit in the market? And what do we want for the future? We look, I don't want to be changing every 3 years. I want to invest in a bit longer. I wanted to strive for stability, which is very hard and difficult in this industry. But after 17 years, you kind of want to settle a bit. So that's why, after doing the research and looking at the market and all the things that could be done, we decided to go into this. And how we wanted to do it, that was also very fundamental to, for me, the creative director is the one that really, really has to impress the oomph. He has to have a vision. For me, that's his job, is to say, we're going to do it like this. And in some, it's another person, right? So for me, it's unbelievable, but he has a vision, complete the vision of a game that doesn't exist, that involves so many people, and somehow there's that vision. And I trust that vision. The only require that I have is that it's good. As long as it's good.
Should make good games. That's the one, yeah.
Yeah. That's the secret, guys. Make good games.
Exactly. But he delivers, so
yeah.
I'm gonna trust.
And listen to her. Listen to your creative directors. Creative directors are important.
Yep.
They matter.
Yeah. I do believe that. Yes.
Yeah. So, other side of the table. No, but like, what's that click? Like, again, like I'm super interested. I think that like some of these times, like we're talking about like this thing, like where do ideas come from? Like, I think that's a very broad question, but like when do you find that click, like that moment that like I got something?
I don't know if this is a helpful answer, but like I genuinely feel like that great ideas feel different in the moment, and I don't know if that's just like how that reflects across this panel, but I think you kind of, there is a lot of like great ideas out there where if you put like smart people in a room and show them what's been successful and you mash some things together, you will get a good game pitch which will have people nodding in a room. There is genuinely, when like a really like solid idea comes together, there is like almost like the air leaves the room and everyone stops. And then what I look for is how soon is everyone talking and adding ideas to this original idea? Where like if you're in a room full of people who have nothing attached to that idea, have maybe even brought their own to the table, you know, maybe there's something slightly competitive going on there, and then the moment this idea lands, everyone just can't wait to kind of associate themselves with it and add to it and talk around that. That to me is like just a very basic good sign that you should probably investigate this idea further and there's something in it. As for like that moment that clicks, it's easy to talk about it that way. It's harder to reach it, and I think sometimes you've just got to get ideas, try them out, get in rooms of lots of people, cross-pollinate as well, make sure different people are talking to each other and bringing different things. And yeah, essentially my answer to this question is there is a magical ephemeral moment that no one's going to know about, but you'll know it when you feel it kind of thing. But I think there are ways you can improve your luck in getting to that point.
Okay, but let's get specific.
Oh, damn it. Okay, well, then maybe it's Johan's turn.
Let's talk about Fall Guys.
Okay, yeah. Fall Guys, well, Fall Guys was part of a process that we had in Mediatonic constantly, which is anyone can pitch. Anyone can pitch. You'll always have a designer. For a long time, it was me, because the studio was at a size where I liked looking at all the pitches and being able to feed back on them, but we opened it out to more designers over time. Anyone can pitch, and you'll always get feedback. You know, like from any discipline, you will always get feedback, and it will never be feedback which is like, not this. It will be like, if not this, have you thought about this? You know, like maybe we could do this. And if you think about these things and come back, I'll look at it again. You know, and I think the really important thing at Mediatonic was that idea always belonged to the people who are pitching it in that one-pager stage, until we as a studio had to throw resource behind it, whether it was like prototyping or pitch decks. And they would always have a moment to say like, well, actually, we really like this. Should we make it at the studio, or do you just want to like take this and keep it as your thing? So I think that really helped to kind of like generate ideas in a studio anyway. It meant lots of people were happy to talk to us. And there was a great designer called Joe Walsh, who's a director now, I think still at Mediatonic. He had come to one of our kind of like brain trust sessions, those cross-pollination that I'm talking about, where you've had a one-pager, it's like, this is good. Let's get a bunch of people different people into the room and then like pull it apart and see like where it goes. And Joe had not done this initial pitch, but he'd come into this, and just through that conversation, he basically just kind of like, I need to leave the room. I have an idea, you know, and he came back and like he sent the one page, and it really was just a one-pager for Fall Guys. It was called Fool's Gauntlet to me. And I think there's like, you can see a 2-minute email exchange of like the time I sent it to the studio founder, Paul Croft, say, we are making this. And he responded, yes, we are. And then we kind of, you know, working with Joe, we got a pitch deck together. We sanded off some of the rougher edges. We made it like super pitchable. But again, that's a really unhelpful story, isn't it? Because it's just like, that's the bottled lightning that you're looking for, you know. But what I would say is, we did 11 years of Mediatonic not having that moment, but building up a process of helping us get to that moment, you know. So yes, we can talk about specific Fall Guys, but I don't know if it's a great example of like, yeah, just come up with this ridiculous game idea that every time you say it, people go, yes, I should have made that. You know, that doesn't help people in the audience, you know.
But the process did. I think. I mean, I'm gonna steal something from what you just said to my studio. So
oh, great. Okay, fantastic.
It helped me.
I have a question or a comment, and see how you guys answer it. So, for the pitching and the build-up to the idea, would you say that it is important or fundamental that that first pitch is by one person or very small group of people, or can it be done in group? And have you ever had the experience of doing something in group, even from the idea?
Yeah.
Successful, because the process everybody has it, but successful, like landing into a project that has to stand out for any
reason. Do you
reason.
want to take this one?
Yeah, for us, we are small anyway, so we cannot be like more than 20 people in a room anyway. But what we do is we put still a frame at the beginning. It's not totally free. It's like what could be a procedural narrative game, for example, or what would be, something that you start with. Otherwise, it can go in any direction, and you're a small studio, so it has to be framed. And then after the spark, the funny moment where you really feel that spark, you have to do a lot of check of homework of does it exist? If it existed, usually it failed if you don't remember, so why it failed? What is different in this concept? Because we don't want it to fail. So it's very interesting after to really look at what exists and how we can be very different and make what we do is we try really quickly to put one short line of what is this game. And if we don't succeed to have one line, a PowerPoint, just one big line, it means it's still too complex. It's a mix 100%. Of different things. Like
the elevator pitch is a real thing. You should be able to talk about your game. And in answer to your question, I think, because ideas can come out of game jams, which is it starts with like a group of people instantly just throwing ideas against a wall and trying to push something out. I think what you do need, whether that's a creative director or just a very trusted lead designer, is someone who can take all that stuff thrown against a wall, can see the spark, and then be like, as you're saying, just cut away, get it back to what is the core of this thing, and often push the teams and look, this is so close, but not. And I know this is really awful, but you need a business person in the room as well. I think in a lot of studios, one of the best ways of slimming that down is to have someone who's this. Very honestly saying, this isn't going to make any money, and it's going to cost us this much to make it, and we're all going to be bankrupt. So, sometimes you need someone in the room, because that restriction helps. What are the things we care about? If we had to lose all this stuff, what do we really care about? So, you definitely need to embrace those.
What I found out with that is that you want to separate those processes. You don't want the business guy, at least that's in my experience, in those first meetings. No. Because you can always kill an idea. It's so easy. But just think about it. All ideas are stupid.
No is a full sentence.
But all ideas are stupid, and they're also brilliant at the same time, right? So if you have the crazy guys in the room, it becomes really crazy. If you have the business guy there, they shut it all down. So, I really like Walt Disney. He had this concept of those 3 rooms. Cannot remember them specifically, but the first room, you cannot say no. The second one, you're trying to plan it, and the third one, you're killing stuff. Something like that. It's not it's a long time since I read that book, but I always try to when you keep it creative, you want to keep it full creative. There's no. Everything works, all the crazy ideas, because you don't want already there to discuss how to make it work, and no, it doesn't work, and this costs too much. Then I think if you mix those things too much up, it just becomes a mismatch of. And then what idea comes out of it is usually who's strongest at the meeting, who's best to argue for the ideas, and that's what you don't want. Where if you do the process, come up with crazy ideas, find out what can we actually do for the money we have, and then maybe kill in the end or find out, okay, this doesn't, nobody plays whatever, AR or whatever.
But the point also, and I understand, but my question is, how mature has to be that idea, that first idea, to go into a room to discuss about it?
But I think it's so. If a fun anecdote that you can probably also not use for anything is that the huddle in Inside was a crazy idea from my partner Arne at that point, and when he had the idea, nobody liked it, and everybody thought it was stupid, and he was like, I want to have this in the end, and I think. It was we had to work on it for 3 months before people were like, oh, that's kind of funny. There's something there. That actually is kind of, half disgusting, half funny. You're laughing and puking at the same time. That there's something there that is kind of fun to explore. But it took 3 months of going in a direction. And I don't know if that idea could also have been killed after a week, because it was a stupid idea. But it was also a brilliant idea, because it's also something that made the game. So, how long time?
But it was your partner, right?
Yeah.
So he has some way.
Yeah. He said, I want to try to go this direction, and we tried to go this direction for a while, and then after a while, I think it was 3 months. It was it's kind of fun. We can kind of see that it's a fun thing to do.
But was it you have 3 months?
No.
It's the time it took.
We're indie, and he's just he's like, I want to do this, and okay. Indie, we have no budget, we have no nothing. It's just chasing a feeling you want to have in the future, and then. It seemed crazy. But the cool thing is also, after 3 months, the whole culture of Playdead would understand that after 3 months. I mean, maybe a culture of another company would not understand that. If it was a corporate culture, they would never understand it. It was actually, we had investors at this point, the investors at us, and investors, they go in, they invest for 5-10 years. When they saw the first of Insight, they thought, we want to get out of this. This looks too fucking crazy for us. And that's where they wanted to sell the company, and we ended up doing a management buyout. But it was them seeing Insight and thinking, this is okay. They made Limbo, and that was fine, that was a success, but this is just too crazy.
So they were fine with like the monochrome spider killing the small child in Limbo, but apparently everything inside was like, no, this is too much. Yeah,
but I remember we showed them, they're like, there's a blob of huddle, and
this is great.
And we were like, look at this, and they're like,
I would say 90% horrific, 10% fun from my own perspective. You've gone 50-50.
But that 10%, man.
Yeah.
But that 10%, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for sure. Because this is super interesting, guys. Like I love it. But we're talking about challenges, so like I wanna at least get it out of the way. What are the biggest challenges into making this, coming up with the idea, all the stuff, but also like putting out in the market? Because when we're talking about IP creation as successful, there's a lot of really successfully creative IPs that nobody plays, they don't make it, right? Studios close, you guys know. So like, when I start you? Yeah.
So we've been creating IPs for a long time, and obviously not to a huge success like Fall Guys or Inside, but I think that that's why we wanted to get into this space that we are at, because it allowed us to work for longer time. Because creating an IP, it's a huge investment. You hear it all the time. It's a huge investment unless you strike the right chord at the right time and everything aligns, and then, woo, big success. But that's very rare. And still, there might be people that don't know what Angry Birds is, right? So it requires time to build up an IP from the ground down. So for us, being into a space, being into a genre that allows us to build year after year was very important, because otherwise, with other kind of genres, it feels like a one shot. You either hit it or miss it, and then you have to move on to the next thing. And time is of the essence here, really. You need the time. Time is what makes an IP known. It's the chance for me to talk to you about it, But it is like that. I mean, obviously it's not one-to-one, but there are a lot of tools and, marketing, but it's time. And we wanted to have that time for us. Yeah. That's the approach.
I think it's also about the alignment with the marketing and the production. Like everything has to be aligned. It's very hard to do. And also a bit of luck at the end. When you launch,
luck for sure.
You have some other games will launch at the same time or not. And sometimes also you have this parameter that makes it a big success or not. So you just pray that this moment will be okay. But it's really about marketing and production being together. That's why sometimes being an indie is better, because you master more the marketing part also. And it's not just, a publisher doing his own stuff. So I think it's the more you are involved into the marketing strategy, the better. Because you can really have also the feeling, of should it be at this moment we launch the game, or 1 month before, 2 months after. So this is...
Okay, let's get a specific.
But for example, Roll 96, for me it was a summer game. It's sunny, hot, and we should not launch this game during winter. It's not a winter game. So I was like, no, we're gonna launch it during summer. Also, there is less games in summer, so it was a good window. So we stick to that window of August. And even if some agency told me, there's very few games in August, people are on vacations, maybe they don't play much. Say, but yeah, that's good. That means there's less games, so maybe we have more space on Steam and the other stores. So I think that was a good bet at the end. But I mean, right now there's so many games all the time, so I don't know if it's still relevant. But
Well, kind of. But yeah. I mean, okay, regarding that, so as an indie developer, your window of opportunity is very small, especially the closer you get to Christmas, the harder it is.
Don't do Christmas, guys. Don't do Christmas.
So, and the beginning of the year is like you're finishing the game. It feels like you're always running against the odds. So currently we have August, which is kind of like a dead sea, and then we have Gamescom at the end of the month, which is a little push. But then September is also a tough month. And now there's so much content coming out. And everybody knows that the end of August, September is kind of like the window for indies. So it's super crammed. And so we have to get away from that tight window that it's competition. I mean, if you follow, I guess in this room everybody follows, but every big launch is like, there's week. I mean, in my team, there's weeks and weeks and weeks playing the game that just released, Zelda likes.
Yeah.
So, and that happens to the market. So as an indie, you have to steer away from that. But yeah.
Fall Guys launched during summer also.
Yeah, Fall Guys launched during the summer. I feel like I completely agree. Visibility as an indie and with a new IP as well is just the hardest thing. So what you can do, that's the challenge, is we were incredibly lucky with Fall Guys. People make like great games, and people have made probably more, it is probably better versions of Fall Guys out there, and then people would have had that idea before, but probably would never have seen it, because it's all just about, you have to create the best game you can, and then you have to kind of give it the best possible chance it can. Like, if you make a terrible game, then it's probably not going to do well, But there's so many developers out there who make great games that no one's ever seen, and that's unfair. So all you've got to do is try and improve your chances. There's ways of doing that. Publishers, like I know there's been conversations around, do indies need publishers? Yes, I think. Like not always, like it depends how small the teams are, but if the right publisher can give you that visibility that you would not be able to handle otherwise. If you do not have like skills in marketing, if you do not have like inroads into platform holders who can get visibility for your titles, publishers should be able to do that, and that's what you should be asking of them. You can be looking at like streamer support, like getting keys out to the right, not just like throwing them out completely wildly, but getting keys out to the right people, make sure like your game is being like seen by the right audiences, like engaging in marketing, like understanding that it's like an incredible skill and people are good at it, and making sure people are aware of your title before it lands. Finally, we were very, very lucky to have the PlayStation Plus support for Fall Guys, which was a conversation that started a year before the game came out. We were out, I think at E3, talking to a bunch of platform holders, and Sony came into the room and were just like instantly, yes, let's do this, let's make it work. And then we were working towards a date. Fall Guys would not have had the same impact if it hadn't had hundreds of thousands of people on PlayStation Plus coming on that first day and making sure that we had a healthy ecosystem and the game was working. So basically, visibility, but give yourself the best chance possible.
Right, visibility even before any announcement, and before anything, just like let the platforms know that you're there.
I should probably call out Oliver Hindle as well, who's Oliver Age 24, who is our community, who was our basically like ran Twitter and everything at the time, and he again, 8 months before the game came out, was building a base. Like anything he could grab from the team that he thought was shareable or stupid, he would be putting it out. And suddenly when people did notice the game, we realized we already had a Twitter following, and he'd just been working on that constantly. So basically start early as possible and talk about it, like get it out there.
For sure, especially like younger devs that are more used to TikTok, Twitter, and all the stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know what to do with that. So they can teach me how to do that. Exactly, I'll be a very old man.
Challenges of
challenges.
IP.
Going back to the original, I think a big one is that you get blind when you create. And I think a lot about this these days, that when you sit in something and you are the expert of your own thing, it's so hard to keep yourself having fresh eyes. Like you sit with something, and especially when you create a single-player storyline, as I've been involved with before, you sit down and you look at the same storyline again and again and again, and you get blind to how it feels. You get blind, and yeah, I think that's a huge challenge, keeping yourself. Allowing yourself to have fresh eyes One thing we used a lot in Playdead was like having like user tests, kind of seeing it from other people's eye. And we did it in a bit unique way, which I really love, that we just sat people down and observed them. And we didn't even ask them much. We didn't ask if you liked the game. We didn't care. And we cared, but it was more like looking at how they react, where they're spending time, how is their facial expression, and so on. And that's a lot of times. If you see a person never seen the game before, played for the first time, you get the sense of how it is the first time. You get the surprises. You get the ooh, you get the emotions you get. Because I think if you sit with something like Inside, we sat with for 6 years. I mean, in the end, it's really, really hard. I mean, it still felt like a good game, but it's really hard to feel the emotional journey. How do you feel in the beginning? Yeah. So I think that's a big challenge when you create something new.
That's one of the nice things about back when it used to happen more regularly, going out to shows, and like you didn't, because you could just stand back and watch people like sit down and play the game, and you just have a constant stream of people. And I always found that was a way of kind of falling in love with the game again after development, because, like you say, everyone was seeing it for the first time with fresh eyes, and suddenly it's like, oh, I've not made a horrible mess of a thing. Like, this is actually hitting the beats where it's supposed to.
But I genuinely think it's something you should implement in whenever you're creating something new, like from really early on.
Yeah.
Have some people in and trying. Even like we even had small sections and so on. Like just see it, because most people who sit on it just get blind.
Yeah.
And sometimes you have a thing, and you think it's cool, and then you iterate on it, and you iterate, and you think it becomes cooler and cooler, but it doesn't, because the first person that see what you come to have not been through the first iterations, and they're not. So sometimes they're like, "What the fuck is this?" Right? And for you, you're almost playing your own game, and you're creating challenges for yourself and getting yourself to another state where whoever is going to play it for the first time or not, you have to always like let other people try it for the first time. And you also burn people with single player games, right? They play it once and you can never, if they play like a full section, they can never play it again, because then it's the second run through, then it's another type of emotion. They anticipate all the surprises. So I think that's important.
Yeah.
Totally.
And difficulty. It's super complicated. It's the same thing. And it's sometimes it's make it or break it in a game. How to evaluate and test the difficulty, the hardship of going through the game. Is it a good experience or is it a bad experience? How bad the experience has to be good, It's a pain for everybody involved.
Yeah, challenging versus frustrating, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it has to be challenging, but not super frustrating. I totally agree that for the creative process, it is super important to have a good testing, not just to find bugs, but also to have the experience of fresh eyes.
I think that's especially important for new IPs as well, because for a lot of other things, you can like say, well, I've played a game in this genre, I know what this should feel like, we know what the market leader's doing this thing, but you're creating a new IP, you're often creating a challenge which doesn't have any like easy references. So it's like, well, I am developing this game and I've done nothing but think about it for like the past 18 months. So I feel that this is a good challenge, but you hand it to someone else, like, this is nonsense to me. Like, I have no idea what this means. So yeah, I basically, as Dino says, like getting people in early to play your games and getting very different, story, like single player driven experiences or otherwise, there's always value in having people play the game early.
What we do is usually every 3 months we try to make a playtest, even from the beginning. At the beginning, it's just sometimes it's just text, synopsis of a sequence, and you explain it, like a role-play game. You say, hey, this happens, and then what do? You go there, you do that, and already you start to have some feedback about the story, the characters, and so every 3 months we playtest something. Sometimes it's small, sometimes it's bigger. But at least you have a feedback on, if what you have in mind is different from what they see, and this gap can be very big sometimes. So it's important to say, okay, and be very honest and open to the feedback you see. Not lie to yourself, like, they enjoy it. No, they don't. You can see at their face, like you said, the feeling.
But it's also not, what we did, I said we observed them. We never asked them, do you like the character or something? Because I think you don't want also your testers to design a game because they know nothing about games and they have horrible ideas. Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
another good test.
Depends on who you have testing, but okay.
Have you thought about a completely different game? And it's
Yeah.
like, oh no, I have thought about that.
Yeah, we
okay,
think about nothing else.
Yeah, what about Fall Guys, single player, narrative driven? You know what?
Yeah,
what about,
well, I mean,
why not?
I own that idea now, just so you know, I'm taking it away. Yeah, great idea. Let's do it.
Yeah.
How do you feel the energy in the room getting behind that idea? I do.
I have another comment. What about because inside feels like one IP, right? So, there's kind of like, yeah, but what about when you want to come back to the IP and how do you build up and how to face the expectations of your already fans or the community? How do you guys approach
Well,
it?
he left Playdead, so.
I have a short comment, but I think you always want to create universes, and in creating a universe, you create structures and ideas, but you also leave parts open. And I think finding the right balance of that is really, really important. You want to create something where people understand exactly what it is you're doing, but have things around it where, and again, just thinking about the Star Wars universe, we all know it, we know the structure, but we also, there's so much there we don't know, right? And I think it's so important that when you're creating universes and creating these IPs, you cannot create the full thing. You need to leave things open. You need to have things that are not described or things where people can see something but not fully make out what it is.
I think Star Wars is a really pertinent example because if you're an indie and you've made a game and you get a chance to make a sequel for it, cash in. If there's absolutely nothing against you doing the same thing but bigger. Why not? If it works, there's no judgment there. But if you want to do create something else, you need to find a new angle to come at that IP. You need to find something new. And I just think the reason Andor was so popular is because it felt like for the first time in the Star Wars universe, someone was telling a different story in a universe that we're super familiar with. And I think if you're approaching, you got a chance for another bite of the cherry. You've got a chance to approach an IP again. I think I certainly would be more interested in finding a new way of coming at that. What's the story that's not been told within this property at the moment?
So are we announcing Fall Guys 2?
Sadly, I've stepped away from Mediatonic, and it's only because I kept on pitching the single-player narrative-driven Fall Guys idea. They ushered me out the door. So we'll have to see.
No, but I hear. I wanted to talk about how you found this project because that's something that probably the audience is interested. But before, I want to know, how do you guys stay away from the crowd? How important it is to be that's too close to something else? Because I think that's it's a curse of the industry, right? It's how to learn or know how to stay away, far away enough from the crowd. So, and you guys have done such a good job with that. So I would love your thoughts.
It's quite hard. I think for us, it's the first trailer when you show it to someone, and if they say, "Okay, this is unique, I never seen something like that," then you say, "Okay, maybe it stand out from the rest of the games, maybe."
And what about when they say, "Oh, that's like Fortnite, right?" What happens then? Because that happens a lot too.
Yeah. But that means the whole walk to there was wrong. I don't know. It's the team knows when something is unique and new. They compare to all the other games, so they can say, "No, this is too much like this or this." So no. If it happens, that means you were not in the reality before. So
you get blind.
Yeah.
Sometimes even for that.
Yeah. I have a formula. I think that innovation, take notice. Innovation has to be a 5%. More than that is just crazy. It's perceived as bad. Yeah. Innovation has to be something, a part of it, not that big a part. And then that small part permeates to the whole piece as what a novelty, what innovation. But if you go beyond that, it's this is crazy. This is just, it just flips. it's that it's dangerous because then you antagonize who already follows you or who can understand your game or what you're providing. That's through experience, guys.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys. It's been awesome. We're running out of time. I would love you to just give like one piece of advice to the crowd in their endeavors before we go.
Oh, and you're starting with me.
No, let's
Excellent.
start with
You
you.
didn't tell me we were
No,
going to do
start
this. One piece of sage advice. Just look for, like when you're playing, this actually follows on from what Ava is saying, like about like the innovation. It's okay to draw on stuff that exists. That's totally fine. You're not going to be judged for that. But like when you're playing games, especially games you love, games you hate, it's easy to say what you would do differently. When you're playing games that you love, like think about what's missing, like what's the missing pieces. Like if you could like turn this thing on its side and create your perfect idea, what does that look like? And really like get punishing with the things that you love. Because generally in that space, if you're thinking that way and that thing doesn't exist, because otherwise you'd be playing it, you know, then maybe start there and kind of investigate those ideas. That's what I do when I'm feeling a bit kind of like struggling for new creative spark, for sure.
For me, that would be very practical. Is after the playtest, you ask the player, how would you describe that game to your friend? And if they cannot come up with simple words of, oh, this is the game, then it means that they will not be able to communicate to another guy, this is the game I played. So that's a good sign of, like, is it good or not?
Elevator pitch.
Yeah. If they cannot do it,
No, but elevator pitch from the tester
Yeah,
over the
from
friend.
the player, yeah.
That's great. That's perfect.
I would say if you're going to create something new, give yourself the time to really create it, because it requires time. I'm sorry, I'm sticking to my guns. Time is of the essence.
So I don't know if this is good advice, but if you follow other people's footsteps, you will never get ahead. But if you're lost in the forest, you should follow other people's footsteps.
Nice.
That's a great way to end this panel. Thank you so much. This was great.
Thank you.
I
Cool. So we'll get started. Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming. Bienvenidos. So today we're going to be having a panel about game publishing, specifically indie game publishing. So hopefully you're in the right on the right panel. And you know, I wanted to start by just allowing the different members of this panel to introduce themselves because they have you know, really interesting backgrounds. If maybe each of you could share, and we can start with you, Matthew, and just go this way with a little bit of your background, what you're doing right now, where you're doing it, that kind of stuff.
Thank you for picking me first. That's good. Yeah, so my name's Matthew Handrahan. I've been in the games industry for about 16 years now. I started out as a journalist. I've actually been on the Gamelab stage many, many times. I started out in a magazine called Games TM. It was a consumer-facing magazine, a bit like Edge. It's gone now, as so many magazines did. I switched to online journalism with a website called gamesindustry.biz, where I became eventually the editor-in-chief. It's like an industry-facing website that I think... Well, we like to think so. I think it became that under my supervision. But yeah, so we had a media partnership with Gamelab, so I've been here many times and kind of know the scene here a little bit. I made the switch to publishing a few years ago, right at the start of the COVID pandemic. I don't think there's a link there, but you know, it was instructive to have to sit on my own in a room and just think about my life, I guess, and I realized the ceiling of journalism was slowly caving in. I needed to get out from under it. I switched over to PlayStation on their third-party portfolio team, where I had like the best job in the world, basically just playing games and saying whether they should get partnerships or not and recommending which kind. So we were the team that signed, you know, Sifu and Stray and all of those kinds of games. For some reason, I decided to leave that job, even though it was really, really nice, and I joined Kepler Interactive. Well, there is a good reason. Kepler Interactive is sorry, I said that too loud. A very interesting company. I don't want to hold too much time, but I think it's instructive to understand the kind of company Kepler is, because that will inform a lot of my answers. It grew out of a indie project financing fund called Kowloon Knights, which some of you may have heard of. The idea behind Kowloon Knights was to be an alternative to a conventional publishing model. I think they saw there were a lot of publishers and a lot of developers, and that maybe there wasn't really a structure that allowed developers to feel confident to self-publish. So this was a pot of money and then mentoring and support that would allow teams to develop the experience to publish in-house, so they became a bit more sustainable and weren't going publisher to publisher all the time. That fund got exhausted, and Kepler Interactive was started as a company that would kind of have that same ethos, that same ideal, but then also become a publisher as well. So we do some publishing, mainly AA level. Kepler is actually co-founded by 7 of the studios that Kowloon Knights funded, so it's co-owned by developers. The developers are the board. They inform all of our decisions. So that's Slowclap, Timberline, A44, Awecheb. It's a good group, basically. Very creator-led, very creative in general, I think. And just an interesting structure for a company, but with that same Kowloon deal still available, but also those Kowloon developers informing how we grow as a publisher. A bit smaller, a bit more focused. So that's what I do now. And I'll hand it to Anderson.
Aha, thank you. So I'm Anderson King, and I'm also a similar veteran in terms of years, about 15 years in the game industry. I started in the mobile side of things. I used to work for 2 OEMs. I worked for Sony Mobile and Huawei, always focused on game content and game distribution. And then after I left from Huawei, I joined Unity and have a bit more of a broader experience across, you know, PC publishing as well as mobile. After Unity, I joined My Games, where I am currently. I've been there since November 21, and it's been a really great experience, actually. I've learned so much about PC publishing and console publishing in the time that I've been there, and a lot about what publishers are looking for. So it's good to have me on this panel, Eduardo, because I can certainly give you the direct knowledge of what a company like My Games, which is a big global publisher with over 80 titles across all gaming platforms available, what we look for as well. So hopefully this can be a very good learning experience.
Cool, thank you.
So I'll keep it short and sweet. Oh, I'm wearing a hat because it's really hot in Barcelona. I'm from the north of Europe, and yeah, I'm not used to this kind of humidity. So,
cool. I'm wearing a hat because I'm bald. So I'll pass it on to Kiva so she can introduce herself. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, I'm Kiva. That doesn't help. It's pronounced completely differently. And I'm the publishing producer at Chucklefish. So a lot of my role is really developer focused. So I will support the devs from when we sign them through to kind of the launch of the game and kind of like communicate what the publishing team needs to the developers and then what the developers need from the publisher kind of back. So kind of the in-between. Chucklefish is a developer and a publisher. So we have more than half of our studio, about 12 people, are the development team who are currently developing Witchbrook, but they've previously developed Starbound and Wargroove. And then we have 6 people in our publishing team, and we are responsible for kind of helping small indie teams that kind of want to bring their game to market. We tend to publish games with team sizes between 2 and I think the biggest we've published is 15 people for Eastward. Yeah, like we're a little bit. We're not a small publisher, but we don't aim to kind of sign loads and loads and loads of games and keep releasing games because we've kind of got a development studio that we're involved with as well. So yeah, a little bit of a different kind of perspective.
Cool, very cool.
Hi everyone, my name's Guy Richards. I've been in the industry for about 12 years now. I started in digital publishing, Electronic Arts, was then at PlayStation for 5 years in their third-party relations team before Matthew joined, so we never crossed paths there, unfortunately. And then I've been at Xbox since 2015 on the Idea Xbox team. So Idea Xbox is our indie developer and publisher program at Xbox. It was started 10 years ago to open up the Xbox platform to allow any developer out there to bring their games digitally and publish them onto the Xbox ecosystem. So yeah, we're celebrating our 10-year anniversary this year, which is awesome. The program itself has grown to have over 5,500 developers in, wow. And we've generated over $2.5 billion in royalty for our partners, which is really awesome to show sort of the success that we've had to the ecosystem. My role as a director on Idea Xbox is to work with the team to sort of find the next greatest games and creators that we want to bring into the Xbox ecosystem, and we support developers in a bunch of different ways. We're slightly different to the rest of the panel because we're not a publisher. As a program, a platform, we're here to support developers and empower them on their journey. So there's a ton of support that we give, but we're never taking on the publishing relationship. That's always kind of on the developer if they want to self-publish or if they choose one of the lovely publishers that we're also partners with here today. So there's a lot of flexibility in how we work. But the ways that we support developers for Idea Xbox is pretty broad, everything from giving advice from a technology standpoint, from a release standpoint, from best practices and tips and tricks for our store, publishing strategy, as well as stuff like dev kits, and we have funding and investment initiatives as well, which includes Xbox Game Pass. So a whole range of things that we can do to help developers.
Cool, thank you very much. And so, well, I'm Eduardo, I'll be moderating, but I also work in publishing. I used to work at Humble Bundle, where I was for about 10 years. And that's where I started the publishing business there that's called Humble Games, and left a couple of years ago to start my own publishing company. It's called Prismatica. But yeah, I'm going to try to let everybody else get their word in, because I think that their experiences are varied and also very, very long. So we're going to have an interesting chat. One thing that I wanted to say is that we're going to try to get everybody involved. So we're going to have a few different topics that we're going to talk about for as long as we can. But whenever those, we're talking about these topics, think about, like, if you want to ask a question either related to something that somebody says or about something that wasn't said and you're interested about. So please do participate in the talk. The first topic that we're going to talk about is about publishing, or going with a publisher versus self-publishing, and a bit of like the perspective from our side as people that work at publishers or that work at a platform, as to what could be a good indication on whether you need a publisher or not. What are the benefits of working with a publisher? What are the benefits of doing self-publishing? And so I guess I gotta pick where to start. I'm gonna ask you, Anderson,
yeah, sure,
if you want to start.
Absolutely. So there's two ways to look at things. Obviously, if you want to have complete control over your product, or you want to get some help and some assistance, and often financial backing. So when you're evaluating the path that you want to take with your game, you really need to just determine, what is your bandwidth? What kind of resources do you have in your immediate circle of, your studio or your affiliate of friends that are making this product? Do you have the kind of skill sets that you need to be able to get the game published and then get it noticed by people so that they actually end up paying money or installing it and doing microtransactions. So that's the first question you need to ask yourself. The next question is, if you decide that you don't have those resources that you probably will need to make a successful launch, then you need to look at which publisher should I target to be able to give me the help that I need, right? So generally there's, as you know, there's millions of publishers out there. Maybe not millions, but there's a lot of publishers.
It feels like millions.
Yeah, it feels like millions when you're sitting on the publisher's seat, that's for sure. There's a lot of competition. But there's not just competition on the publishing side, but there's competition on the development side as well. So don't forget, your product, it's in your head and it's in your computer screen and it's like your idea, but there's probably, and it's quite likely that somebody else has had a very similar idea to what you've had as well. So you need to, once you've decided which way you want to go about self-publishing or working with a publisher, then you need to think about your product itself. Is the product something that can stand alone? How unique is it? What does the competitive marketplace look like for your particular product? And then, you need to start taking tough decisions about how the direction you want to take your game in. So yeah, from my perspective, that's the two kind of sides of the coin you want to look at.
Cool.
One of the biggest pros, obviously, the main pro I see is that with the publisher on side, you get a lot of experience and the access to financial capital to help you to realize the game and actually release that.
Cool.
The con is that you lose the control. You lose a little bit of control on the decisions because you need to, get approvals and stuff like that and make sure that the decisions that you want to make are in line with the publisher's ideas of how to market and launch the game.
Cool. Anderson, love it. Thank you for sharing your perspective. I know that at Kepler, you have a different model where it's more focused on the independence of teams and stuff. So what do you think about this?
I mean, to be honest, it's more like the Kowloon side. So like Kowloon Knights was a fund. That deal continues in Kepler. It's just called Kowloon now because legally we can't use the same name. But it's the Kowloon deal. Like I think it's known among a bunch of indie developers. So they wanted to keep it that way. But to your point about access to capital, that's the whole idea, right? There should be a way of accessing capital without having to sign away your whole game and your control over it and so on and so forth. I think the big thing, between self-publishing and publishing, I think with self-publishing, you can't look at it on a single product basis. You either want to learn how to publish games or you don't want to learn how to publish games because you're not going to do it right the first time necessarily. You need to build up the experience. It's about getting internal capacity to do it. Most teams don't have a community manager. They don't have anyone that can really play test the game, for example. They're focused on dev, completely understandable. But it's a skill. There's multiple skills all happening at once, which is why I think most developers, in my experience, and it's quite limited. I was a journalist 3 years ago, right? So I've not been in publishing for very long. But as a journalist, particularly on my website, we would look at the publishing industry, talk to developers about it. And I think in general, one of the reasons why I found working for Kepler appealing is because I liked what Kowloon did, basically, which was just see that most developers don't see an alternative to a publisher. They just have to go there. Now, some teams did. But I think the thing is, it's not really about the game you're making now. It's about the game you want to make next and the one after that and the one after that because you're building an audience, you're building a tribe around your company. That's part of it, right? And that's a long-term process. It's not going to happen on release 1, it might not happen on release 2, but you will get better as you go along doing it. I think to relate it to specifically what we do as a company, when we see 8 out of 10 deals that we sign are for project financing only, and 10 out of 10 pitches we get don't mention marketing. And it's very unusual because you only need to read the Kowloon website to understand that that's what it is, right? That the deal doesn't include publishing. So you need to show some understanding of what that will take. If you do, you're immediately in the top 10% of applicants in my eyes. Because for us, let's say your game costs $1 million, right? You're asking for $1 million production costs. We would rather see 1.4 million and that 400,000 have a proper plan of how to market and sell the game. Because for us, that extra spend actually de-risks it for us from our perspective because it shows you're serious about self-publishing, you understand what it takes, you know that you need to hire these 2 full-time people, so you've got someone working on community week after week, day after day, the whole time you're making the game. I just think self-publishing is like a mindset more than it is something that you think about for one product. And ultimately, it can create stability for your company that I don't think exists just going publisher to publisher because you don't know the terms for every publisher, but there's plenty of publishers out there that take every single penny that you earn from day one, right? And eventually you will get some revenue, but you can have a game that, if you publish it yourself, would see you write for a whole year and be in trouble on day 2 of release, right? With the wrong terms with the wrong publisher. So I think, to add to that, I think it's also just kind of part of that choice should be about being alive to the risks of publishing. Now, we are a publisher too. I'm not just like banging the drum for Kowloon, and I've only been at Kowloon for Kepler, sorry. I've only been at Kepler for 7 months anyway, so I'm not like, shilling for the company exactly. But I talk to a lot of developers as a journalist, and you hear a lot of stories, not quite horror stories, but people sign with a publisher, they think that means that their game is going to find its audience or that has a better chance of finding its audience. But there are publishers out there that sign way more product than they can ever reasonably handle. They get somewhere in the vicinity of launch, they see what's got traction, and then they kind of forget about the other ones. So it is a bit of a gamble, and self-publishing is a gamble too. I think that publishing is, the default position is it's the easier option, the safer option. I do think you should examine that idea a little bit, and then look at what self-publishing requires. There's examples of studios, plenty of studios who publish their own games. Look at how they did it. Like what did they do around game 1, game 2? How did the audience grow? How do they build community? It's hard because game development is hard, but like there is a whole discipline around marketing that can be studied just the same as you can, I don't know, watch a tutorial for Unreal Engine or anything like that. The blogs are out there, the resources are out there. I just think it's worth looking into and just seeing if it's a fit for your studio, if it's the kind of resources you want to develop internally, and just remember that you're not doing it for one game. Like you should be wanting to do it for the next 3 or 4 games, and that's when you'll see if it works or doesn't.
I mean, reflecting on what you said, Matt, and I don't know what you guys think, but it feels like you probably, if you are an independent developer and you're looking to maybe self-publish, or get a deal with a publisher, one of the key advisors you can have is somebody experienced in legal. So if you've got a legal eagle, let's call it, somebody who knows the game industry and somebody who has seen these kind of contracts before, that's a real key person to have in your back pocket to advise you and help you, because these contracts can be, 50 pages in some cases. If you get a 50-page contract from a publisher, my advice would be probably don't sign with them. But you can keep it pretty simple and down to maybe 3 or 4 pages if you want to. So I think that's a key person to have. And if you don't know somebody who is a legal expert or a lawyer, basically, who has some entertainment industry experience, find one. That's it's not too hard to Google search your local area and find who could help you out.
Cool.
Yeah. But not to hog, but like I think one of the things with Kowloon Knights was the thing that they were really proud of is their contract was 2 pages long.
Yeah.
And that speaks to that exactly, right? Like it's really easy to see that you're not going to get screwed.
It's
when
in
there's
plain
only 2
English.
pages, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So switching over to this side, if I can start with you, Kiva. So I know, obviously about like self-publishing versus publishing. Any thoughts that you have on that? But I also think like each publisher, like was already said, has a different offering and maybe different strengths, and maybe like what for example, for you, what do you think are teams that are most successful or like are best fits for publishers, for example, like Chucklefish?
Yeah, we believe in both. Like we self-publish our own games, and then our publishing team supports other developers. I think there's teams that come to us, and we know that maybe they would always prefer that there was a publisher there to support them. Like they're happy for another expert to kind of come in and just kind of take them through the whole launch process. But we're also like very keen for any developers that work with us to become a sustainable company. Like we're a developer as well, and like we kind of really appreciate like how lovely it is to be able to kind of support yourself with your own games. So yeah, like in terms of like the teams and like kind of what both bring to you, like the reason we can self-publish is we've got that expertise kind of in-house, and we have developed over the years to kind of learn about like publishing as we went along since Starbound. Like Chucklefish was a very young team in the beginning, and they kind of like hired and learned as they went along. And because of that, like, you know, a lot of our publishing started was because of like predatory contracts. And we kind of wanted to solve that problem for a lot of the indies that were like, that we knew at the time. So yeah, it just, you know, with publishing, we going blank.
That's fine.
That's fine.
Well, I mean, so I think that you have some really good points in the sense that, like, you know, and this was already mentioned, but right, it's like, I think that there really are, like, I don't think that there's a one solution that fits all, right? Like, some teams, they're really like, they have no interest in learning marketing and they have no appetite for dealing with, you know, with wonderful people like Guy or stuff like that. And so that self-publishing is just never really going to be a route for them unless they find somebody that has the appetite to do it for them, like build it internally and that they can trust. And some teams, they're like, you know, well, I could do better than a publisher or whatever. And it's like, well, maybe then you should. Yeah. But I did want to hear a guy like, what are your thoughts? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so obviously we're working with developers that self-publish and we're also working with publishers. So we see the benefits of both. Some of the ways that we think about it, like right at the beginning of our process when we're looking at games that we're interested in partnering in, like we really view games as an art form. So right at the beginning of the process, we're always looking at game from a content perspective. You don't necessarily take into account at the beginning who it's coming from, whether it's a publisher or whether it's being self-published. We really want to just focus on the game, and got a portfolio team that come in and they look at it and they sort of give their advice and opinions on whether this is a game that we want to partner on. So yeah, like super game focused up front. We have quite a lot of flexibility in the way that we work with studios. There's lots of studios that when we have that initial discussion, maybe it's quite early and we really like the game and they decide that they want to self-publish and do a partnership directly with Xbox, but then maybe later down the line or during the conversation, they decide they want to go with a publisher. And that's totally cool from our side as well. In fact, a lot of those cases, we see it as a win-win because there's more people who have got a stake in the game and sort of supporting the title, and that's cool. But if the developers want to self-publish, that's totally cool as well. The way that we work, being a platform, is, you know, we're there to support and amplify your plans and give advice. So whether it's a publisher or whether it's a developer that's self-publishing, sort of we have that same kind of approach. So we're always very transparent with developers up front, so they know the value that we can add, but also to try and help them understand what they need to be doing to make it a success.
Cool.
I was going to say, and also, Guy, you guys provide so much support for somebody who wants to do a self-publishing route. You know, there's so many details and stuff on the websites at ID and Xbox as well. There's so much information that you can have to empower you to be a self-published game producer.
Yeah, even if you're a developer that signs up and you're working with a publisher, you have access to all of the same information, whether it's store best practices, all of the marketing opportunities.
That's really good.
We treat everyone equally.
Cool. So, sure, go for it. I was just going to say we have a very chatty bunch, but please go ahead, Matthew.
I can speak a little bit to the PlayStation perspective
For sure,
on this exact thing. And it does speak to publisher versus self-publisher, because in my experience at PlayStation, you're way more likely to get a partnership if you work with a publisher, because this is the way it works there. I hope I'm allowed to say this. I guess I probably am.
Well, they can't fire you anymore.
Basically, they have so I was on the team that would kind of look at all of the different third-party games, and that was AAA's to, you know, very, very small project. We had like an indie fund and a diversity fund, and we'd look at all of that stuff. But everything comes through an account management layer, and that account management layer was, I think, built when the industry was basically just a bunch of publishers, and it wasn't really indie, like pre-2007-8, right? So there were a couple of account managers that worked purely with indies, but they had like the whole of Europe or whatever, and all of the indies. But an account manager is publisher-based, right? So an account manager would have Devolver or Fury, Take-Two, whatever it is, and each account manager has a certain number of accounts, but mostly they're publishers. And then there was a couple of account managers who would try and sweep up the rest. But like everything that came to us came through those account managers. Like we didn't do any scouting. It was like a black box, basically. Like they didn't want us out there at events and searching for things, even though we probably would. I mean, I did that for 15 years as a journalist. That was never something I could use. It's one of the reasons why joining Kepler was so appealing, because I could be a bit more proactive and find stuff. But I do feel like in terms of platform relations, I mean, publisher is really, really important. We can offer that at Kowloon because, again, it's like, I mean, our CEO actually, Alexei Garavarian, was involved in Idea Xbox for a while and stuff as well. Yeah, exactly. So we do have those, but even us, like what we sign with project financing, we can represent some of it to platforms, but not all of it. We've got like 40 games. You can't do that. So I think that is something to consider. Obviously, a Game Pass deal or a PlayStation exclusive or PS Plus on day one. I mean, these are very, very rare things to get, so I don't think you can build a strategy around them anyway. But I do think, at least at PlayStation, it felt like having a publisher is a big advantage in terms of getting your game seen and considered for that kind of relationship.
Cool. Thank you. I wanted to open it up. I don't know if anybody, and I can't see anybody because the lights are like straight in my eyes, but I'm sure that if anybody has questions, if you want to raise your hand, and somebody that has a microphone will notice you. But yeah, if you have questions yourself about whether it's a good fit for you to self-publish or not. Okay, there's a hand over here. And there's a microphone that's on its way. Aquí delante.
Try again.
We can hear you anyway, I think. So.
Yeah. Hola.
Well, you can hear me.
Yeah.
So,
that's true.
So, yeah, I'm Miguel. I'm working in Namco as an artist/designer. To me, I had a question because I'm totally unaware, like, of how the publishing works, like, from the indie studio perspective. And I wanted to know, in your opinion, which would be like the optimal time to approach a publisher in the context of a free-to-play action game for mobile or something like this, you know?
Okay.
This guy.
You want to ask me first? So, today is a great time to approach me.
It's a good time, right?
No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, you need to have a very solid plan for your game. You're saying specifically in this case it's a mobile game. Yeah, so at the very least, put it this way, if you have a track record and you've released something before and have had some traction with that product, that will probably give you a bit more leeway with the publisher. If you haven't had any track record, then it's your first product for this group, then you're probably going to have to make sure you have a playable demo. So you need to have a build ready to go. It can be grey boxes, that's fine, but at least you have to be able to show the fun in the game. You know, show what's that hook, what's going to make a player keep coming back, keep re-engaging. So you need to have a demo, and then you need to have a budget. How much is it going to cost to make that? Well thought out, you know, not just question marks on marketing or question marks on dev time. You need to really have a solid plan because we will look at that very closely. So if you can't defend that or talk to that and make kind of clear calls as to why you do something, then we're going to really look at that and kind of maybe get nervous about you not being 100% sure that you could pull that off. So they're the key things: preparation, demo build, budget, and then your vision for the game as well. If you've got all that ready to go, you should approach a publisher. Then the next question is which publisher to approach. So then you need to think about what would be a good fit. What kind of game do I have? Which publishers have got success in that category, that genre, and then approach those publishers, I think, is the best way. Target your approach. And then make sure you research the publisher and you know, add some things into your presentation about how you would be a good fit together, you know. Mm-hmm. So it's a sales job.
Okay, awesome.
No worries.
Cool. Thank you. I don't know if there are any other questions. Cool. Thank you. Some people have better vision than I do.
I think the lights are on you more.
You want my glasses?
Hello.
Hello.
I don't know if you can hear me, I think. But, thank you so much. It's really interesting to hear you talk about publishing. I think I'm a little bit of the publishing industry. I work at Native Prime, a video game localization company, and I had a question for you. And I wanted to know what is your current approach for localization within the industry nowadays for publishing?
You can go.
Sure.
So we base ours on wish lists usually. So we try and really encourage as many people as possible to wish list. And even if we announce a game and people like are responding on Twitter, like, is it going to come in this language, it's always like, ask, you should, and all of your friends should wish list it, because that's how we're going to determine if we're going to localize. Localization can like become very expensive, so it's one of those risky things to do. We also kind of look at genres and go, okay, this genre does really, really well in like kind of this country. So like we're publishing a point and click at the minute. We're talking about localizing that into German because point and clicks do very well in Germany, sort of thing. So it can be like a couple of things, but I think the big one is wish list. Like if we're ever unsure of like where the success of a game like lies globally, it'll be in wish lists.
So you look at the wish list and break it down territory by territory.
Yeah.
And as for Xbox, you only need to have your game in English to ship worldwide. Obviously, it's not the best practice, but it's the minimum requirement to make it as easy as possible for developers to bring their games. And then if you're a partner, we can have a conversation around the markets where Xbox is stronger. Maybe for your game, your genre, we can give some more advice there. We also consider, for example, if you're going to be in Game Pass and part of our cloud streaming service, you're going to be sort of like lighting up more regions where that's going to be available, Japan, South Korea, places like that. So sometimes for particular games, there's some discussions and advice that we have there, but it's on a case-by-case basis.
Cool. From my perspective, languages, similar to the first two answers. Think about where your game's going to be big. Make sure it has that language included. But at the end of the day, English is the minimum that we require, ultimately. As a publisher, if we get involved in your project, unless it's like a deep narrative RPG adventure with 100,000 words, then maybe getting it translated into 17 languages is not the step we should take at launch. We try to be very pragmatic about the language set that we go for. At the very least, it's EFIGs normally, and then Chinese, Japanese, Korean can also be a nice addition too. But English, French, Italian, German, Spanish are the most. Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Nothing to add. I mean, it kind of falls outside of my remit, really. I think I would just echo what Kiefer said in that it's quite an expensive thing to do, and I think you should be very deliberate about how you go about that. The amount of words in your game also is and actually one thing that I can throw in is that in terms of assessing a pitch, we do actually pay attention to how many words there are likely to be in a game, and therefore the amount it would cost to roll it out across the world and stuff. Like non-verbal games are a much easier sell in different territories. So, and it's something that publishers do pay attention to. But in terms of best practices, it's just not really my area of expertise. So I can make something up.
What I would say is along what Kiva was saying, something that we do, and I think that it's good whether you have a publisher or not, is like, for example, your Steam page. It's very, very cheap to translate it to every language that is supported by Steam, and then you can see what the interest is from those different countries much easier than if you just have a Steam page in English.
It's a good cheat.
And so
we do that too.
And I think that even if you don't end up translating to whatever, like Turkish or some like language that ends up not being really big enough for your game. How cool is it? I mean, if you're from a linguistic minority, to have the Steam page of a game translated to your own language, that feels pretty cool. Even if the game doesn't end up getting translated. So
just to add from our side, I was referring to like in-game localization.
Right, of course.
I still want store pages to be localized on Xbox.
So, for sure. So we have about 10 minutes, which is very, very little. So I'm saying we talk a lot.
We've got through one question so far.
A lesson to learn is that platforms and publishers like to talk a lot. I guess one of the questions that we had was what is that one thing that you're looking for when you're looking at a game pitch to make a decision? I mean, look, I think that it's kind of like looking at resumes when somebody applies for a job. There's some things that quickly you're just like, okay, this person is great, or this person is not somebody that we want to look in further. Is there in one or two sentences something that each of you could say from a platform perspective, from a publisher perspective, that you look for, or kind of like green flags, red flags? We'll just start from
don't leave out detail. I think with some pitches, I just get the impression that there's a drive towards just putting a bunch of nice art in place, some GIFs and things, and just forgetting to explain how progression works, you know, how many weapons will there be. Depends on the game, obviously, but, you know, when we look at games to assess them, a pitch raises questions, right? If there's too many, that might be the reason why we don't have a follow-up conversation. Don't rely on the idea that you're going to get that next conversation. I think your pitch, don't be afraid to submit a 30-slide pitch deck or a 40-slide pitch deck. I'll read it for sure. Not everyone would, but I still think like having all of that there. I mean, one thing, you know, a very rough way we look at it, right, is game first, team second, plan third. And like that plan part is, they all have to be there, right? Like that's just our order of like importance, but like that plan part is super important, and that applies to like the way you make the game, but also like what's in the game, like the structure of the game. I see so many pitches that just do not discuss what the game is at all, really. Spend 3 slides on the story and forget to tell you like how it plays or what it's going to feel like in the mid game and the late game. These are very, very important things. Like I don't think a pitch should be seen as like an advert for the game. Like, here's a teaser, would you like to know more? That's not its function. It's actually to explain pretty much the whole game from beginning to end. And like...
That's great.
I know, but like, even with a narrative game, tell them the ending. You know what I mean? If it's a narrative-driven game, they need to know how the story ends to know if it's going to be a satisfying story. But you never ever see it, and it's just very, very strange to me.
Cool. We'll continue this way.
Just one general tip I had for everybody was, just think about if your game is the overall feeling, is it going to be a happy game or a sad game? If you think about things, there's not that many successful sad games out there. So maybe This War of Mine, maybe that's a good example. But yeah, you be careful. You know, if you want to make a lot of money and have a successful game, you need to try and attract the broadest audience possible within whatever your niche is. So, you know, sometimes it's good to have a very high angle perspective on it. You know, at the end of the day, we get sometimes I've seen pictures, it's like, this game is, I'm going to want to commit suicide if I actually complete this because, you know, I'm so depressed. So, and that's not necessarily the kind of the games that we want to have in my games portfolio. We want to have games that you want to keep coming back to. So maybe consider that as a little thing to keep in the back of your mind when you're planning your next game pitch.
Cool. Thank you.
For us, I think it is kind of, if in your pitch you can discuss the challenges that you know you're going to face during development. Of course, like we would go and do our due diligence and have these conversations with you to try and figure out if you kind of understand. So like, you know, you were saying like pitches often raise a lot of questions, and for us usually it's like, are they seeing, like how are they going to achieve this? How are they going to deliver it? Like, do they understand kind of how ambitious this really is? And like, are they like, in our talks with them, will they understand that like what they're facing? And then quality as well. I think a lot of people, so we're like the Stardew Valley publisher, so we get a lot of farm sim pitches, and that's a very saturated market now. Like, it wasn't whenever Stardew Valley came out, but everyone's doing it now. And the thing is that if like you're going to send us a pitch and it's in a market that like it feels like everyone's kind of making a game for, you really have to have like the quality bar like way above everybody else, and you have to know exactly how you're going to get there. And that's for us like you know, we're not always like chasing market trends. We're actually like very much like looking for like who's taking it like a step further, who's like kind of doing something very specific to stand out in this genre that they're trying to target. So
cool. Thank you. And now, like, everybody take out your pens because Xbox is going to tell us how to get their money.
I need my pen.
Yeah, so at Xbox, we want it to be a place where like everyone feels like there's a game for them to play. So like, as a platform, it means we have a very broad portfolio that we're trying to build. And there's a couple of things I'll talk about. We've got our Developer Acceleration Program, which is a fund for underrepresented developers or games that tackle underrepresented themes in games. And that has both prototype and port funding. It's something we announced at GDC. So that's one of the initiatives that we've got to sort of like broaden the spectrum and the diversity of games on our platform. And then with Game Pass, there are around over 150 indie games in Game Pass at the moment. So obviously that's going to cover a very broad range of genres. A question we get is always like, what is Xbox Game Pass looking for? And honestly, it changes depending on the day of the week that you're speaking to us, the month of the year. It's a, the way Game Pass works is it's a curated portfolio of games that are leaving and entering, so the mix is always changing. More and more, we're looking for games that we can bring to Game Pass on day one, which you sometimes hear us refer to as day and date, which means it's best to speak to us before the game's launch so we can have a conversation as early as possible. Ideally, we like to look at games before they're announced, with the view to potentially being there to be the announced partner for you. We've just come from our Xbox Game Showcase in June, where we had 5 indie games, each with standalone videos in our showcase, which was really awesome. And it's one of the ways that we feel like we can make the most of our partnerships together. I'll say the caveat to that, since we're talking about our June showcase, an example would be like Dungeons of Hinterberg, which is published by Curve. We were working with Microbird, the developer from Austria, before they signed with Curve, because they actually went public with their game and they built a website and they're putting loads of stuff in Reddit. So that kind of goes against the grain of like the advice I just gave to speak to us early. But it's a bit of a like, you need to work out what's best for your game, because if you go early and you create a ton of attention and there's a lot of engagement, it's something that us and probably other publishers are going to pick up on. But we also like the fact that sometimes when games are completely secret, that we can be there to reveal on our biggest stage. So.
It's really exciting when we get to like build the store pages and everything.
But just to add to that, I mean, if you go early and it doesn't do very much, it can work against you as well. Like, I mean, that's a real roll of the dice. Like, if you create buzz, that can be the reason you get signed. But if you do it, you can only announce a game once. You can only
roll a drum.
But also, you can pretend that it was never announced. If no one saw it, just quietly put it away.
Well, announce it again.
What you don't want is a few people seeing it. Either nobody or everybody.
And I think that in the end, and that's always tough. Like, if you decide to announce your game, the thing to think about is like, do you have some kind of like super strong hook that's going to get people excited? Or is the game in a state where you can show it and people can really get it and get excited? You have to, but I think that in general, the advice Guy has is really, really important, that you shouldn't when you're releasing a game or like in the process of working on and releasing a game, there's like certain, types of ammunition that you have, and once you fire it, it's gone forever, and you cannot do that again. That's like, I think it happens to all publishers. Like, somebody will come and be like, hey, we're releasing our game in November, like we would love for you to publish it, and then you look at it, and what they mean is, we've been in early access for 2 years, we haven't sold anything at all, and now we would like you to invest into our 1.0 launch. And it's like, well, you've used like 90% of the bullets that we would have used. And so it's a bit too late. I mean, there are situations where that might work, but it is, difficult.
And actually, quickly, because at PlayStation, we would look at it the same way, that using bullets, right? That to sign a partnership, anything less than a year was considered like difficult, right? Because to deliver value to the person that we're signing with, to get them into state of plays and things, you need at least, we'd like 12 or more months to be able to do that, because of the way the internal timelines work. So we look at it the same way, like what are our opportunities to actually do something here, and anything less than 12 months made it much tougher.
And as an indie developer, 12 months could be equal the death of your studio. You might run out of burn rate, right? And then you're in a tough situation. So that's another con for self-publishing.
Yeah. Okay, well, we're getting to the end of our time. Thank you, everybody, for the questions. Hopefully, you found it interesting. What I would recommend is that afterwards, do chase us down if you want our contact info or whatever. That's kind of like what we do, is we talk to developers and all this kind of stuff. So, thank you very much, and hope that it was helpful.
A todos. Bienvenidos a este panel. Vamos a empezar. Este panel que está pensado para compartir las experiencias de las principales iniciativas públicas que se han ido desarrollando por toda España centradas en los videojuegos. Bueno, voy a empezar presentándome yo misma. Yo soy Carmen Páez, directora general de Industrias Creativas y Culturales del Ministerio de Cultura y Deporte. Y esta mañana pues, me acompañan Raúl Silleras, del Polo de Contenidos Digitales de Málaga. Voy a hacer una pequeña presentación de cada uno. Raúl es licenciado en Sociología por la Universidad Complutense, con varios másters en Nuevas Tecnologías y Gestión del Conocimiento y especialista en Innovación Empresarial, TICs y Smart Cities. Tiene una amplia experiencia en financiación y ejecución de proyectos tecnológicos en administraciones públicas y se incorporó al Polo de Contenidos Digitales como responsable de proyectos de innovación hace ya 5 años, en 2018.
El primer día.
El primer día.
El primer día.
Desde el principio. Y viene representando al Polo de Contenidos Digitales de Málaga. El Polo está vinculado con el Ayuntamiento de Málaga y tiene una orientación muy empresarial. Es un hub que en realidad es el primer hub que nació en España dedicado al sector de los videojuegos y tiene una experiencia amplia y consolidada. Ha puesto en marcha metodologías de trabajo como el emprendimiento verticalizado, que esperamos que nos lo cuente ahora, el publishing de los videojuegos y los servicios corporate a través de Polosfera y toda la actividad abarca desde la incubación, aceleración, formación, asesoramiento, en fin, toda la cadena de actividades que necesita el sector para impulsarse. A mi derecha está María Jesús Villamediana, que es la responsable del campus de videojuegos de Madrid in Game, que es la segunda iniciativa con más tradición en España. María Jesús es ingeniera industrial por la Universidad Politécnica de Madrid y técnica de organización del Ayuntamiento de Madrid. Cuenta con amplia experiencia en el ámbito del sector público y ha desempeñado los cargos de responsabilidad como directora general de Medio Ambiente de la Comunidad, presidenta de la empresa pública de gestión y desarrollo del medio ambiente, así como CEO y directora gerente de innovación y tecnología en el Ayuntamiento de Madrid. María Jesús es la persona que ha levantado, y lo sé porque la conocí al principio, el campus del videojuego de Madrid in Game, que es una iniciativa que se presentó a finales de 2022 y que está ubicada en la Casa de Campo de Madrid. Desarrolla desde entonces programas de incubación, aceleración y emprendimiento en los que participan durante este año, además, casi un centenar de empresas, con lo cual ha tenido mucha acogida. Y además se da protagonismo también a los eSports con un centro propio que están impulsando ligas. Cuenta con una iniciativa paralela que es Madrid Game Cluster, que ahora nos contarás un poco más, que es una de las fórmulas de colaboración público-privada que más recorrido está teniendo. Y a mi izquierda está Marc López Ribes, director del programa de Catalunya Media City, que es la experiencia más novedosa que tenemos, con gran impulso y gran apoyo por parte de las instituciones. Marc es licenciado en Comunicación Audiovisual y Economía por la Universidad Pompeu Fabra. Ha sido director de servicios de la Escuela Superior de Cine y Audiovisuales de Cataluña y ha ocupado varios cargos de responsabilidad en el Instituto Catalán de Empresas Culturales, contando también con experiencia como analista de operaciones financieras. El Catalunya Media City, como decía, es el proyecto más joven de los tres. Es un proyecto público-privado impulsado por la Generalitat, los ayuntamientos de Sant Adrià y de Badalona y el consorci del BES. Se plantea como un hub digital, audiovisual y de videojuegos y tiene instalaciones entre las que incluye estudios de grabación, platós, espacios de creación de contenidos interactivos, salas de testeo de user experience, un data center. El proyecto además tiene una vertiente muy interesante a mi juicio, que es trata de tener una incidencia positiva en el entorno y ayudar a la regeneración de la zona en la que se ubica, que es el espacio patrimonial de, perdonadme a ver si lo digo bien, porque Tres Semenyes.
Tres chimeneas, no tres xemeneies, tres chimeneas.
Tres Semeneyas, que es la antigua central térmica. Entonces, hemos empezado de la presentación de la iniciativa con más recorrido a la que más nueva, y vamos a a tratar de hacerlo al revés.
Sí.
Así que, Marc, cuando
Bueno,
quieras.
pues-
La idea es que cada uno presente brevemente qué es lo que están haciendo, cuáles son sus principales líneas de trabajo y lo que más resaltan de su proyecto, y luego abrir un turno más de debate y de diálogo en el que podamos ver qué es dónde tenemos que incidir y trabajar más.
Perfecto. Pues en primer lugar, muchas gracias por invitarme. También solo deciros que tendré que marchar 5 minutos antes porque he hecho una gestión fatal de mi agenda, pero bueno. Empecemos. Catalunya Media City. Como has dicho, cuando has introducido, has dicho tiene. Bueno, en primer lugar tendríamos que decir que tendrá, ¿no? Catalunya Media City, antes que nada, es un proyecto y eso es en lo que aquí hemos venido pues, a intercambiar, a compartir, a conocer mejor otros proyectos que ya tienen pues, otro grado de madurez, de implantación o de experiencia, ¿no? Con lo cual estamos aquí pues, para compartir experiencias. Y también has incidido en un punto muy importante, ¿no? Catalunya Media City es un proyecto, en primer lugar, un proyecto de raíz urbanística en la que se prevé el desarrollo de un nuevo distrito en la zona de las Tres Chimeneas. Las Tres Chimeneas es una antigua central térmica que cerró hace unos 12 años y que está situada pues, como a unos 10 minutos en tranvía de aquí, siguiendo la línea de la costa, en Sant Adrià del Besòs. Es un espacio de 32 hectáreas por urbanizar, con lo cual aquí nos viene un reto realmente importante. ¿Por qué? Yo quiero incidir de la experiencia Catalunya Media City, ¿no? en 3 aspectos, que uno lo has citado tú ya, pero yo creo que es realmente importante. Yo quería hablar aquí desde los márgenes. ¿Por qué? Porque para hablar de las experiencias, para hablar de las realidades, para hablar de aquello que ha funcionado y de lo que no ha funcionado, está claro que vosotros podéis dar una visión mucho más fiel, ¿no? Porque nosotros estamos en una fase de aprendizaje, de conocer experiencias, de hablar con el sector, de ver lo que se ha hecho. En cambio, nosotros estamos en fase de proyecto, ¿no? Con lo cual, lo que decíamos, en primer lugar, esta dimensión urbanística, de creación, de articulación de un nuevo distrito de conocimiento, de un nuevo distrito de innovación, de un nuevo distrito ligado al audiovisual, a la cultura digital y al videojuego. A mí me hace una ilusión bárbara, ¿no? Porque como os he explicado por mi currículum, yo he estado toda mi vida ligada al mundo del audiovisual, con lo cual soy nuevo en el mundo del digital y del videojuego, pero a mí lo que tiene de novedoso este proyecto, lo que tiene para mí de muy importante es que al sector digital, al sector del videojuego y también al sector audiovisual, que también podríamos hablar de qué tiene de macrosector los tres subsectores, ¿no? Nos encargar ser el economic driver, ¿no? En ser el eje vertebrador económico que le da sentido a un nuevo barrio de la ciudad. Un nuevo barrio de la ciudad que ocupa ni más ni menos que 32 hectáreas y para los que seáis familiares con el terreno, pues que va desde el río Besòs hasta Badalona y desde la playa hasta la línea del ferrocarril, con lo cual estamos hablando de una porción de terreno muy importante. Digamos, esto a mí me parece absolutamente novedoso y de hecho, cuando estamos hablando de hubs, ¿no? Esta economía del clúster, de las economías de escala, de la mutualización, de muchos conceptos que tienen una visión intrasectorial, ¿no? Aquí es qué podemos hacer nosotros como sector para la sociedad, para un nuevo distrito, para articular realidades nuevas en este ámbito. Otro segundo ámbito que me gustaría mucho recalcar en relación al Catalunya Media City es, otra vez, estamos hablando de un hub, estamos en un congreso de videojuegos, ¿no? Estamos reunidos aquí personas de la industria del videojuego en toda su cadena de valor, ¿no? Desde la creación hasta el consumo. Pero también resulta interesante, o al menos yo creo que lo que puede ser novedoso en nuestro hub, es esta idea de compartir espacio, de buscar sinergias no intrasectoriales, ¿no? Que serían las propias de un hub, sino con otros sectores obviamente muy cercanos, como es el audiovisual, como es la cultura digital, pero digamos aquí empezamos a abrir el abanico y está la universidad, la academia, la investigación, la tecnología. Todo esto tiene que caber en nuestro hub porque está claro que genera economías de escala, porque crea sinergias y es, digamos, no es intrasectorial, sino que se abre a otros sectores de la economía. Y con esto quería explicar una pequeña anécdota, ¿no? Es decir, yo recuerdo, yo estuve en el Gamelab del 2011, ¿no? La primera edición que se celebró aquí en Barcelona, yo estaba en el área del audiovisual de cultura de la Generalitat, ¿no? Y un poco nos combinaron a ir al Gamelab. Está claro que esta relación entre audiovisual y videojuegos tiene algo de intuitivo, de sexy, de que me parece que... Pero después, a la hora de la verdad, en el año 2011, estábamos los del cine aquí en un ladito y nos mirábamos y decíamos, realmente muy bien, no sé qué estamos haciendo aquí, ¿no? Seguramente nos faltaba la visión, nos faltaba la osadía, nos faltaban muchas cosas, ¿no? Nos faltaba la experiencia. Han pasado 12 años y esa intuición es una realidad.
Sí.
O sea, ahora mismo hacer un hub del audiovisual y del digital y del videojuego no es un discurso, no es un desideratum, no es una cosa que nos gustaría, es una realidad. Es decir, hoy por hoy la revolución más grande que está viviendo la industria audiovisual de raíz de la producción virtual se basa en un motor de videojuegos. Y hoy por hoy, Unreal y todas estas empresas que yo he tenido que aprender a marchas forzadas se sientan en la mesa de Netflix, de Amazon y de las industrias clásicas del cine, ¿no? Y de Fox y de Disney. Con lo cual, esto está aquí y ya no es una cosa discursiva, no es algo que al poder político le convenga. No. Esto es una realidad. Esto es una realidad. Y el tercer punto, y aquí digamos, dejo mi introducción, es un poco esta idea de que me da la sensación, además de, digamos, esa sinergia ya es real y que como industria estamos preparados para un reto de estas características. Es decir, como os he dicho, estamos hablando de 32 hectáreas, estamos hablando de 100.000 metros cuadrados de actividad económica, estamos hablando de un hub de 27.000 metros cuadrados, estamos hablando de una apuesta del Govern de la Generalitat de grandes dimensiones, pero que creo que responden a una realidad industrial que hoy por hoy hay en Barcelona, que puede responder positivamente a esto, ¿no? Digamos, aunque sea de una forma un poco enfática, es al sector del videojuego, al sector del audiovisual, se nos ha dicho, vosotros sois los que vais a dinamizar esto. Y hemos dicho, estamos preparados. Y yo lo hago sin ningún miedo, yo lo hago con total confianza que esto va a ser una realidad y que la industria del videojuego, además de salir muy beneficiada de un hub de estas características, con todas las experiencias, que además tengo mucho interés en escucharos y aprender de las vuestras, pueden aportar al sector, pueden aportar a otros sectores y pueden aportar a la sociedad en general. Y hasta aquí, luego continuamos.
Pues gracias, Marc. Hombre, que es un sector que dinamiza, creo que ya está el lugar fuera de duda. O sea, hemos creado el hub del audiovisual y del videojuego a nivel nacional, la apuesta desde las instituciones tanto europeas como desde el gobierno y el hecho de que haya estas propias iniciativas es un poco resultado también del buen momento en el que está el sector y de la capacidad de arrastre que tiene. O sea, tiene un nivel de crecimiento, me parece que en el último informe de la Unión Europea tenía un 17% el año pasado, que es una barbaridad en términos económicos, con lo cual al final es responder a una realidad y lo que dices tú, que ayude también a arrastrar al resto de la economía y a la sociedad. Pues pasamos con María Jesús, que ya tiene un poco más de experiencia arrastrando sectores. Además, en el caso de Madrid, habéis establecido un sistema de colaboración público-privada también con el clúster y demás. Pues cuéntanos un poco.
Muchas gracias, Carmen, por darnos la oportunidad. Bueno, pues buenos días a todos. Lo primero que quería decir es que el Ayuntamiento de Madrid se embarca en este proyecto con un acuerdo de todos los grupos políticos. Yo creo que esto es muy importante. Se hace en la anterior legislatura, se hacen los acuerdos de la Villa, estábamos en pandemia, y se hace acuerdos entre todos los grupos políticos de cuestiones orientadas fundamentalmente en el momento en que se estaba viviendo en este país, en el ámbito social y en el ámbito de empleabilidad. Y en el ámbito de empleabilidad se llega a un acuerdo entre todos los grupos políticos de apostar por el fomento y por la madurez en una industria pujante, como tú has dicho, Carmen, no sabía si al 17 o el 18,
Venía otro día,
pero
en
por
el
ahí va,
media.
en constante crecimiento. Nuestros jóvenes quieren trabajar en esto. Tenemos 43 grados y máster titulación superior en Madrid. No conozco ninguna otra capacitación, ni sanitaria, ni de ingenierías, ni de nada, que se haga de 43 grados en Madrid. Tenemos el 60% más o menos de la formación de España. Y si los jóvenes deciden estudiar esto, será porque les produce alguna satisfacción y que ven que hay un futuro en esto, ¿no? El problema que tenemos es que se nos van a trabajar fuera de nuestro país. Madrid quiere retener el talento. Quiere retener el talento en España porque considera que es una pérdida importantísima y que tenemos que generar industrias de futuro, industrias que nos hagan que cuando viene una pandemia la gente no se quede en el paro, que pueda seguir trabajando. Industrias que tengan una fortaleza en nuestro país. Entonces, todos estos jóvenes creo que se merecen que seamos capaces de darles una industria potente. Y el ayuntamiento, yo creo que con toda... Bueno, no solamente el acuerdo, que ha sido una cosa graciosa, no solamente el acuerdo que se llevó de todos los grupos políticos que estaban por unanimidad, sino que en los programas electorales, que acabamos de tener unas elecciones hace 3 días, en todos los programas electorales de todos los partidos políticos iba a fomentar el campus del videojuego. Madrid, cuando decide hacer este proyecto, se lo toma bastante en serio y lo primero que hace es crear un clúster que tiene ahora mismo 75 corporaciones. Las corporaciones, nosotros tenemos una visión no solamente del videojuego en cuanto al entretenimiento, sino que apostamos por la gamificación. Nosotros consideramos que la gamificación lo va a ser todo. De hecho, el otro día estuvimos en un hospital y una traumatóloga operaba con unas gafas de realidad aumentada porque el ángulo que tenía la rodilla, no lo veía de otra manera. El 1 de julio vienen los docentes de la Comunidad de Madrid de 3 a 18 años para ver cómo el videojuego se puede llevar a las aulas en un futuro. Porque si tú eres un avatar en la batalla de Lepanto, no se te va a olvidar nunca la batalla de Lepanto. Es una formación en experiencias, pero estos son nuestros jóvenes. ¿Dónde tenemos muchas veces el bloqueo? Pues en los docentes que no están todavía en esto. Van a venir a pasar una semana al campus del videojuego, ya han venido unos del Departamento de Innovación y vamos a ir pasando todos los formadores de nuestros jóvenes, de nuestros niños, por el campus del videojuego. Entonces, no solamente es el videojuego en cuanto al entretenimiento, sino el desarrollo del Madrid Nuevo Norte. El desarrollo de Madrid Nuevo Norte son los 20 años de desarrollo de Madrid, que se va a hacer a través de un videojuego. Porque ¿por dónde van a ir los coches autónomos dentro de 15 años en Madrid? ¿Cómo van a ser las casas dometizadas en los próximos 20 años? Esa planificación urbanística se hará a través de un videojuego. Filomena le tuvimos hace 2 años en Madrid y esto el Departamento de Emergencias ya está trabajando en videojuegos para ver cómo se gestionan los recursos. Y es ahí donde queremos estar, en el top de la tecnología, que se aplicará al entretenimiento, se aplicará a la educación o se aplicará a cualquier materia. Entonces, cuando creamos el clúster es una asociación privada de empresas fomentada por el Ayuntamiento de Madrid, pero que va con un proceso 360 grados. Con lo cual hay estudios de desarrollo, hay empresas de tecnologías que se aplica al videojuego, hay empresas que se dedican a las telecomunicaciones básico. En Madrid tenemos el 100% de 5G en toda la ciudad y tenemos el talento. O sea que creo que tenemos los ingredientes para poder triunfar en el mundo. Creo que tenemos que posicionarnos en el mundo como un sitio donde se puede venir a trabajar, donde somos competitivos, donde tenemos la creatividad. Y creo que en España tenemos esta valía, ¿no? O sea, tenemos gente con esta valía de creatividad. Tú vienes del audiovisual, lo sabes mejor que nadie. Seguro que te has encontrado miles de personas con ese ámbito, ¿no? Entonces están estudios de desarrollo, empresas de tecnología que se aplican en el videojuego, todas las universidades y centros formativos, los equipos de eSport. El eSport es una parte muy pequeña de todo lo que es el proceso global, pero también les hemos involucrado porque consideramos que nos van a dar unas herramientas para llegar a los jóvenes. De hecho, hemos hecho unas ligas municipales de eSport que las vinculamos con el deporte tradicional porque consideramos que nuestros jóvenes del futuro tienen que tener las skills tecnológicas, pero también las deportivas. Hemos hecho el fin de semana pasado un 3x3, juegas al baloncesto y después te metes a jugar al NBA 2K. Se suman los puntos, tenemos 650 instalaciones deportivas en Madrid y vamos a ir llevando esta iniciativa de fomentar ambas cosas junto con los padres cuando son menores, de decirles que es todo el mundo del videojuego, ¿no? Entonces, las 75 empresas que conforman el Hub trabajan unidos en ese ecosistema con una iniciativa que se desarrolla en Madrid, que es el Campus del Videojuego. El Campus del Videojuego tiene 3 pabellones en Casa de Campo, son de bien de interés cultural, son top como pabellones, con un historial histórico bastante importante. Están en Casa de Campo, que es el pulmón de Madrid. Entonces, en los 3 pabellones, en uno tenemos una aceleradora incubadora, ya tenemos el primer programa en marcha, tenemos 30 empresas, algunas de ellas bastante potentes, en septiembre entran 50, en 3 años pasan 200 empresas. Nosotros, un compañero está en la otra sala contando un poco el programa de emprendimiento, consideramos que estas empresas las tenemos que hacer, primero, que se conozcan, que se compaginen. ¿Por qué no hacer acuerdos entre empresas para ser más competitivos? ¿Por qué tener que ir solos? ¿Por qué no poder, nuestro ADN no nos lo dice mucho, pero por qué no podemos colaborar unos con otros? Ya se han cerrado algunos acuerdos. Pues creo que es muy importante. Después tienen un programa de mentorización, inversión, etcétera, etcétera. Y nosotros lo que queremos es que, bueno, pues que se potencien, que crezcan. Ese es el ecosistema de empresas que van al emprendimiento. Pero nuestro proyecto es internacionalización. Irnos al mundo contando qué posibilidades tiene España, que vengan a desarrollar aquí y que tengan nuestros alumnos la capacidad de tener puestos de trabajo, de crecer, para poder tener una industria potente, para tener una industria de futuro. También tenemos otro pabellón que se dedica a los eSports, donde hacemos las ligas municipales y temas más dedicados a sensibilizar con las herramientas que los jóvenes están acostumbrados para llegar a los objetivos que queremos cumplir. También nos dan las audiencias que necesitamos para que se nos conozca en el mundo. El otro día hicimos un torneo de Smash Bros. En 10 minutos se nos acabaron todas las plazas y nos vinieron a jugar una mañana de un sábado de 7 países distintos. Yo que me quedo alucinada. Tuvimos 2,5 millones de impactos en Twitch. Lo de Twitch, como es otra cosa, pues evidentemente, pero creo que ahí nos metemos en el mundo donde están los colectivos jóvenes, que es al final donde nosotros queremos estar. Y el último pabellón, pues un pabellón de experiencias y de eventos, ¿no? Pero fundamentalmente de experiencias. Vamos a desarrollar algo parecido a un museo, la palabra museo no nos gusta, pero que vengas a Madrid y tengas una experiencia que no se te olvide. Eso conformado con tenemos el Madrid Arena enfrente, donde queremos traer grandes torneos de eSport. De hecho, el 2024 vamos a tener uno brutal. Pues queremos conformar que esta ciudad se vista de videojuegos, que apueste por los videojuegos, pero como ciudad, no como una iniciativa concreta, sino que la ciudad se vuelque en esto. Tendremos ahora dentro de poco, se va a jugar a un videojuego famoso de toda la vida en los edificios de Madrid. Creo que es una forma de exportar nuestro talento que tenemos mucho en España, pero tenemos que ir ajustándolo bajo mi consideración. Y tenemos que hacer también esta unión. El Polo Digital de Málaga está en nuestro clúster. Raúl y Antonio nos ayudaron muchísimo cuando iniciamos, muchísimo, porque ellos tenían la experiencia anterior. Yo he estado con vosotros, con Marisol, en la Generalitat, en el Ayuntamiento de Barcelona, y me gustaría que todos estos lazos y esto que nos has hecho hoy, Carmen, que también con el Ministerio, ¿no? Creo que considero que esta fusión entre administraciones públicas, yo estoy acostumbrada a moverme con otras administraciones porque se aprende muchísimo. Y además lo que han avanzado otros, ¿para qué lo vas a hacer tú otra vez? ¿No?
Sí, ya lo han aprendido.
Pues después eso. Pues igual que aprendimos de Málaga, pues creo que esas iniciativas nos sirven para aprender de todos. O sea que gracias, Carmen, por habernos juntado hoy. Y tú también, Iván, que has hecho algo.
No, en realidad, desde el Ministerio, y es una cosa que compartimos con Iván, creemos que es muy, muy importante la conexión y el poner en común iniciativas porque, pues sí, porque si ya se equivoca uno, pues que se equivoque por todos. Porque como la idea es avanzar, pues... y vamos con los primeros. Los que se equivocaron primero,
Eso
pero
es.
que más éxito han tenido
Íbamos
a
con-
día de hoy por toda la experiencia que tenéis, Raúl.
Correcto. Bueno, nosotros íbamos con el machete por la selva abriendo
Sí,
camino
sí.
porque allá por el 2015 cuando le planteamos esto al alcalde, que sí que es verdad que tenemos un alcalde con 20 años de continuidad y eso hace mucho, la continuidad de un proyecto, ¿no? Pues cuando le hablamos en 2015 de videojuego y demás, dijo, ¿a dónde vais, no? Entonces, bueno, por eso el nombre que tenemos no era que nos hubiese gustado, que era Polo Nacional de Contenidos Digitales, ¿no? Porque llamarle Polo de Videojuego y Realidad Virtual en aquella
aquel
época
momento.
no nos iba a llevar a ningún lugar, ¿no? Pero bueno, tiramos un poquillo para adelante y empezamos en esto del ámbito de los videojuegos. La ciudad sí que es verdad que traía una estrategia marcada y esto sí que es verdad que es importante, ¿no? Nosotros veníamos de una estrategia de Smart Cities, donde Málaga se posicionó como top 5 en
No.
Smart Cities a nivel mundial. Eso nos dio cierta visibilidad, eso hizo que empezasen a ponerse a Málaga un poco en el foco de la innovación y la tecnología, donde empezaron a traer esas empresas tecnológicas que ahora mismo dicen, oye, ¿por qué en Málaga está funcionando? ¿Por qué va Google? ¿Por qué va Decra o cualquier empresa tecnológica de nivel mundial? Bueno, pues no es una cosa...
Perdona, que
No
te
te preocupes,
interrumpa,
Marc,
pero
nada.
cualquier
Nos quedamos
duda,
aquí
tengo mi equipo en segunda fila, con lo cual os dejo en buenas manos.
Muchas gracias,
Rivera García,
Marc.
lo siento mucho.
No te
Venga.
preocupes. Gracias, Marc.
Decía eso, que eso nos dio bueno, pues empezamos a tener esa visibilidad y ese impacto un poco a nivel de ciudad y bueno, fuimos posicionándonos en el mapa, ¿no? Surgimos en 2017, te digo, llevamos 5 o 6 años, ya no sé cuántos, 5 o 6 años con este proyecto y teníamos ese ámbito nacional, ¿no? En la medida que podemos y una de las cosas que agradezco de bueno, a Gamelab y a vosotros, al Ministerio, Ayuntamiento de Madrid y Barcelona, de que nos pongan juntos de alguna vez, ¿no? Porque estamos como mucho a la mesa del videojuego,
Sí.
de algo un poquito más institucional, pero bueno, compartir experiencias, como decía Marc, son necesarias, ¿no? Hay que, igual que nosotros en su momento, María Jesús nos vino a conocer, nosotros le ayudamos, nosotros ayudamos a todo el mundo. Nosotros ahí utilizamos la frase que ya los más jóvenes no se acordarán, pero de la bola de cristal, ¿no? De solo no puedes, con amigos sí, ¿no? Entonces, cuantos más seamos en el sector, cuanto más seamos en ámbito nacional, más crecerá el sector, más potenciará y posicionará a España como consumidor, productor y desarrollador de videojuegos. Entonces, bueno, nosotros allá donde vamos contamos absolutamente todo lo que hacemos, no nos importa. ¿Por qué? Porque sí, porque cuanto más seamos, mejor, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, partiendo un poquito de esa estrategia que tuvo la ciudad, empezamos a sondear un poco qué había en la ciudad, ¿no? Y se empezó a ver un run-run de colectivos informales que se unían a través de meetups o de páginas muy verticalizadas y especializadas en unos nichos sobre videojuegos y demás. Y dijimos, bueno, vamos a empezar desde la administración a darle respuesta a sus necesidades. Nosotros empezamos con 600 metros cuadrados, ese fue nuestro primer polo digital. De ahí hemos pasado a 6.000 y ahora 12.000 metros cuadrados, ¿no? Como decía Marc, la rehabilitación, o sea, la rehabilitación del espacio donde pongas el hub es muy importante. Nosotros al final consideramos 3 o 4 elementos fundamentales, ¿no? Que es que sea un hub urbano, que esté en la ciudad, que no tengas que irte a 20 kilómetros a emprender o a formarte porque la gente joven no tiene coche o no quiere coche o no se han sacado el carnet de conducir. Estamos abiertos 24/7, 365, muy importante. Cuando tú vas a un hub y dices, ¿qué horario tienes? De 9 a 2 y los fines de semana no abro, pues sinceramente nosotros ahí temblamos bastante, ¿no? La facilidad se la damos 24 horas. A las 3, 4 de la mañana puede haber 40 o 50 personas desarrollando allí, pero a lo mejor sí que es verdad que no son muy madrugadores y a las 9 de la mañana no hay nadie, o a las 7 cuando entro yo no hay nadie. Pero bueno, le damos esa posibilidad, ¿no? Tienen ese acceso, ¿no? a las instalaciones. Verticalizado, que hablábamos antes, en nuestros 12.000 metros cuadrados solo hay proyectos, formación, eventos y cualquier otro tipo de relación del sector media y entretenimiento, videojuegos. O sea, las relaciones que puede haber diariamente son con gente de tu sector o que potencialmente pueda incorporarse en tu proyecto o tú incorporarte en el otro, crecer. Nosotros tenemos un problema, fíjate qué tontería, con los directorios. En su momento no eran digitales. Y, oye, que nos hemos cambiado de nombre, ahora no somos este estudio, nos hemos cambiado, pues nos hemos juntado con uno. Una locura.
Sí.
Todo el rato, constantemente se están cambiando. Pero esa sinergia es lo que nos gusta que haya en el polo digital, ¿no? ¿Qué hacemos en el polo digital? Hacemos emprendimiento, hacemos preincubación, incubación y aceleración de proyectos, hacemos formación. Lo que decía María Jesús, la formación de los jóvenes es fundamental. Nosotros podemos formar unos 5.000 chavales al año. Nos gustan más los ninis, estos que no estudian ni trabajan todavía, que están un poco perdidos, que con las luces de colores que tiene el polo digital, los Comecoco, los Darth Vader y todo, entran muy fácil, y a partir de ahí lo que les estamos dando es formación especializada en programación. Pueden entrar primero aprendiendo Unity, que al final es C, o Unreal, les entramos por ahí, ¿no? Ese es un poco el caramelo el que le hacemos engancharse con nosotros. A partir de ahí, tú estás formando un programador, es transversal a cualquier sector, ¿no? Ya puede ser luego para otra empresa del parque tecnológico, tener un parque tecnológico muy potente, y bueno, al final vamos incorporando a esos jóvenes a ese reskilling de la ciudadanía, ¿no? Málaga, como no somos ni Madrid ni Barcelona, pues bueno, era una ciudad de sol, playa y turismo. Ahora intentamos ser de tecnología, cultura y sol y playa. Eso también.
Que tampoco hay que perderlo.
Que tampoco hay que perderlo, ¿no? Pero todo ese reskilling y upskilling de la gente joven es fundamental, ¿no? Cada vez hay más empresas tecnológicas, cada vez demandan más perfiles, y nosotros queremos, como decía María Jesús, que los jóvenes se queden en nuestro territorio, ¿no? Y que esas propias empresas que cada vez más están incorporándose a la ciudad sean las propias que absorban ese talento, ¿no? Hacemos la formación, hacemos el emprendimiento, hacemos eventos, tendremos unos 170 eventos al año, prácticamente de cualquier tipo, en nuestra vertical, por eso en eso somos muy puristas. Viene una empresa y dice, yo quiero hacer esto, ¿es de videojuegos, de contenido digital? No, pues aquí no puedes estar. Y eso es complicado, mantener esa estrategia desde la administración pública es muy complicado, porque viene, oye, pues mira, yo quiero hacer, me acuerdo en su momento a Google le dijimos que no en 2017, porque ellos hacían otra cosa, ellos querían hacer economía digital y nosotros queríamos hacer contenidos digitales. Entonces, bueno, decirle eso a Google era complicado en aquella época. Y luego, bueno, pues te viene el típico, pues yo soy amigo del alcalde y tienes que lidiar, ¿no? Pero tienes que mantener muy bien la estrategia, porque si no la mantienes, al final te conviertes en una incubadora tradicional horizontal, donde puede haber un marmolista, un genetista, donde, bueno, tiene su funcionalidad, pero no el valor que nosotros creemos que hay con la especialización, ¿no? Y luego nosotros, como ayuntamiento, lo que hacemos es ponemos el marco de actuación, un poco. Tenemos la universidad, tenemos generadores de conocimiento con la universidad, tenemos un máster de desarrollo de videojuegos propio de la universidad, fuera de la universidad, tenemos el primer FP de videojuegos que hay en España, tenemos, ya te digo, unos 50-60 cursos de formación al año, todos gratuitos, todo más de 400 horas, porque menos de eso consideramos que no transforma absolutamente nada a la gente. ¿Qué más tenemos? Bueno, la parte de formación, lo que comentaba, tenemos la parte de equipamiento. Una de las cosas muy importantes es que todo el equipamiento que tenemos en el polo digital, y tenemos mucho, y tenemos lo último, es gratuito para todos los emprendedores, alumnos, investigadores o toda la ciudadanía que quiera. La ciudadanía de Málaga puede pedir algo para hacer, siempre, lógicamente, que vaya a hacer un proyecto relacionado con contenido digital, ¿no? Para grabar la comunión de su hijo, no, algunas no la cuelan, pero bueno, en principio no se lo dejamos. Y bueno, con todo eso nosotros poniendo ese marco, vamos a llamarnos, somos los dinamizadores de ese ecosistema, pues va funcionando un poquito todo, engranando, ¿no? Y después ya de este tiempo, ya te digo, pueden haber pasado esos 300 proyectos, más de 5.000 alumnos, un montón de actividades que ya la propia inercia del centro va trabajando. Y hablabas del polo esfera. Pues ¿qué hacemos? Pues como ya hemos aprendido y nos hemos dado tantos golpes en la vida, pues vamos a ayudar a otros territorios. Entonces hemos salido pues desde a Barranquilla, Colombia, que hemos montado allí en el Caribe un polo digital, estamos en ello, pues a otros territorios como Torrelodones, Jaén, Córdoba, Santa Cruz, que nos van pidiendo asesoramiento para que apoyemos, y ahí vamos nosotros a contarlo todo. Entonces, bueno, eso que...
Esa labor de coordinación y de conexión, al final de compartir.
Claro, de compartir y sobre todo decir, no, por aquí no vayas, o creemos que no debes ir.
Nosotros fuimos, nos equivocamos.
Nosotros fuimos y nos dimos una castaña buena. Entonces, poquito a poco vamos avanzando en eso, y ya te digo, para nosotros cuanto más agentes haya cuanto más players en la pantalla, mucho mejor.
Sí, ese es un poco el planteamiento que tiene el hub del audiovisual y el videojuego. O sea, es convertir al país en un referente internacional, porque no... Necesitamos que las ciudades, las regiones impulsen para ser, pero a nivel mundial, si tú quieres ser un player a nivel internacional, tienes que jugar como país. Y cuantos más focos tengamos, por eso creemos que es muy, muy importante la labor de colaboración y de conexión que hacéis, también los intercambios, que son muy, muy enriquecedores. Y comentabas la parte de reskilling, upskilling. No sé si habéis tenido oportunidad de hablar de la inteligencia artificial, yo es un tema que sale todos los días de mi vida, en donde no va a ser solo para jóvenes. O sea, los videojuegos ofrecen también un marco laboral para cualquiera y tiene una posibilidad de crecimiento y de verdad que es muy, muy alta. Y nosotros es que desde el Ministerio de Cultura estamos muy, muy convencidos, por eso apoyamos con líneas de ayuda, colaborando, eventos, encuentros, porque de verdad que creemos que el futuro y el futuro de las industrias creativas y culturales pasa desde luego por el sector de los videojuegos. No me quito yo del medio porque los protagonistas sois vosotros. Voy a abrir un turno de preguntas, no sé si alguien tiene, porque si no, tengo yo preguntas, muchas diré, pero si alguien quiere hacer una pregunta, porque como si no me comeré el tiempo, que no sean difíciles.
Bueno, me parece a mí que sí, me parece que sí.
Hola. Ahora sí.
Ahora sí.
No es una pregunta difícil en absoluto, ni siquiera es una pregunta. Lo primero, remarcar otra vez, como os decía antes, que me encanta la foto, que me encanta que aquí en Barcelona, en Gamelab, se produzca, ¿no?, este intercambio y esta, ¿no?, declaración de intenciones, esta comunión entre tres proyectos que son muy importantes para el país y que además, y ahí viene mi comentario, creo que estamos ante una oportunidad que tiene España muy buena a nivel europeo, a nivel global, que siempre veo, ¿no?, las comparativas entre un sitio, entre otro, dentro de España, y que creo que, como dije ayer en la cena que tuvimos, en la cena institucional que tuvimos, creo que tenemos que elevar un poco la ambición como país. En ese sentido, ahora van a ocurrir cosas también, Carmen, que yo no sé cuándo tú las compartirás, pero van a ocurrir cosas importantes, ¿no? Y creo que Europa está empezando a mirar hacia España con una visión que nosotros no somos todavía conscientes. O sea, Europa hay huecos para liderar este sector en Europa. Y no tenemos que pedir permiso ni esperar a que lo hagan en un Reino Unido, una industria, ¿no?, muy potente, muy antigua como la de Reino Unido, que ya con el Brexit queda fuera de Europa, o no tenemos que esperar a Finlandia, no tenemos que esperar a Alemania a que nos diga las cosas, porque ellos mismos están viendo el potencial que tiene España en este sector y creo que lo tenemos que aprovechar y tenemos que atrevernos a liderar. Y en ese sentido, seguro lo que vas a contar tú después marca también un antes y un después. Creo que es muy importante.
Totalmente de acuerdo. O sea, es un poco lo que os planteaba. Al final, la competencia no es a nivel nacional. El mercado de los videojuegos lejos está de ser una cosa nacional y no tiene sentido plantearlo ya a nivel desde instituciones desde esa perspectiva. Nosotros como país hemos hecho una apuesta muy fuerte por las industrias creativas y culturales en general y en particular por el audiovisual y el videojuego. O sea, creemos que somos, precisamente como decía Iván, un referente a nivel internacional y no somos conscientes de los referentes que somos. Entonces, nosotros aprovechando ahora que asumimos la presidencia de la Unión Europea en 2 días, y ahí ya mi vida se descontrola, una de las cosas que queremos poner encima de la mesa es hablar de videojuegos a nivel de ministros europeos, que eso ocupe un espacio en la agenda política y lo primero que vamos a hacer es unas conferencias en Tenerife los próximos días 12 y 13, unas conferencias internacionales, trayendo agentes europeos y no europeos también, para debatir cuál es el estado de situación y qué hacemos para impulsar a la industria. Yo creo personalmente que en el caso de España estamos en una situación privilegiada. Nuestros creadores, no solo por la parte de consumidores, que España es un país fuertemente consumidor de videojuegos, sino también desde el punto de vista de creadores. Lo que pasa es que nuestro sector es poco maduro. Por eso, iniciativas de incubación, aceleración, incubación muy bien, pero sobre todo aceleración. Necesitamos que las empresas dejen de ser microempresas y que pasen ya a la fase de pequeñas y medianas empresas, que compitamos a nivel internacional. Que esa es la parte en la que tenemos que trabajar más. Nosotros además hemos sacado una línea para capacitaciones empresariales, entendiendo que la parte creativa la tenemos muy bien. La parte empresarial es la que nos está costando más. Y ese es un poco el planteamiento que creo que es compartido por todas las instituciones, por eso no sé cómo lo ven desde Cataluña, que se ha ido Marc, pero de cara a impulsar al sector, al audiovisual en general y en particular al videojuego, ese es un poco el el camino, porque las capacidades sectoriales, por decirlo de alguna manera, esas están en primer nivel. Yo recuerdo, y esto es una anécdota, una conversación que tuve con uno de los directivos de Nintendo y me dijo, es que el nivel de creatividad en España es muy bueno y encima no es tan caro como producir en Reino Unido, porque efectivamente los costes en Reino Unido son muchísimo más caros. Entonces yo pensé, bueno, pues trae más. O sea, invierte más. Entonces, es ese equilibrio entre que nuestras empresas sigan creciendo, que se conviertan en pequeñas y medianas empresas que tengan posiciones a nivel internacional y al mismo tiempo atraer inversión. Es un poco como lo vemos desde el Ministerio. Iván, ¿es esto lo que querías que contara?
Sí, bueno, yo quería que se viese, ¿no?, que es una cuestión ya de Estado.
Sí.
¿no?
O sea,
Estamos hablando de que se aprovecha la presidencia europea, que esto es muy significativo, y que es España la que pone realmente al videojuego en el mapa. Déjame comentar también que todo esto también tiene una semilla en un proyecto que Iván García del Blanco, y conmigo también involucrado, de hecho el título es, quien me conoce sabe que es obra personal, pero se llama Understanding the European Gaming Society, que es una iniciativa española en Europa que crea movimiento y que crea un foro de encuentro y un diálogo alrededor del videojuego como sector estratégico para Europa. Y es España quien posiciona ese mensaje, esa iniciativa en Europa y quien lidera esto aprovechando la presidencia europea. A mí eso me parece súper significativo y además creo que es ahí donde tenemos que tener la ambición. No esperar a que nadie lidere, podemos liderar nosotros esto.
Sí, ese es un poco el planteamiento que hacemos. Como me imagino que voy mal de tiempo, tengo 15 minutos. ¿O tengo uno?
Terminamos a la 1, pero... No,
bueno,
pero
tengo uno. No tengo 15.
De lo que decías, Carmen, hace un momento, yo estoy absolutamente de acuerdo. Más aceleración, más aceleración. Nosotros estamos poniendo el foco en eso. O sea, creemos que cuando elegimos las empresas que apuestan por venir a un programa de emprendimiento, creo que hay que poner el foco en el CEO y en el equipo.
Sí.
Nosotros, dentro de las 30 empresas que tenemos ahora mismo, en el primer programa, estamos aprendiendo mucho en el primer programa, el segundo será distinto, hay 6 o 7 que están en aceleración y que son absolutamente top. Han sacado ya varios videojuegos, pero es el equipo el que hay que... el negocio, el que quiere ser una empresa. Es que si tienes una idea solo, harás un videojuego, pero no harás 7 videojuegos.
Eso es.
Entonces, yo creo que nos lo tenemos que creer. Es que yo creo que nos lo tenemos que creer. Lo ha dicho Iván y tú. Es que yo creo que nos lo tenemos que creer, pero creer no significa... Hay gente que me viene todos los días a decir que por qué no traemos a gente que nos venga a comprar empresas.
No.
Yo como país no lo veo.
No queremos que
o sea,
nos
yo como
compren.
país creo que tenemos los ingredientes para ser nosotros los que compremos.
Eso es.
O sea, es que tenemos que tener una ambición. Creo que tenemos que tener un paso adelante. Creo que tenemos que ir unidos para posicionarnos, pero como país, porque creo que tenemos los recursos, las capacidades y no creo que tengamos que ir... diciendo, bueno, pues
pidiendo perdón, que parece un poco que
traernos a gente que nos tiene que comprar, porque preferimos vender lo que tenemos a unirnos con otros quizás y hacer algo más grande, ¿no? Y yo creo que ahí es lo que nos falta, pienso.
Sí, yo creo que ese es un poco el trabajo por parte de las instituciones públicas, en lo que tenemos que trabajar, más allá de los programas que estamos llevando a cabo, que además funcionan. Y esa es la razón por la que el Polo hace aceleración, Madrid hace aceleración, Cataluña hará aceleración, nosotros apoyamos programas de aceleración en todas las comunidades autónomas. Eso es lo que funciona. Pero tenemos la parte de concienciación, de crear los espacios de debate. Por eso encuentros como Gamelab son tan importantes, porque es necesario la parte de vertebración del sector. Que ocupe el espacio, que, como decía María Ángeles, dé un paso adelante y esta es la industria española. Y eso poco a poco lo vamos haciendo, pero es importante como el apoyo institucional y que cada vez tengamos más presencia fuera y presencia internacional aquí.
Fíjate, Carmen, que cuando yo en su momento hicimos un benchmarking un poco a nivel mundial de regiones verticalizadas, se daban 4 elementos en todas, te hablo de Vancouver, Nueva York, París, Flandes, era la formación y el talento, estaba el apoyo institucional, que aquí lo hay, la calidad de vida, fundamental, y luego faltaban los incentivos fiscales, que es lo que nos queda. Que eso ya
Estamos en ello.
Es una pelea.
Pues eso te lo dejamos a ti, Carmen.
Eso es
lo de los incentivos fiscales te lo dejamos a ti.
Pero vosotros, por lo menos. O sea,
los incentivos fiscales, bueno, había un programa, estaba en el Congreso para aprobarse.
Ya.
Yo no tengo la culpa.
Lleva ya tiempo, no.
Pero sí, esa es una de las prioridades.
Fundamentales. Y, por supuesto, vosotros la ayuda que habéis sacado este año ha sido muy interesante para todos los estudios. En nuestro caso, 750.000 euros es como la lotería, ¿no? Se han quedado en el polo digital de proyectos de videojuegos, que ayuda muchísimo, porque ese salto de el indie más pequeñito, la empresa que todavía, o los colegas que están juntos, hacer un proyecto ya con una financiación, también ayuda mucho. Entonces, yo, oye, chapo por el ministerio, sé que estáis trabajando mucho tiempo en esto y muy intenso. Yo trabajo, he estado con todo tu equipo y vamos, que por ahí yo creo que hay que seguir también.
Sí, no, y de hecho, esa línea ha funcionado muy bien. Como dice María Jesús, aprendemos también mucho. Era la primera convocatoria, sacaremos una segunda y trataremos de perfeccionar pues, aquellos fallos que... Tampoco los considero fallos, sinceramente, pero cosas que hemos encontrado, aspectos de mejora que podemos asumir. Sacaremos también una línea para apoyo a la internacionalización, por lo que os decía, porque es importante ocupar los espacios. Entonces,
nosotros estamos, por ejemplo, yendo a todas las ferias internacionales. Siempre que Valices vamos al pabellón de España, la verdad, porque nos facilita muchísimo. Hemos estado en la Feria de San Francisco, en la Alemania, volvemos a Gamescom este año, hemos estado en Suecia, hemos estado en Croacia, vamos a ir a Tokio y creo que es muy importante. Creo que es muy importante el ecosistema español que se conozca en el mundo, pero con presencia.
Sí.
No solamente mandando mensajes. Creo que la presencia es muy importante. Llevar estudios que ya estén al borde de tener éxito o que lo tengan ya y demostrar el talento que tenemos. Yo creo que es muy importante.
Pues creo que no me dejan ni que digáis una frase. Vamos como tarde todo el rato. Una frase, pero tenéis 10 segundos cada uno.
Eso.
Que creo que nos merecemos como país estar ahí. Creo que tenemos que apoyarnos todos para estarlo y creo que es un reto que nuestros jóvenes se merecen.
Yo sigo apostando por lo viejuno, de que solo no puedes con amigos, sí. Me parece fundamental la cooperación a nivel nacional. Entre todas las administraciones, proyectos, hubs, emprendimiento, eventos, todo tiene que estar conectado para ser cada vez más fuertes.
Pues yo acabar animando a todo el mundo a seguir trabajando por este proyecto de país que tenemos, que contáis con la ayuda siempre del Ministerio, que gracias y que es un placer pasar estos ratos con vosotros. Nada más, muchas gracias. Gracias a vosotros.
Gracias, Carmen.
All right, hello everybody. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes, buena tarde. Well, first of all, just want to say thank you to the organization for this wonderful event and for helping us all be here and talk about graphics this afternoon. We're super excited to be here. Welcome as well to our panel. We're going to be talking about graphics after lunch. I know it's going to be a little tough, but hopefully you had some coffee and you got some good food. And yeah, I wanted to start by going around and going through the bios of each of our panelists. They have great careers, and I want you to meet them and to know more about their background before we go into the topic of how graphics impact film and games and how the technology is crossing that boundary. So first of all, welcome Luisa Bremner. She's an independent virtual production supervisor and consultant, and has worked on films and TV series such as House of the Dragon, Matrix 4, Death on the Nile, and Disney's Pinocchio. She's been supervising some of the biggest virtual production stages in Europe. Luisa's background lies between the study of traditional film and TV production and real-time technologies, where she started using Unreal Engine around 13 years ago, originally for developing games. She also has a PhD focusing on usability. Where she created accessible augmented reality games for social benefit using Unreal Engine. The convergence between this professional interest in recent years due to the technological advancements means that she now applies her expertise in all these areas to the domain which we know now as virtual production. Juan is Director of Graphics Engineering at Epic Games, where he leads rendering development in the Unreal Engine engineering team. Before, Juan was head of visualization division at Next Limit Technologies, where he led the Maxwell render team for more than 10 years. He was also a teacher of data visualization and big data at IE Business School. And on my left, Manuel, with a bachelor in computer engineering and his 20 years of professional experience. He has worked as a computer engineer, multimedia artist, and web developer. Manuel started in the VFX industry in 2003 at Next Limit. And after that, he has been a project manager at La Lettre Z. And in 2007, he set up his own company, Haute Mood. Since joining El Ranchito team in 2015, as a FX supervisor, Manuel is currently the director of the studio, managing and coordinating the 3D, 2D areas, FX, pipeline, and R&D. He's optimistic, intuitive, creative, analytical, and conciliatory. Manuel has demonstrated his talent in projects such as Game of Thrones, A Monster Calls, and C. And I guess myself, I'm Paul Jeremias, and I'm going to be moderating this conversation. My background is in computer graphics as well. I worked for Lucasfilm, making games for many years, then making the same kind of technology but for film at Pixar, and now at Netflix. So, with all that background, let's start the conversation. So I usually, when talking about the future, I like to look back at how we got here, and I figure we would start talking about the past and about how computer graphics started in filmmaking. And for that, I was going to start with Manuel. Can you paint the picture of how computer graphics started and where it went after?
Hi.
I have been like in the industry for 20 years right now, something like this. The evolution in filming is somehow more or less the same that is happening in gaming. I mean, at the very beginning, we have to tweak a lot of things. I remember like trying to replicate soft lights and soft shadows using arrays of spotlights or a spot of so it's the evolution we have lived since 3 years ago until now. It goes in parallel to the things that are happening right now in games and filming industry. I mean, if I have to say one thing as a resume, it's like nowadays the things are more direct. I mean, now we have path tracing, we have real light behavior, and something we didn't have 20 years ago when we used raster. I started with 3ds Max using scanline, more or less. Basically, we have to tweak almost everything. If you want to make an absorption in a material, you need to tweak it with gradients, with the position of the light, with the position of the camera, and stuff like that. Something very similar to what you are doing right now in games. But now, you don't need all of that. You have all the BSDF materials. You have path tracing, like the development that Juan did at Maxwell. And nowadays, it's very strange to find a studio in VFX that is not using Arnold or RenderMan or a render engine that is already using really complex light equations to calculate the light. Now, we are not only rendering, we are simulating the light conditions. So,
would you say it has simplified
it has simplified somehow, because you need to tweak less things, but in the other part, perhaps the part that the render part that reach composition, perhaps sometimes it's more complicated because you have much more render elements to deal with. Of course, render times always takes a lot. It doesn't matter if 20 years ago until now, you are always going to go to born a machine.
Right.
So, but yes, I will say that setting up the scenes right now it's simpler than 20 years ago, because we also have more standards. Nowadays, all the shading techniques are almost the same in every platform, even in real-time engines are very similar. That's good. And yeah, I will say that it's at least the artistic part of the setup is easier.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And Luisa, would you mind telling us a little bit about the part of the that connects filmmaking and real-time technologies as well?
Yeah, of course. So the use of games engines in film goes back to at least sort of the mid to late 2000s. Early on in the process, it was more about visualization, because the quality you were getting from games engines wasn't really up to the standards of photorealism that you needed in film. So they were used, for example, in Avatar, the first Avatar film, as more of like a live pre-visualization with a screen, which they called simulcam. And that went on for a very long time, until probably the last 5 or 6 years, when the graphics finally became good enough to use for actual film production. So the famous examples are The Mandalorian. So they used virtual production, so essentially filming on big LED screens in camera, using Unreal Engine. And there's also other examples. Many shows have used that since, and obviously the quality is constantly improving. So now you're seeing a lot of film studios actually develop these real-time departments where they're having to integrate traditional game workflows, stuff like source control and perforce, where they operate almost as if they were a game studio, but they're producing content for film. And then you've got, for example, in The Matrix 4, they actually rendered at least one scene finals in Unreal Engine. So it even can be used for straight, passable into a film.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll talk a little bit about the future. Before, I wanted to maybe ask Juan about the history of computer graphics when it comes to video games and how that has evolved, and maybe how that even intersects with the history of filmmaking.
Yep. The history of video games is older than what a lot of people think. It starts in the 50s and 60s with experiments with just dots on a screen. So I will skip that. But the history of how games and film are converging is shorter. they have to solve similar problems. They need to put cool stuff on the screen. In some cases, it's for creating interactive experiences. In other cases, it's to create some linear content, some pre-cooked story that you just watch. But they have different constraints, and that was the main source of divergence. On film, you have a predefined quality bar that you want to meet, and you want to render as fast as possible. On games, it's the opposite. You have a predefined frame rate you need to render at real time, and then you push the quality bar as much as you can. In one case is render times, and the other case is quality. So that was difficult to solve for a long time, but there's been a few events, especially in the last 15 years, that made it possible that those worlds come together. Hardware developed by NVIDIA and AMD became extremely powerful. That's the number one reason. NVIDIA is one of the most successful companies now in the world, but it was not like that 15 years ago. They deliver an insane amount of chips that make it super fast to render pixels. And so you can achieve an incredible amount of quality in real time. That's reason number one. There is another reason, which is that at some point, we had this, what we call physically based rendering wave, where people started to create things that were supposed to mimic real life. You didn't create materials just doing hacks, as Manuel said, but you started creating materials that were trying to emulate how nature works and how light works. And that made it possible to build some bridges between film and games. And then after that, just a few years ago, NVIDIA and AMD, especially NVIDIA, they were the first ones. They started releasing hardware that can accelerate ray tracing through special ray tracing chips that compute like ray triangle intersection super fast. And that was like the last gap that they had to be filled in order to start creating photorealistic experiences in real time. So the history is very long, but the most important, the watershed moments, so all of them happened in the last 10 years.
Let me ask maybe a question that I kind of know the answer, but I'm wondering, so Manu, I watch a show, a TV show or a movie, and then I play a game. Why are they different? Like, are they different visually in any way, or should I expect them to be
they are different.
the same?
Yeah, the main reason is what Juan has said. Perhaps in video game industry, you have like a FPS you need to meet, so the quality has a ceiling. In VFX, it's not like that. I mean, you can throw a render who lasts like 24 hours. Mm-hmm. It's okay. If the frame looks right, 24 hours, okay, it's a lot, but it's worth it.
What are some of those key differences that I can observe in a film, for example, that I'm not going to see in like the highest quality game that I can see today?
I don't know, perhaps the micro displacement techniques, the size of the textures, the anti-aliasing. There are a lot of really tiny things that your eyes it's like the uncanny valley. Perhaps you can do a very, very well-done character, but it doesn't fit exactly what you expect. It's going to generate in you like a weird feeling. That's with making humans, I mean. Well, it's the same. We are a species that is really meant for viewing. Our interaction with the media is an electrogradient of our eyes, our ears, and so we are very, very good at finding really tiny detail, even if you don't notice. That's why I think even very small glitches in the animation or in the fluidity or in the light, how the shadows are casting, all that stuff is going to your brain, and if it's not completely accurate, it's going to jump. I mean, one of the biggest and most difficult part of my part of the industry, I mean the VFX, is to make that line blur. And I mean, at the Ranchito, we are very old school. We are very good integrating CG stuff into real footage, and that's a very difficult thing to do because you have to be very good, like as I have said, blurring these thin lines between what is CG and what not. And I think video games are not there yet, but are really, really close.
Juan, what do you think?
Yeah, I fully agree with what Manu said. In terms of when they are getting there or not, there's other barriers that have nothing to do with, well, have less to do with the rendering side of things. One of them is that if they represent data in a completely different way, you have different assets for game and for film, and that makes it impossible to have an unified pipeline. and that is the source of many divergences, right? So now that material representation is a bit similar, and now that texture resolution, as you said, other things are started to converge, it's easier for someone to prepare a project where the same assets are valid for game and film. Mm-hmm. There's also another factor, which is knowledge transfer. Like from my personal experience, I don't know if this is true, but it's my personal experience. Film and game were very far away 20 years ago, but now there is a huge transfer of professionals from one place to the other. I was working on film, and now I'm working on game. You work on Pixar and on ILM for games, and then real-time graphics. That's also really important, because in the past there were completely separate worlds with different ideas and different everything. And now that they are together, at Epic we have a lot of people from Pixar, ILM, from Disney, from lots of places. They bring a lot of ideas from film to real-time graphics, and people from real-time graphics bring a lot of ideas to film. And what is happening is pretty cool. I thought that 10 years ago that everything was kind of invented, and it was just a matter of waiting for new, faster hardware. But when games people started thinking about how to accelerate offline render problems, they came out with really phenomenal new ideas, and this is happening now. So yeah, I'm optimistic about both things converging.
Right. So Luisa, how do you think the game technology transfer to film is helping filmmaking? You mentioned virtual production. Maybe tell us a little bit more about how that technology enables. What is it enabling, really?
So obviously. One of the limitations of sort of early VFX is that it was a very slow process, so you have to wait a long time for the renders to finish. So a lot of those people would see game artists working and think, wow, this is incredible. How fast people are working, what they can see. And I think that's, being able to use some of that speed in the filmmaking process really helps creativity and helps people to to iterate faster and make better creative decisions. I think it's a lot to do with workflow and the way that people are actually responding in the film industry to this kind of technology, which to them, as you were saying, the meshes can be quite different. And you have to think about things a different way. So in film, you might be just making things for a certain shot. So whereas in games, you would make the whole environment. Yeah. So it enables you to actually say, well, instead of shooting in this direction, you can change your mind quite easily, instead of breaking a load of things that are only made for kind of one perspective.
Yeah, I'm agree. Perhaps that is one of the big differences, that we work with fixed shots. I mean, and it's very common to have VFX supervisors that are, I'm sorry for the word, very pixel fuckers. They like to make a 1000% zoom and say, okay, I don't like how these two pixels are relating. So that is something that I'm assuming that in real time it's not happening yet. But it's one of the toughest part of VFX is QC, is quality control. It's like going to an exam. It's going to take your shot and it's going to see that the grain is matching, the grain between the CG part and the real part, that you have aberration of the border, the vignetting, the color offset. All those things are going to be really, really examined. And I'm assuming that is something in real time is not happening.
Not so much, but I think that as well, in traditional VFX, there's a bit of cheating. Something doesn't look good, you just, you pull it this way because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but that's the trick. You need to be good at cheating.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
We are not making things 100% physically real. We assume that. But
so it's definitely a change in mindset.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot of cheating in games as well, but it's different. It's a different kind of cheating. The camera is not fixed. You cannot make cheats that fail if you just move the camera.
Tell us what kind of cheats are you thinking about?
All kind of sprites or things that are always looking at you, and they don't have volume. They are not really 3D meshes, but they're just 2D images. These kind of things. They also work.
As a fixed supervisor, I don't want to go back to the sprites, please. I prefer standalone particles. Yes. Every particle is only a dot, not a huge.
In games, there's a lot of cheats. There's a lot of cooling, and you just render what's in camera. And in VFX, typically, you don't need to do that. If render time is not constrained, maybe you have a tree that is out of a camera view, but is casting shadows, and you remove that. You could that in a game because it's just too expensive to render things that are out of camera, but you don't do that on camera.
Well, it depends.
It depends, yeah.
We used to have like low-res geometry just to cast shadows and stuff like that, so it's not very different.
No, it's not. In fact, I think that we will talk less and less about the separation between games and movies and more about working in real time or working in offline, because there will be always ways to crank up all the quality knobs and make something that is fast, make it slow. You can always crank up, add more particles or add more resolution, final output resolution, or you can add more complexity, and things will get to a point where they will not be real time anymore. But now, when you have a real time pipeline and an offline pipeline, they are completely different. They have different tools and even different mindsets. My dream somehow, and I think this is where the industry is going, is that you will use the same set of tools for both things, and when you need more quality, you just dial things towards quality, and when you need real time, you make things simpler. That's where I think things are converting.
But we have already talked about this a lot of times. But don't you think there is a limit when you reach the heavy effects part of the business, like thousands of hundreds of particles, big RBDs, extremely huge creatures? Do you think that real time is ever going to reach that level of detail?
I don't know. I got surprised. So maybe I agree with you that maybe the answer is no. But I got surprised a bunch of times in my career with things that felt like magic, even for me, that I was into that and I had deep knowledge on the technology. Like right now we have denoisers that can clean an image with just one sample per pixel. That's like crazy magic. And maybe the Nanite, and it's not because this is part of Unreal Engine, but Nanite is a little bit like magic. You can render billions and billions of polygons and millions of instances in real time in ways that look like magic in the past. So maybe there will be ways to deal with that in real time in the future. But there will be always a way to add even more complexity. There's a lot of things we don't solve yet. We cannot render an entire planet with the resolution you see when you're out there. You can render diffraction or like volumetric caustics or things that are completely out of the scope, even for offline rendering. So there's still a lot of work to do, and making that in real time will take decades, probably. Probably. I have no idea, really.
Yeah. I guess one good example of what you just said that you probably 5 years ago wouldn't have thought was the like real-time muscle deformers and simulations. That's obviously you have that now in Unreal Engine, so that's something that for film makes a digital character look very realistic, and now you can actually have that in real time.
Sure. It's starting to feel like even the initial question I was asking about the difference, if you can list the differences between games and films, just from a technical standpoint. It's kind of like a bullet point list, and slowly like we're crossing some of the different factors. I think the crowds, maybe it's more complicated and effects and stuff like that to do it at scale, but it seems like some of those things are slowly but surely being ticked off of some list at Epic or Unity.
A very good example is the movie Final Fantasy. I don't remember the year.
2001.
2001. I mean, when we saw that movie in theaters, we saw, wow, we can go further than that. And now you can perfectly do that in a video console. So
yes. Yeah, that's an exercise I do myself all the time when I watch a movie, trying to predict when it will be able to be rendered in real time.
What is your prediction for Avatar 2?
Avatar 2 or Avatar 1?
No, 2. with what?
Maybe 15 years, 10 years?
15 years, you think?
I don't know. But if I think, what is the most complex movie we can render now with Unreal Engine?
That's a good one.
In real time? Maybe Toy Story 3, 4? Maybe first Avatar?
I don't think Toy Story 4 will be.
Maybe Toy Story 3, I'm just speculating.
It's very ambitious. I mean, maybe.
Yeah, it really depends on how much work you put there. Because it's not like, oh yeah, just put these assets here and everything works. Real time.
Then you are falling into my world.
Yeah.
Real time world is you throw the assets and everything works perfectly. No,
real time doesn't mean that things work out of the box and you just click a button and it's like a game. It still needs a lot of prep work. And that's another big part of what needs to be improved, that things just work. And we are still far away from things that just work.
Yeah.
Which is not necessarily a bad thing, because that creates professionals. Like people get
That's
experts in the tool and
exactly,
they get jobs. If everything is as easy as using
Monkey could do
TikTok,
it.
then there will be no professional VFX people, and that will be a separate problem. That will be a big one. So,
So maybe speaking of jobs, there's a good moment to talk about AI. And so in gaming and in film, we've already seen uses of AI for many, many years. DLSS, denoisers, usually they land towards the end of the pipeline, and now more recently, some of the generative AI tools that allow you to generate meshes and so on. Just kind of wondering if we can talk a little bit about would you think is that line, like right now, the line kind of lies at the very end of the pipeline in like almost like 2D, right? Like where's that line going to go in the next few years? And how much of that generative AI is going to start being used for film and for games? And wonder if you had any thoughts?
Yeah, perhaps I like to think that the AI is going to be like a layer in between real-time and offline rendering. And you have an example of some guys takes footage from GTA 5 and using a gun, convolution is the name?
Convolution.
They convert it into something very, very close to reality.
Right.
And I think it's a good place, the AI, to work in.
So where is that line then between what you create and what the machine is generating for you?
Yeah, you can create something in real time which is not perfectly believable to your eyes, and then the layer of AI takes it and converts it in something that it's like recorded by a camera.
I'm trying to picture that. So it would be some sort of like boxes almost that then become like a city. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think I saw like a GTA demo where
Yeah,
it did exactly that. So yeah, I mean, it's very possible.
But they use footage from Germany, so the GTA, which is in Los Santos, which is LA, then suddenly looks like somewhere in Germany. So it was nice, but it was really realistic, which is the important thing. It desaturates all the textures, it blurred things where they should be blurred, and it was great. So I think it's could be a nice place to have it.
I like the idea of having kind of, say you create a big data set of something like, like spaceships, and then you can essentially use that to generate lots more variants. I think that's quite an interesting use to speed up kind of artist workflows. And then obviously I think there's things like the muscle simulations that you can use. Again, data sets to try and make things possible in real time that wouldn't have been otherwise.
Yeah, I find it hard to predict where things are going with AI. I clearly see how useful it is in some aspects of the pipeline, like aging or unaging characters, or mocap, or denoising. Yeah, I think it's going to make a huge difference in asset creation and making easier the process to go from what you have in your mind to what is there on a 3D asset or a 2D asset. But the thing with AI is that this is not a linear process. Things are not improving at a constant rate. And I don't think that a lot of people get that. Like so when, for instance, Midjourney started generating good pictures, some people said, it's going to take another 2 or 3 years until we have the same thing for 3D assets. Maybe it was a couple of months. And then they say, it's going to take another 6 months to get good UVs. And maybe it was just 5 days. And then the next improvement is 1 day, or even hours, or even milliseconds in the future. The thing with AI is that it's not linear, and humans, we are very bad at predicting systems that are not linear. So it's an exponential thing that we still don't know where we are in the curve. It's not what we are used to have. It's new for all of us. Sounds very exciting. But at the same time, I understand this feeling of trying to control and think twice on where things are going. But I definitely see this being a game changer across many parts of the content creation pipeline.
I'll switch to a more, maybe a lighter topic. So the dream of, and still an intersection of gaming and film, for many years, companies have tried to explore transmedia and intellectual properties that crosses boundaries of one specific media. With the advances of technologies over the last 10 years, you were mentioning nanite and others. I wonder how close are we from facilitating that dream of transmedia that's been tried over and over and over to see more and more intellectual properties that cross those boundaries? Can we reuse those assets? Can we accelerate the content creation so it becomes also more attainable to actually make those films based on the game or the game based on the film and so on and so on? I'm not sure if anybody had thoughts on transmedia.
Yeah, I think the more that we get into, communication between the film industry, games, that cross-transfer of knowledge, the more that we'll be able to come into a similar place where the technologies will be close enough that we can start transferring things. I think at the moment there is a lot of experimentation with that, but in practice, I think there are still challenges because there are certain things that don't cross, softwares and don't cross nicely. Something that I always have issues with is, when I receive rigs from films, don't always work in real time.
Yeah.
So I think until we solve those problems and things can just cross natively, then we've got some issues.
Aside from rig standardization, which it's definitely a very difficult topic, is there anything else out there that is also difficult to...
So going from games and then going into film, USD is a huge thing in the film industry, and I think it's a very powerful tool to use. And now, sort of in the last 5-6 years, Unreal Engine have started supporting that. And I think that could be the sort of tool that helped us cross those bridges, because it's not, it's not exclusive to one data format.
Yeah, we are all hoping for that, like having a standard for everything. It would be great.
There's already a lot of transmedia out there. Again, I don't want to sound Marketingian, but Fortnite is a good example of Ferrari showcase a car inside the game. There's been concerts from pop stars like Ariana Grande or inside the game, and we are merging the limits between music and games and film. Christopher Nolan showcased a 10th movie inside Fortnite as well. So things are happening, and having an assets unification is key to make that process smooth. Things like nanite, or the ability, I just don't want to say nanite, the ability to render in real time at the same resolution, the same mesh resolution that you use in film, that makes a big difference, because you don't need to create a separate asset for making this showcase inside Fortnite or inside a real-time application. You can still use the same pipeline, and that's happening already. It has to be way better, as Luis has said. Games are still not fully using USD, but we are getting there. We have a lot of people working on that problem, so hopefully it's a matter of time.
I think we've been talking about USD, but maybe maybe you, Luisa, can describe a little bit what it is, or maybe people are not familiar with it.
Do you want to go for that one?
Sure. USD means universal scene description. It's a way to describe a scene that is platform agnostic, and ideally every platform could understand it. I think it was developed at Pixar. Maybe you were working at Pixar at that time? Well, the dream is that you don't have different scene formats for each platform. You just have this one, and you can move easily from Unreal Engine to Unity to Maya to whatever, and things will just show up. And it's not just geometry or materials; it's also behaviors. If you have rigging, or if you have scripts, or if you have like more, you can add more complex information inside USD than just triangles or material descriptions. You can go really wild there. So yeah, the industry is trying to create a standard there that will make that dream true. Did I explain it well?
I think so. Okay. I think so. I was actually going to dig a little bit deeper on that and ask about, I think the role of USD and the film industry is clear, and visual effects and animation and so on. I am kind of wondering though, like the what the role will be of that technology as it transfers to gaming. And I'm not sure if you have thoughts on that, as Unreal Engine has some already USD support.
If we have, I mean, we support USD, but it's more like an import thing. And then we have to convert it to an internal representation that, because it's real time, we need it to make it very friendly with the hardware we are running it. We need to, at the end, what makes things slower is the data transfers, and we need to have things in the RAID data layout that make things fast, and that's why it needs some internal conversions, but we support it. You can just import an USD and have fun and see the same that you see in Maya, and there's a lot of bridge live links now between Unreal and Maya and Unreal and Rhino and CAD platforms and whatever, and you can tweak something in one platform and you see in real time the changes reflected in the other one. Those things were magic 15 years ago, so I think that's another good step in the right direction.
For sure, yeah, that exchange of data between...
Do you mind if I throw a question? It's about transmedia.
Yep.
Do you think we will ever have something like a movie with not a fixed point of view? Like, where you can place the camera wherever you want? I mean, it's like basically killing the cinematography.
Yeah,
like,
I think so.
having a scene is when you can be wherever you want to be. So, do you think that it's something that someone is going to explore?
It's like a ghost watching a movie or something like that? You're the ghost?
It's like mixing theater and cinema, but you can get up from your chair and put you into the...
Weren't there some experiments in the VR space early on? I believe there were some people exploring that.
Yeah,
space,
but in the video game industry,
yeah.
I mean in the cinematographic part of the industry.
I think that it's already happening. The technology starts to be understood. It's called NERFs, neural radiant fields. Yeah. And it's very separated from other parts of rendering. It's probably not even a rendering thing, but at the end you create a three-dimensional lighting representation of the world. In the future, I think you could do things like, for instance, you're in a concert, seeing your favorite rock star, and you have your phone, and there's thousands of people with other phones, and the whole information is building a three-dimensional world, and from your phone you can travel, like if you were flying, like if your soul were flying, and you can just go to the States and stay close to whoever you like to be, and look at the people from outside you. I think those things are years away, but the foundations are being built right now.
But that is great for events like that, or a football match or stuff like that, where you don't have to sell a story. Anything. I mean, it's what is happening. You can watch it wherever you want. But when you have to sell a story, the director wants to show you the story from his point of view. So if you are starting to blur the line, or it's like you are killing the fourth wall, it's like the cinema is starting not to have sense.
It's a different narrative then. I remember an interview to Spielberg many years ago where he said, I would love to see people walking around my movies and watching them from other points of view. So I think it depends a lot on the mindset of the director, right? Like some of them, they just want to tell you the story from their point of view, but maybe there will be others who will have the capacity to tell the story from other places. It's going to make everything incredibly complicated. Because that's what happens.
Much more difficult. Because you can see the scene from everywhere. It's much more difficult to hack things.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. When we work on cinematics in Unreal Engine, we make a lot of demos for GDC and other places. It's a cinematic that runs in real time, so you can do like a camera fly-through where you play. So you are actually watching the movie from different points of view, and you see a lot of
but then you realize there is nothing behind the camera, or it's not.
Yep. I think that will happen, but it's going to be a lot of work.
Yeah.
If you think, in a lot of video game, some games cutscenes like Assassin's Creed.
The open world games.
Like Last of Us, things like that. They do let you change perspective, and one thing as a cinematographer, you lose control over what people look at, because I, for one, you end up kind of like turning away from the conversation and the dialogue and looking in a completely different direction, and so it makes storytelling a lot more difficult. And what you find that some of those games do is they give you cinematic limits within what you can explore. So you actually can go this way a little bit, but you can't completely break that experience.
That could be another
topic.
topic.
Like limited control.
I think the newer generations are very used to have like a lot of mobility, and I think they get bored when they see that regular TV in 2D, where they can't change anything. It's like you are showing me what you want me to see, but I want to see what I want to see. So I think, I mean, the future for film, I'm not very optimistic, I have to admit.
Isn't there a line, though, between passive entertainment and more active entertainment, right? Like you're participating in the story in that case, and not participating in the story, but you're participating in the consumption of the story versus fully passive.
If you can change the point of view, you are participating somehow.
Yeah.
Even if you are doing nothing in the history, but you are deciding where to see it.
So I wanted to ask maybe one more question while we open it up. If somebody has a question, maybe we'll have time for one or two. But meanwhile, I guess my final question was about the future and about the belief that we'll have a convergence of these technologies or that maybe not. And I wanted to hear your thoughts. Maybe we can start, Luisa, if you're willing to start. What are your thoughts on the future of graphics for film and games?
Yeah, of course. I think we're going to have, just because the two industries are coming together a lot and there's a lot more transfer between people working in each industry, I think we're going to have a lot more integrated language. I think that the techniques that we use are going to be more similar. One of the big things that's happened again over the last few years is, games engines becoming more cinematic as well. So being influenced by film, the use of having camera film backs, accurate lenses, better depth of field, stuff like anamorphic lenses are now supported by real-time engines. And so I think we're going to get more of that where actually now it's going to be a cross-pollination. So not only is game going to influence film, but also films are starting to influence the way that games engines work and making things much more physically accurate, making cinematography more possible and more realistic. So I think it's just we're going to keep kind of cross-pollinating the two industries.
Right. Juan?
Yep, I agree. I think this is happening already. You see a lot of film companies that they have real-time teams and they have expertise on Unreal Engine and Unity and others, and they're hiring people and looking for professionals in that field. I see a lot of short movies made with Unreal Engine, some feature films as well, things that are you see final pixels delivered with this. I don't think it's going to be a linear process. There will be steps forwards and backwards, but those worlds are converging because now you can achieve photorealism in real time in many cases, not in all of them. There will always be room for offline rendering, for cranking up everything and having your 24 hours per frame thing. But there is definitely a convergence. I see that it will not be for everybody and in all the scenarios, but it will be for a lot of people in some scenarios.
Right. Is there any questions in the audience? Otherwise, can't really see anything. So, oh yeah, there are some questions there. I'll go back to you after.
Oh,
yeah. I can't see anything.
No.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Yeah. How do you think streaming will change all of this? I mean, filming and video games, because they are real time. In the future, I think they could be also 3D in the streaming.
By streaming, you mean cloud streaming, or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean streaming. I mean like Twitch or something. Like imagine there are cameras, 3D cameras, no, that you can go and move what you're seeing. Imagine having more than one camera with drones or something.
Well, something similar the same that Juan's have already said. You can do a 4D volumetric volume using cameras, and you can move from between each one. That's what you're saying, but in streaming. I think it's something that is going to come, sure.
And that's, we didn't have time to talk about indirect synergies and benefits, but the huge amount on streaming has made internet operators to invest a lot of money on having more bandwidth, and that helps other initiatives. And for instance, you can run your game in a cloud server and you stream things in real time, so you don't need a lot of computation power in your local device. So there is a lot of indirect benefit from one industry to another. So I think that the main benefit of the streaming industry is that it's massively increasing the bandwidth and the speed of local devices, and that opens the door to do a lot of cool stuff.
I think also in the world of sports, something that volumetric capturing has been pretty
and porn
well explored. Yeah,
porn industry too.
Yep.
Yeah, I thought there was another question.
Hi,
Can
really interesting talk. I just wanted to ask, I've run a game studio within a film studio. And although the technology began to merge, what we found is the people didn't. We were from very different tribes and we were very fearful of each other. And we spoke a very different language. Have you found ways in which we can integrate the people as much as we can integrate the technology?
That's a very interesting question. I saw that when I joined Epic, that they were using the same words for completely different meanings. Like roughness material meant like a low specularity, like a very specular material. They were using actually that word for the opposite. So I don't have a great solution for that apart from spending more time together. Like I think that standards are happening spontaneously, but you're right. People came with very different backgrounds and they were using different terminology, or what is worse, they were using the same words for different meanings.
Yeah, we're actually talking about lunch about how even culturally in games you would do certain things because traditionally you've been using point lights or directional lights versus in film you've been using maybe area lights forever. So then how you make people interact in the same space, in the same 3D space, so they can talk the same language and they can create the same sort of visuals. They can achieve great quality regardless. It's just that the way that they get there is a little bit different.
Yeah, it's typically simpler with the smaller companies. Inercies and all large companies are really hard to change. So if you have some terminology or some pipeline, it's hard to find it. But what I've seen is that startups and smaller studios have a significant advantage adopting new tech.
Manu, your turn, and we're over. What do you think of the future?
Well, I think it's already same as Michael. It's already happening. I mean, even if you are not delivering final pixels, real-time technology is here, and there is a lot of studios that use it for previs, for scene layout, and stuff like that. So, I mean, it's something that is unstoppable, and I'm pretty sure that when the both hardware and software get even better than now, it's a matter of time and not so many time that we are going to be there. I still think that the VFX and crowd and very heavy part of the VFX are going to be tough, but who knows? Perhaps it arrives sooner. I don't know. I'm very skeptical about that. But for the rest, for environments, some kind of characters and stuff like that, we are really close.
Well, thank you, Manu. Thank you to everybody as well in the audience, and Luisa and Juan as well for this awesome panel. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. I know we're kind of in the mid-afternoon slot, which is a bit challenging for everyone, especially with the heat and the wonderful food. So thank you for coming and having your energy here today with us. So this talk is called Play to the Audience, How to Pick Winning Projects. And my name's Paul Kilduff-Taylor. I've been an indie developer and publisher for about 18 years. The thing I've worked on that's possibly best known is a game called Frozen Synapse that came out in 2011. And that was a small team indie game that did several million in revenue, was PC Gamer Strategy Game of the Year, won an IGF award and some other things. And then subsequently, we moved into indie publishing in 2016. Most recent thing I worked on was a game called Fights in Tight Spaces, which is a roguelike card-based action movie simulator. Please do check that out. And more recently, I've been doing consulting work, most notably for our purposes today, for UK Games Fund, which is a government-backed organization in the UK that supports new and early-stage games businesses. And it's through UK Games Fund that I met Gina Jackson, who is another external advisor there, who has an absolute wealth of experience across the games industry, so I'll let her introduce herself.
So hi, my name's Gina. I've got a dreadful cold and a dreadful cough, and I'm really sorry. Try and get through this. I've worked in games for over 30 years. I'm a big champion for diversity and mental health, and games being seen as having cultural benefit. I've worked mainly at publishers and developers. I've worked on over 300 games, but now I do a lot of work around skills as well. I talked yesterday about some of the skills crisis going on.
Okay. So this talk is about presenting an evaluation framework for choosing projects. So that's going to be relevant whether you're a developer trying to pick what to make, a publisher trying to decide what to sign, or an investor perhaps doing some due diligence and looking at a company's projects. And everyone already has an evaluation framework, even if it's not formalized. So everyone has processes that they go through. We're not trying to tell you to replace everything you're doing with our method for looking at projects when we're on the Games Fund or publishing them. We're trying to help you kind of structure that a bit better. And intuition is good because everyone uses their intuition in games to make decisions. Everyone uses intuition to make decisions ultimately anyway. So we're not saying, going with your heart is wrong or feeling the vibe of your exciting game idea is wrong. It's about contextualizing it. Similarly, also data is good. You will know your audience and your data and the specific things you're targeting. So that can be plugged into this as well. But if you develop critical reasoning around how you're thinking about projects, that transcends whatever the hot genre is at the moment, be it roguelike or hyper-casual or whatever. If you're plugging this into a framework, you don't need to just be guided by what's in the top grossing charts. And then finally, you can integrate marketing into this process. Traditionally, development would happen, and then some marketing people would come along and scratch their chins and decide how to sell something. That's not an efficient process. If you're thinking about marketing and letting marketing inform some of your creative decisions, that's actually productive and helpful. Again, marketing people are not coming in to tell you what to do. They're coming in to give you information that may help. And the result of this, if you're doing this integrated process, is you have fewer stupid meetings, which I think is something that literally everyone in the world can get behind. So to just outline this, the first and most important thing is what we're calling catch and hold. So this is just a reframe of the old attention retention idea. So if you think of the catch as, how does your game appear to someone in the first 5 seconds they encounter it? Is it in a tweet or a TikTok video? What are they looking at when the game first arrives? And then very quickly, if someone likes what they see, they'll start thinking about hold, which is the longer-term retention piece. Why am I going to get involved with this game? Why am I going to have a relationship with it? Is it worth my time? So these two things are different, but they come together very quickly when someone's considering what to play. So if you don't have a project that ticks those boxes, then it might be time to look at something else. So similarly, micro and macro are the gameplay framing of that. So you could think of micro as the moment-to-moment feel of the game. Peter Molyneux spoke yesterday about polishing an individual element of a game. So that's kind of where micro comes in. Does it feel good? And then the macro would be the progression systems, the skill tree, or whatever it might be, the tech tree, that the player is engaging with long-term to build that relationship. So we're just going to focus quickly on that first part today, and then with Gina, I'm going to talk about validation and valuation. So that's how do you check your assumptions with an audience, and then how do you convert all of this into quantitative measures like sales estimates and projections. So some data stuff will come in. And then finally, there's development risk, and that is just simply, can your team deliver what you're saying they're going to deliver? Are you auditing your team to say, yes, we have the skills to do that? If you're a publisher looking at a game, how do you look at the elements of a team and decide whether or not they're right for the job? So let's start with the catch. The first thing, the instantaneous effect your game has. This is my cat. He is demonstrating surprise and emotion. He's very good at that. Emotion is absolutely critical to catching attention. So I looked at social media, and there's some interesting research done that said emotionally charged Twitter messages are retweeted more often. So if something has an emotional punch to it, then it activates people's behavior. And that's what we're trying to do with games initially. But it's not just generic emotion. It's often negatively or positively surprising experiences. Now, in the context of social media, that might be something bad, and we might not want to go there. But surprise is absolutely critical. If you're in publishing or funding of any type, you'll see a lot of vanilla pitches that are not surprising because they're box ticking. And box ticking is bad because it can't create surprise. This is a really good book that I recommend absolutely everyone read. It's called Hitmakers. And in this, the author illustrates this concept of familiarity and novelty. So yes, originality, novelty is really critical in games. It's a creative industry, but it needs to be tempered with familiarity, which is context that people can understand and relate to. Now, it doesn't mean you can't do wildly original ideas, but they have to be grounded enough so that someone can go, oh, I understand what's going on there, or I relate to this in some way. So some classic games that do this. Mortal Kombat, I think, is a great example because it's surprising. To some people, it was negatively surprising, but it had an emotional impact. This is the old version. The franchise is carried on right through till today. But it doesn't have to just be violence. It can be intriguing, interesting characters and scenarios. This is Untitled Goose Game, which is a very popular indie game, where you play an unruly goose. And it has this wonderful kind of child's picture book atmosphere, but the gameplay elements are identifiable. As soon as you see what the goose is doing, taking these objects and playing with these characters, you go, oh, I understand what that is, and I want to do that. So it's not some abstract goose floating in a completely abstracted hyper landscape. It's rooted in reality, so it's familiar. So premise of games is very important still. It used to be something that people would talk about a lot. Core fantasy was a term that got thrown around a lot. So that's things like being a soldier. There's plenty of games about that. Sort of obvious things, roles that different audiences might want to perform. And then there's role-playing, which is a more flexible framing of that. Can someone express themselves who they want to be? Can they do different things in the game? Does it have potential? And then what I'm just terming activities, which is stuff you can do on the computer that you may not have expected. We'll come to that in a second. So, obvious core fantasy game. There's a reason why games like this are still popular. Being a cowboy, roaming around, great. But ruling a kingdom, here's another core fantasy. People relate to games like this, which is from Paradox. They relate to it on a sort of strategic level, but there's also still that core fantasy component at root, which is I want to rule a huge kingdom and potentially marry inappropriate members of my family. This is Power Wash Simulator, which is an activity. You would not think power washing was the most exciting core fantasy ever. Certainly if you were trying to pitch this game in the 90s, I think you would not have got it done. But it shows you just if you can make something engaging and novel, yet familiar, then it can take off and do huge numbers, which it has. Let's talk about visuals quickly. Obviously an enormous topic, and I don't pretend to be trampling on the territory of any artists here. The way you can look at visuals to assess them is think about the immediate impact they have. Are they bland or are they striking? Almost anyone can do that. You don't need an aesthetic background. But you also need to think about the implications for the audience. What is someone going to think when they see these visuals? Are they going to think the game is cheap? Are they going to think it's complicated? Are they going to think it's cutting edge? So secondary implications. The holy grail of aesthetics a lot of the time is something like Cuphead, which is wildly original in games, but it's also familiar. So you've never seen art and animation like this in a game before, and that's one of the reasons why in a difficult genre, in an action shooter genre on PC, Cuphead did amazing, because no one had ever seen this and they wanted to be part of it. But games that look like this also can do amazingly well, and the reason that Undertale works is because it's evoking a weird kind of nostalgia and a weird sort of trash internet sort of shitposting culture that really comes across visually. And the visuals are totally coherent with the comedy and the narrative of that game that really draws people in if they're sort of a certain audience. And then games that look like this. This is Caves of Cud, which is a roguelike game. This aesthetic implies detail. And detail is what players want from this game. So it doesn't matter that it kind of maybe looks like a very cheap, I guess you could say, tile set, and you will find some people who play AAA games calling this type of aesthetic cheap, but it's the implications of what it's saying. It's that hold component. It's saying, yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in this game. Just look at it. So genre, the reason I've left genre until now is because it's not the primarily most important thing. If you get emotion and you get that other stuff right, you can invent a new genre. Very hard to do, but you can do it. But outside that, genre is one of the first things players look at on Steam, particularly and on other storefronts. And genre is a familiarity heuristic. It's a shortcut for someone to say, is this for me? Is this relevant to my needs? Players use it to get a quick read, and they use it to think about that long-term relationship again. They know that if they are going to play an RPG, it's going to have extensive content, probably narrative content, probably lots of things for them to do. So they're going, oh yeah, that's going to be worth my time and my money. And obviously, I won't go too much into this. Genre is still relevant per platform. A little bit less so now than it used to be, but with different platforms, you need to think about session engagement and what's the player's intention. A lot of people are picking up mobile games, perhaps for shorter sessions that will dip in and out of a longer process, but they're sitting down at the PC to engage more. So thinking about intention with genre is really important. There are obviously regional and cultural preferences in genre. But retention literally always matters. Mobile used to be the thing that confounded this when you had the big casual games rush, and that worked for a while, but you're now seeing this thing hybrid casual, or you have for a few years, where more strategic, longer-term retention elements are coming back in, because retention always matters. And this is a good place to introduce some data, but I'm going to give some caveats to that in a sec. So just for those of you who may not have the data processes going, if you're working on PC games, there's very easy ways to grab publicly available data. So there's services like SteamDB, which is free. Steam Spy has a free component. VG Insights has a free component. And then there's paid solutions that you can integrate with your own data, things like Steam Data Suite and NDBI. Or it's very easy to roll your own solution. And by that, I mean you can just go on there and write some numbers down. It really doesn't hurt to do that. Or there's the Steam API, which if you have development experience in that area, you can scrape data and you can do your own processing. But all of this data is out there, and a lot of smaller studios aren't using it, and a lot of larger orgs are not integrating it well into this more qualitative process we're describing. So issues with genre, buckets can be very broad. What is a horror game? If you go and click on the horror tag on Steam, you'll see all kinds of things, some very bad and some amazing. So just think a bit beyond those basic tags and labels. With genre, you want to be generous, not generic, which is kind of a little bit of a trite, snappy phrase, but I like it because it means that you're trying to exceed the audience's expectations in the genre. Genre isn't something where you just slavishly copy the best-in-class thing. You need to be serving and over-serving that audience with almost like a customer service mindset. How are you going to make them delighted with what you're doing? And genre is just composed of traits. Different genres have different elements to them. And you can do hybrid genres where you start crossing things together and combining traits. So don't think of them as narrow boxes necessarily. So here's some obvious genres that do well on Steam. And the thing you will see that's common in these genres is they have a lot of systemic weight to them. Obviously, in all of these categories, there's a huge number of titles. So the main thing to do is, if you're working in a genre, in a category, is to be aware of that genre, be aware of how that affects that catch moment for someone. What is that person going to be thinking when they see your game? So quickly moving on to the hold component, the longer term things. Again, as I've just said, you need to understand those touchstone games in your genre because your audience really does. And you need to think about things that are positive and negative for those people. So this is a game that I worked on recently. I was describing Fights in Tight Spaces. And it's a roguelike deck builder. So we looked at roguelike deck builders. Here's two best-in-class ones. And what we were doing there was, we were not just playing these games and sort of trying to mine them for information. We were trying to think about the genre implications. So one of the ways that we figured that out was to watch streamers and look at the language they use, look at the decisions they're making, how do they characterize what they're doing, what do they say is good and bad. I'm a Northern Lion fan. He's a great guy. He's a good person to watch for these more detailed games because he articulates his decisions in a sort of funny and interesting way. And then Steam reviews. Go and read all the Steam reviews on a massive game in the genre. All of them. Negative ones, stupid ones, detailed ones. Look at the language people are using. So in roguelike deck builders, we found that these traits, I won't go through all of them, are really critical to players. So I'll just point out the wiki effect there. That's a term for, can players go online and look up strategies? Are the strategies sufficiently dense that there's enough weight there for them to go and look things up and then discuss those things sort of independent from the game? We also found some negative things, bad RNG. If you make any kind of roguelike game or deck-based game, if you see that phrase, you know you're getting a negative review. So that's the flip side of that fairness piece. So you need to think about mitigating what players perceive as bad RNG. Not enough content. People really need enormous amounts of content in these games, and it has to be varied. It can't be too samey. Strategies can't be too obvious. So the way I think about hold in games is around building systems a lot of the time, because my background is PC, and this does differ, but if a player can build viable systems to accomplish the things they want, I mean, the new Zelda, a great example of that as well, the game state needs to evolve over time and change. Players need to be able to express themselves, and they need to be able to tell stories about what they're doing. Go and look at the subreddit for a game called Prison Architect, and look at the stories that players post on there. Can players tell stories like that about your game? Are they going to have those moments that they need to share with other people because of either the emergence or just the situations that your game creates? That's something that publishers certainly will really look for. Can they envisage people talking about the game on that level? If I see something like that, I'm going to run towards that product. It's all about long-term relationship. Can the game develop a long-term relationship with the player? So here's some examples. Games like Satisfactory, you're building an extrinsic system. But here's Path of Exile. This is a Diablo-style game for those that aren't aware of it, and it has this insane skill tree. I think they're making a sequel now. The skill tree is going to get even more insane. And this is building a system intrinsically on the player. So don't think too literally about that. It's not necessarily literal systems in the game world. It can be developing the player state to this hyper-elaborate level where things are interacting internally that affect the gameplay. Adding depth, always a good idea. So how do catch and hold combine? Well, in players' minds, they form promises. And that can be good or bad, as we'll see in a sec. They create fantasies of what that player might be able to do in the game. They'll see the gameplay trailer and they think, I want to do this, I want to build a house, I want to collect every watermelon in the world, I want to do whatever it is I want to do. That's going to be forming in their mind, and that's part of the hold component. And just setting general expectations. No Man's Sky is a game that had some difficulty with what players inferred as being promises, and eventually, over the long course of its development, really managed to fulfill a lot of that. But it was a wonderful game when it launched, fantastic game, and it did very well, but there was obviously some backlash from players who thought it was promising things that it wasn't. So just be aware of how promises relate to that sort of rush of interest. But if your game can show this much promise, then you're going to be in a good place. I recommend everyone look at the first gameplay trailer for Factorio, which starts with this tiny little vehicle, and then it evolves to show this incredible system, and eventually the rocket launches at the end. And this is an example I use with developers for catch and hold all the time. You see this thing and you think, what is that? The graphics are kind of quirky pixels, and then it expands out to show the long term, to show the hold. So if you, again, a concept that can do that, very attractive. So that's it for this part, really. There's quite a lot there, but game concepts that really fire you up. If you can pick in these different areas and say, yeah, this works in that genre, and it's fulfilling what players need because of this, and the aesthetic works with it, and then it's showing the long-term relationship, then you're in a really good place to structure your project. All right, thanks. I'm now going to very excitingly walk over to this chair, which is going to be thrilling for absolutely everyone. I want you to pay lots of attention, and then I'm going to chat to Gina. So thank you. Hope you enjoyed that. Now, I have to turn my phone
just to
on.
say while he's doing that, we will open it to questions. If anyone's got any questions, that just means I don't have to speak.
Yes. Right. So, Gina, the first thing I wanted to ask you was, I covered a lot of qualitative stuff there. How would you go about integrating data into that process to inform it, sort of based on your experience?
I think, and what Paul's really getting to is that I used to work at big publishers who had access to a lot of sales data. And I think sales data is really interesting, but it's more interesting when you don't have it than when you do have it. I think sales data tells you what happened before, but what's not going to happen in the future. And you have to be really careful on how you use that sales data. Everybody should be making a P&L around a game to understand the opportunity versus the costs. But if you're pitching to a publisher, or if you've got a publisher interested, you can also ask your publisher to share with you their sales forecasts and their P&L. That's all legitimate questions for the way that we're using data.
And sort of, let's say you do start to get some data through, or you've done your own Steam research. What is a good approach to kind of formulating that into a sales estimate or setting KPIs? How do you kind of make that practical in the context of looking at a project?
I think that the first thing is to realize that fundamentally everyone is guessing at sales forecasts. People who tell you they always get them right are fundamentally lying. So you need to look at what the worst case is going to be, what your mid case is going to be, and what your upper case is going to be. And you need to understand where your break even is 100%. And then you can start to look at what a genre is likely to do. So I've had a number of people pitch to me with a budget of a game that would have to mean that they were the #1 seller in that genre. Well, they might be. But the risk of doing that with an original IP was way too much that we wanted to risk. So I think you have to be really practical in what you're doing. And some of the stuff that Paul and I haven't talked about is the data that you can get for very low cost by going and asking your audience what they want. So I worked on a game, and I know this sounds a little bit bonkers. It was a craft ale brewing simulator. And when the dev approached me and said, craft ale, really big, and simulators really big, a bit like Jet Wash Simulator, I'm just going to combine them together, I would have walked out the room. But what they had done is they'd gone on and they'd gone and validated that with an audience. They found out that their audience wanted a certain type of graphics, a certain type of gameplay. So when they were confused and they had an idea, they went and validated everything with real data and asked people what they wanted and what they wanted to play. It turned out that people didn't want to play a business version of a craft ale brewing simulator. They wanted to understand the chemistry of it. They wanted to make something that tasted good. And that sounds even more crazy, I know, when I'm saying it out loud, to make a simulator about something that tastes good. But that's what they did, and it's actually been reasonably successful.
So just to add to that, I invested in a game via Indie Fund, which I'm part of, a game called HackMud. And the dev approached Indie Fund with stats of how many people were playing his beta version early. And HackMud's a very niche game. If you go and look it up, it's a text-based sort of, you're kind of running a multi-user dungeon, and you can modify it and encode, and players kind of do adversarial coding. It's a very, very, very niche game. But because he came and said, yeah, I've got X number of players already, and here's the time they spend in the game. Not super detailed metrics, but that's the validation piece I was saying. Validation and valuation kind of go together, because you can see, oh, well, he's been able to attract that on his own. So that was a very, very easy yes.
But I think at early stages, developers are really fearful of sharing and testing. And I think we have to break down this fear that your game is going to be played by other people, and that's the purpose of it. And until we go out and test that purpose and validate that purpose, then why we make it what we're making? And that's unless we're just making it for ourselves. And I realize that some of us are making stuff for ourselves, but you're not going to get that invested.
Yeah, and it doesn't, if you start from that point, that's great. You know, if you're a player of a certain genre, if you love city builders, and you're going, I know these games intimately, I'm going to make a city builder. Great. Use that knowledge, but put it into some structure so that you can tell sort of what you're doing. Maybe the things you want to innovate in that genre, the audience doesn't want at all. So that's why if you go out and do some validation, very, very easy to say yes to pitches like that, and easier for you to choose kind of what you might be doing. So let's move on a bit to thinking about teams, which I think is an area that you love and have many opinions about. So how do you...
That's Paul saying I'm really opinionated.
I mean, it's not false. How do you look at a team? What is your process for assessing a team?
So I think too often people look at the product more than they look at the team. And at the end of the day, you've got to make sure that that team has all the skills that they need to deliver something, but they also have the processes in place and they have the leadership in place. And I think the leadership piece is often missed, particularly in small indies. So we would create a checklist, and the checklist would start with who raises the invoices, who does the payroll, who does the contracts, who does the outsourcing. Oh, that's all the CEO. Okay. So who does the project plan? Oh, that's the CEO. Okay. So when does the CEO sleep? Who deals with the people problems? Oh, that's the CEO. And as you start to break down what people are actually doing, it's almost like an assumption that sending an invoice or doing the accounts is kind of a nil task. It's like, oh my God, when the VAT man or when the tax man comes, that's not a nil task. Or when you haven't got enough cash flow to pay the salaries, that's not a nil task. So I think you really need to be clear on where the workload's going to fall and how this can be subdivided by the people and the teams to do it, and what resilience there is in that team to manage each other and to support each other. And there's nothing wrong with bringing in outside help, whether that's an outsourced company or an individual as a freelancer for a portion or the whole of the development. People seem to feel almost like that's shameful, that you can't amend your team with other skill sets. And that might be someone for a couple of days. It might be an HR person for 1 day a month. Oh my God, people, please hire HR. It's so important. And building a clear culture from the beginning. If you have more than 5 people, you need some form of HR. And that may be one day a month. But don't scrimp on looking after yourself and looking after people. And having, the other part is having a mentor, particularly for the senior management team, particularly for the CEO. So much pressure falls on a single person with the CEO that they need an outlet and they need a support mechanism. And I think every CEO should either have a coach or a mentor, depending on how much you want to invest.
I'm going to steal an analogy from Garnet Lee, who is a scout for the publisher Raw Fury. And he said the way that he looks at teams is like a sports team. Do they have people in each position that know how to play that position, and does it work together as a cohesive whole? I think that's exactly what you're saying.
But you also need the coach and the strategy and the physio and the doctor. And those are the bits that get missed. Yeah. People are just thinking about the striker and the keeper.
Yeah. And if you're in a super small team, if you're one person or 2 people, then it's exactly what you're saying, having access to that external help. Are there people that you can bring in tactically to help you? Because there's so many times that smaller teams get overwhelmed, and that's always the scary thing from a funding perspective. It is just that overwhelm of it all falling on a single person, and then you have intense, it's called key man risk, that should be key person risk. It's deeply, deeply intense, and that's a scary thing. Any red flags that come up? I mean, is that just the same question? Is there anything you could point to that's a worry?
On teams or in general?
I mean, in general is good.
The biggest one, I think it's been mentioned quite a lot, is that you're making a game for everyone, or you want to make a good game.
Right.
Yeah, everyone wants to do that, or you care more than everyone else cares. No, we work in an industry where everyone cares. It's that differentiation of what your team is and what your identity is a team. And that takes quite a lot of soul searching. And it's quite uncomfortable to understand. And often we don't want to be competitive. But if you say, well, why am I going to pick that team over that team? I need to understand what makes you different, what really makes you tick. And just a good game, or I'm going to work harder, or I'm more passionate, they're not enough to get you through. I want to know what your background is, what your skills are, what your motivation really is. And I want it to be realistic. Just to give you an example, with UK Games Fund, we interview 50 teams in a week, every week, and I can't tell you how many of those answers are the same with those 50 teams. So make us remember you, and I mean, obviously it won't be you guys, but if you're going to any pitch, make it memorable and bring your personalities to the fore, because that's who we're giving money to. It's people. It's not the product. You're going to make the product, and I think you forget your importance in all of this.
I think that's critical in terms of when it comes down to decision points of selecting projects. If you have a project with a memorable leader, someone who is clear, who is really doing the things they're talking about. You can be memorable in a bad way. So really clearly demonstrating that they're following through.
We tend not to fund those.
Yes, the ones who are memorable in a difficult way. Yeah.
But as we ask questions in an interview, it becomes really clear how coherent the idea is. You know, what's the audience for this? How are you going to find them? What features are must-have in your game? Where are you going to spend the budget? Have you thought about this? And as you start to ask the questions, things begin to fall away. So before you go and pitch to as many people as you can. Sorry, to try and get as many of those answers out before you start.
So I think, I mean, we can, I was going to say we can go on all day, but maybe not. We would love if you have questions. I think questions are the best thing ever. So if someone has a question, please don't be shy. It doesn't matter if you think it's relevant.
Because if not, I'll just start picking on people in the audience, like you.
We do have a question there, thank you.
Yeah.
Wait, microphone's coming. It's here, there it is. Grab it, it's your time.
If you start talking, they will turn it on. They're amazing.
Like regarding what you said about having different pieces you can grab to help the team in key moments, like when you said the coach and all of that. You think that when it comes to choosing who you help raising the product and publishing it and whatever, do you think it's like a key factor to have in mind if they have this help already considered prior to coming to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think someone talked in the pitching session about having raised all the questions that you don't know the answers to. We want to know that you're thinking about those things. I'm really sorry to the audio person for coughing. But if you know the bits that you know are going to be a problem, that's brilliant. If there are loads of unknown unknowns, that's where we get really scared.
Yeah, it's really that you don't, no team is going to come with everything. Sort of by virtue of the fact that you might be going out looking for funding, or if it's publishing, or if you're looking for VC, you won't have everything in place. So exactly what Gina said, if you understand structurally, and that goes back to picking what you're making, right? Because if you understand your resources, then you can pick something that's relevant to them. So it's the thought processes. It's good. Good question, thank you. Anyone else? Yeah? Do you want to stick your hand up? Oh, there you go, cool.
Sorry. It may be a kind of a stupid
Never
question.
Never a stupid question.
We love stupid
just
questions.
Just a question.
Great, because I have one. I was wondering, because we need to do a lot in our project, a lot of A/B testing and a lot of trial. And what would you suggest is the best framework or way to actually measure the feedback of the users? Because you can do it like explicitly asking to them, or you can do it like in a more less explicit, implicit measuring. So what would you say is the best approach, or the one that gave you the best results?
So do you just mean technically, or do you mean sort of how do you frame the questions?
Yeah, as a product to determine which features or mechanics or anything that engage with the best with the audience. I know we can be very explicit or very implicit, and we've been trying some things, but I would love to be a bit more I don't know, incisive
So
or,
if it's
or
a-
improve the process.
If it's a survey type format or you're asking them questions live, the thing I like is very general and very specific. So you can ask things like, you know, what was your impression of the demo? How much would you pay for this game? And then also, you know, is there enough of this type of thing? Or how did this type of thing catch you? So targeting, but also getting impressions from that sort of testing is quite good. When it comes to A/B, you need a clear question that you're trying to resolve. Because if the A and B aren't directed around a very specific, like literally this thing or this thing, and that those things are not sufficiently differentiated, that's going to come back as noise and it's not useful. So again, it depends sort of what you're looking for at which time. So questions that you might ask, you know, testers at a prototype stage are very different from kind of a final beta stage. So final beta is all about, are you ready to buy this game now? Like what's missing from it as a product? And early on is, we've made these assumptions about gameplay, are those things landing? So I know that's like, it's kind of all over the place, but it's just about you clarifying things that you need to clarify.
But we're very happy to catch up with you afterwards
Yeah,
as
we
well
can-
and have a
we can
longer
chat.
conversation.
I'm wondering what's the best approach in prioritizing, combining, and all that. So, thank you.
Anyone else? I think
Can
we're
I
done.
ask, can I bring Ewan in then? He's looking down. Because could we give the mic to the guy in the front? I just wanted to, I know this
stick
is...
your hand up
Stick
and-
your hand up and pretend you're asking a question, but I'm going to ask you a question. So
Yes.
we were delighted to meet you at a dinner last night or the night before. He was telling us about his narrative game, and we have a big thing about narrative games, that it's really hard for a player to create agency. And I was just curious, because you've created a narrative game to create agency. And I just wondered how you... So if we're looking here for finding our audience, and so how did you identify that problem and then go about solving it? Because I think people are just making the game they want to make, rather than solving a problem. So how did you come to that mindset of solving the problem for the player?
It was a long run, I mean, after failing different projects and really analyzing why people sometimes just watch your game and don't convert it to play it. So it was really like about analyzing a lot of different games, our failures, but also other ones, and trying to find a pattern of what is working, what is not working, and what is not working anymore in terms of narrative games was really like, you can just watch it on Twitch or YouTube, and if the difference you have by watching it or playing it is not that much, this delta, then you don't want to play it. So that's why you see so many games this year, especially like very, very beautiful game, very handcrafted stuff, like failing totally. And you're like, whoa, what happens? And it's just the audience is switching, and because it's for free on Twitch and YouTube, why would you play it? I mean, so it's very specific to narrative genre, and it does not apply maybe for certain
No, but I think
genres.
the stuff that Paul talked about in his talk, there is so much information available to people, but people don't tap into that information, but you did. You went back and had a look, and it's all there for free, and people are telling you their opinion on Steam the whole time.
Yeah.
But for some reason, we don't want to listen. Is
Yeah,
there
yeah.
something that changed your mind to make you listen? Was it the results of a game? Was it a painful experience before you learned that?
But kind of, but we survived because of some publishers and some governmental subsidies, hopefully. But it's really like being curious, stay curious, and not being in your bubble. I want to tell this story. Usually the mistake is this: say, I want to tell this story. Are you sure that other people would like this story? And also, it's not a movie; it's a game, so it's not just about telling a story. So if it's then do a movie if you just want to tell a story, and you think people will enjoy that story. But we are not a movie, so I think right now even more than before, a game has to stay a game. And if it's a narrative game, that's a lot of indie wants to make narrative, solo, short time game. It can be a trap, a big trap.
Thank you. So it sort of goes back to this playing to the audience and not just delivering your vision the whole time. It's a two-way street. You've got to work with the audience.
Yeah, start from that point and then, as you say, kind of adapt. Great. Thank you so much, everyone. Fantastic. We're done.
I think, are we done? Are we told? Are we told to stop? Have we got... Thank you. I can't see anyone.
Well, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
They started giving me a cue when the music finished, so we can start. Okay, let me get my script. Okay, hello everyone. And we can't see you because the light is so strong, but we'll pretend to say hi to you. So welcome to this panel discussion, which is about AI. Disclaimer, everyone here are real people, not the AI, not the virtual character. So just by the intro, my name is Lee. I'm from Tencent, in charge of international partnerships. And here we got, I'm the useless person here as a moderator. It's more important that you're going to hear a lot of insights from the practitioners in the AI space, especially in the games industry. I'll probably first give each of us probably 30 seconds, each of you. 30 minutes seems too long. 30 seconds, each of you give a self-intro, what do you do, and why you're here, probably starting with Veronica. Yeah.
We try to put some videos for you guys so you know, so maybe if we can play just the 10 seconds or 5 seconds of what we got of what I do. So what you see up here, hopefully, we create synthetic characters or digital characters, so that's kind of like a hot topic. This was created automatically, taken out from a data set and our own technology. And then I think, well, we had another video, but that's all right. So you get the point. So my background is I've been working on digital character technology for maybe 18 years. I did a PhD in computer graphics, and that's what got me into the game industry. I had this big, huge ambition of automating the character creation process since 2005. Completely failed miserably through my PhD, automated just a tiny bit of it, and then had the fortunate opportunity of building a research lab for more than a decade, where a ton of really smart students, PhDs, that are now in every single game company you can think of, ILM, Blizzard, Pixar, Activision. I mean, they're working everywhere. Epic. They helped build the technology. And about 5 years ago, we created DDMO with the goal of automating the creation of NPCs, a very long-last problem that we have today. So we can create NPCs that adapt to the style of the game studios, for the games that you want to build, with the game's specifications in a really fast way, with a very small footprint of cost when you put them on the graphic cards. So that's me in a nutshell. Probably took a little bit more than 30 seconds.
Excellent. Yeah. Guy, do you have any video or thing to show?
So if we can play the video for me, hopefully that'll come up. My name is Guy Gadney. I'm Chief Executive and one of the co-founders of Charisma.ai. In essence, we're a technology that is looking to fundamentally change the nature of storytelling using AI. And if that video plays, I'll show you what we were doing with a project we were doing with Warner Brothers recently, which was good. But in essence, I suppose, where we sit is we're not at the visual standpoint of creating the characters and what they look like. We're more powering the behavior of them, whether they trust you as a player and how that trust then changes the narrative.
Excellent. Is our video coming up? Or?
I don't know. Maybe is there a video coming up? There we go. All right. So this is a quick proof of concept we did with Steppenwolf from the Justice League. And the goal here was to see what it feels like to speak voice in, voice out to one of these characters.
I'm Steppenwolf. And you look scared. Are you scared, human?
Yes, I am scared.
That's me.
You are right to be scared. I have broken 100,000 worlds in Darkseid's name, and now I will break your planet Earth. But there is something in my way. I need a human to infiltrate the Justice League.
Do you think that could be me?
Maybe. That's why you're here. Think of this as an audition to save your planet. So, tell me, does having a purpose like this appeal to you?
If it involves saving planet Earth, then definitely.
A human with actual ambition. You outclass most of your kind and could be the one I'm looking for. Do you have a name, Primitive?
Yes, my name is Guy.
Who gave you such a feeble name, Guy?
My mother did.
One of humanity's great flaws is reliance on blood relations. Your family is your weakness.
And there we go. So we'll leave him insulting my family and everything. So you get the sense of how suddenly I'm part of that whole story and sparring with this character.
Yeah, that's good. We should bring your mom here to this.
I know.
Yeah, excellent. Who you want to go first?
Yes, I think it makes sense because once you have the avatars and you have the dialogue and how they behave, you have the last piece for the avatar, which is the how avatar moves and how they express themselves. And this is what we're doing at Kinetics. So we are working on multiple technologies to bring avatars to life, from video to animation. And we have a funny video yesterday where we filmed Veronica doing some moves, and we were able with AI to extract from a single video with like a phone or from TikTok the movement and apply them to any kind of avatar. We're also working on text to animation and other technologies. But our goal is to integrate this into the video games and virtual worlds so that anyone can express themselves in the way they want. So imagine tomorrow you'll be in World of Warcraft or any kind of game you like. You'll be able to create your own moves and use them on your avatar to express yourself. That's our vision and what we're trying to achieve. And we can launch the video to show the amazing dance of Veronica.
No, that's the embarrassing part.
So as you can see, we can extract the movement and then retarget it into Didimo's avatar, but we're pretty much compatible with any kind of avatar. It can be realistic or cartoony or like dwarf or big giant.
Excellent. Cool. Yeah, I'm Andreas, co-founder CEO of Sloyd, and I guess when you have the characters, you need the world and the stuff in the world as well. So that's what we focus on with generating 3D assets. We have a web app for simple customization, and you export, and you can take them into your games. And we have an SDK for actual runtime generation. So it's so fast that you can generate every frame, like 60 frames a second. So the objects never even have to exist. We have a couple of videos as well. So yeah, this is still work in progress. It's not public yet, but it's basically prompting for different types of objects. And game readiness is one of the key values that we have, so that the typology is good, and you get UV maps and LOD generation with very fine light control. And yeah, here you can see prompting on different types of parts. Here's a bow, but then you prompt for a simple bow, you get that, and then you can also, maybe you're not able to read it, but it says crazy ass crossbow, and then you get this stuff. So. And then the cool part is you can still access like sliders and toggles and have direct customization on this, so you're not kind of stuck just prompting and going back and forth, but you have a starting point for customization. Yeah, here's the web app. So yeah, just go ahead. So we basically have made a data set of a bunch of parametric parts. So here, this is purely like parametric. You can just change out the different parts. You can access the sliders and customize it and export into OBJ and GOB. Hit the randomizer and get a bunch of different type of weapons in this case. So the prompting is kind of going on top of that, so you can get kind of a good starting point, but also customization through prompting. Maybe it's a bit too long, the video, but you get the idea if you get customization options and coloring and texturing as well. So texturing is a huge thing. So this is actually not even live yet, the coloring, so that's coming hopefully next week. I just captured it from our staging environment. So everything from buildings, vehicles, weapons, collectibles, stuff, basically. That's basically it. Yeah.
It's good. All good. I think all the exciting videos hopefully make everyone here less sleepy. So it's afternoon in Barcelona. So yeah, we roughly got 35 minutes for a couple of questions. We dive into the AI, especially in the games industry. I know this previous panel about film and games, that panel pretty much already covered some of, but probably want to dig deeper into this. I think actually the first question is open to all of the panelists here. So I think AI has no doubt has a lot of the impact already in the game industry, but predominantly I think you can put into a different category, in terms of cost, efficiency, the gameplay, innovation, and other stuff. But what is in your view, like top 3 things make you feel you're most excited about? Is that cost? Is what efficiency, or what other innovation you feel like? I think probably Veronica, if you want to go first.
So yeah, definitely. I think for me, I have 2 answers. One is the personal one, which is the passion of actually being able to solve such a complex problem, which is creating digital characters in an efficient manner that can actually help artists work faster and games being produced faster. So therefore, the consequence of that passion of being able to automate this whole process is reducing costs, making productions more efficient, and providing a diverse world. So I'm really into building a technology that when you play a game and you're in GTA, you don't see the 25 same characters all the time. You can actually see a diverse community around you. So yeah, absolutely, cost efficiency are always top of the choices because that's what producers look at.
And you mentioned, for example, Didimo can achieve 90%.
Absolutely, yeah. We can cut 90% of the cost, immediately, because in 5 minutes you can just create random population of virtual worlds. So we're already working with 2 AAA games. In one is just populating the whole city. The other one is not just creating the characters, the humans, but also species. So imagine if you're an artist, you can define how you want that species to be, then send us the specification, and then we create a data set, and then automatically you can have elves that are unique, hundreds and hundreds of elves that are completely unique. So yeah, it's solving several problems.
Got you. Guy, you want to?
Well, just quickly, I think this is like any new technology where it goes in 2 waves. The first wave is speeding things up, as Veronica's saying, doing the same things that we do now, but more efficiently. But the bit, to answer your question, Lee, that excites me is actually the next phase of any new technology, which is now we start to work out how we do something new with it and where that real innovation comes. And I think we're already starting to see that, just with what we all do here on this panel. But the nature of gameplay can change itself, given the sort of the enormous breadth and volume of the impact of AI across every process. So my sense is actually we're about to see where we are now is sort of the, oh God, where are we in this whole changing world moment, and everyone responding to it, and that response will go on for, say, till about Christmas or early 2024. And then I think as we go into 2024 and 2025, we'll start to see some incredible new innovations coming out of the technology of just stuff we've never even contemplated before. So that bit excites me.
Got you. Excellent. Let's turn to this part. Yassine, you want to go first, maybe?
Yeah, for me also is the innovation part that is really exciting. I feel like before, there were the creators, people creating the games and people consuming them. And I feel we're moving in a phase where AI is making anyone a creator. So anyone will be able to participate and build their own content in the games. It can be like the stuff, as you said, but also how they behave, how they express themselves, how they look, and bring that into the games. So it creates new form of entertainment and new way of consuming and participating into this virtual world. And I think that's what excites me most about what's happening. There's this whole debate about, AI will replace artists, and I think there's so much more than just the acceleration of some workflows. It's basically like when the video editing started, and then they were like After Effects opening the market to other people, and then TikTok, and now everyone can create and edit video and post them on social media. I think the same will happen in the video game industry.
It's very radical rather than incremental.
Yeah, exactly.
Changes. Got you. Andres?
Yeah, I mean, our story kind of started when our CTO was working on The Sims 10 years ago and making asset packs basically, and also being kind of in machine learning and this architecture buff, and he was like seeing the patterns and thinking, I can automate. There's no reason why the industry needs to make yet another rock or another table or another, something that we've seen hundreds of or thousands of times. So that's where we came from, and then the expression of and kind of the emergence of games or experiences that are new every time. That's actually where our technology started. We're building an indie game like a GTA type of open world game where everything is new every time you open up the game. Something it's different, and I think that to me is maybe the most exciting thing when you can infer environmental storytelling automatically and have wear and tear on certain objects based on events that happened before, and this is all types of things that we're working on where you can have kind of and everything generating as you play, either through kind of rule sets or through the creators or the gamers themselves. I just think as a gamer myself, I want to see also how long have we been waiting for GTA 6? It's I want to play it now, not in another 2 or 3 years. So
so it's kind of real time UGC is exciting.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, and given now we actually talking about or you mentioned the GTA, probably can use GTA as an example. I mean, it's probably more intuitive for audience to understand. Let's say, in terms of innovation, let's say if you use the technology of each of your companies, service and product, what are you going to change? Just with one click, or now you can change the GTA. And we're talking about GTA 5, probably I see you want to go first.
Yeah, if some of you are familiar with the TikTok trends about NPCs, there are a lot of jokes about how the characters are moving in GTA because it's like they all move the same. It's very bad and it's not personal at all. It's like a meme on the internet. With our technology, people will be able to create their own ways. Like every character will be able to move in his specific way. People will be able to customize how they move and how they behave. It can be very realistic, but it can be also very crazy and very personal to each person. So yeah, we can make GTA more customizable and personal to each gamer.
Got you. Guy, you want to see what you can do
Well,
in GTA?
there's a scenario I love, which is really simple, which is man walks into a bar, what happens? You know, and then so if you're in GTA, I mean, you know, usually as players we sort of go into it, do whatever tiny mission there that takes a minute, 2 minutes, and then zoom on. Now the cost of doing that, creating the bar, creating the assets, and you get 2 minutes of gameplay. Whereas if you sit there and you're shooting a breeze, you know, shooting the breeze with a tequila with the barman, and, you know, and negotiating the next stage of GTA, those things can last like 45 minutes or an hour in the same spot. So I think that scenario where you're bringing a level of realism, of life, of sort of thinking into that gameplay, from our experience, is incredibly powerful. You know, that belief factor is there. People believe that they're now part of the world with the characters. But the man walks into a bar scenario is one we play with quite a bit.
Got you. Veronica?
I think you are also extending the life of the game.
Yeah.
Absolutely, with what you're doing. In our case, I think it's very straightforward. We can, you know, build actual city with diverse communities. Everyone should be unique and different. Can have millions of it, and eventually, you know, if we could bring your own assets into the game, so the gamers could even create the character and upload it to GTA and adapt the style of GTA. So, you know, at the end of the day, the gamer even becomes part of the creation process in some shape or form. And I just think that would be amazing.
And are you able, let's say, player, I mean, sometimes they want to be more immersive, they want to have their face and
We
their
could do that. I didn't want to deep dive a lot into make myself into the game, but but we do have that technology as well. Sure. We even have an API. You could take a selfie of you and become yourself into the game, and we will have that available into our software because several game companies are asking for it. That can probably lead to further discussion on IP.
Yeah, grab Veronica after the session and have a private chat with her. Yeah. Okay, that's good. And now we're probably talking a little bit about efficiency and the cost. I think everyone mentioned a little bit, including the previous panel. I wanted to touch base on the design time versus the runtime. So where is exactly the innovation happening, essentially? I think probably this question first go to Andreas.
I mean, it's really about scale for us. I think one thing is to go quickly to an end result on a specific, like one asset in 3D creation, but actually on your previous question as well, like on GTA, one of my main, as a gamer is, again, like I want to go into every building. I want to be able to just enter, but there's just a few of them you can go into. So that's one of the things that we want to, change and have, just full scale like that. So I think that's probably where the biggest innovation is, where small teams can now suddenly really challenge the big AAAs, which will hopefully fundamentally change the dynamics, and we'll get bigger and better games that way. Another thing that I think that we maybe not talk about that much is like storage space saving, because how big is GTA? It's like hundreds. Like the last Star Wars game was 150 gigs. So if you can do something there for the gamers themselves, I think that is amazing too. And that's also something that we're really passionate about. If you can generate things as the game is playing and you don't ever have to store the assets, then that's a huge space-saving thing too. I don't know about you, but I make a conscious decision whenever I download a game, do I have space for it? Oh, now I have to delete things and stuff like that. So that's actually like a big thing. It's a very simple but a powerful thing. So,
Got you. Very good. Or Guy, you guys.
Yeah, on the design versus the
runtime.
The runtime, for me, like, what's I find exciting is about like how when the game is live, how can you impact it, and how can we include our technology there? So we made like a strategic shift in our company where we were more focused on the design first and on animators to focus now more on players and how they can create assets and bring them to the game, because we think that the market is way bigger in this, because if every one of us become a creator, then there are 3 billion gamers, so there can be 3 billion people using this technology. And the beauty is that these people, you're bringing them tools that they didn't use before. So with a simple prompt, I can make my avatar do whatever I want. Where before, like you needed like suits with like a mock-up studio and hardware and pay $10,000 to be able to create an animation. Now it's like with a simple prompt, few cents of computing power, you're able to do it. So it's the democratization on the run that is, I think, is very fascinating.
How quickly you did that one for Veronica?
So yeah, so the computing time for the video to animation is a few minutes, depending on the size of the video and how many people are using the server. Yeah, it's like in the minute, but we want to optimize even more, and we think we will be able to optimize less than a minute, because when you're in game and you write a prompt, you want your asset to be there. So it's like one of the biggest challenges, and we'll talk about it later. But yes, computing time is a big thing. Yeah.
Gotcha. Make sure you pay her the copyrights.
I think if I can just build on Yassine's what you're saying, the democratization to me is a big deal, because it's keeping it high level. I think we're very close to a Napster moment in the video games industry, which was a moment of democratization. It was where the assets had been digitized and the distribution channels then just, changed everything, to the point that it changed the nature of music itself, which is now tinier to accommodate for iPods and stuff. So I think there is a moment coming where all of the different component parts that we're talking about, they're all happening at the same time. And so it's not like you're going to get one, you're not going to get an incremental thing, you're going to get all of this stuff suddenly available to people. And what happens when you pull it together is a big deal, and you think about the problems in the games industry, such as production times, 3 to 5 years to make a title is a long time in anyone's book. And so to be able to fundamentally change that and when you see that as a problem, you see that you can start to be more agile in the market. I think we're approaching that time pretty soon, and it's both exciting and scary.
Veronica, you have anything?
Yeah, absolutely. I really like what guys say. I think, coming up to a standardization, it's really, really difficult, but it must be a must, because we try to say, okay, let's just all of us put together our technologies and show it in a unified manner. So we're working towards, building APIs that then others have to integrate. But if then we're shifting the problem towards the developers or the game companies to say, okay, now we give you, all of us, our APIs. You have to do the work on finding the way on how you build them together. So I guess it's an open question for everyone. How can we work towards more compatibility into the outputs that each company generates, especially when you are smaller companies and we're not like, the big giants, Google, Microsoft, Unity, Unreal, right? That you can put resources into it. So how can we make our integrations easier? Because I think bringing these companies together will build the future of faster game development that will give access to even indie developers to build new games. That's one. And then the other one is what I think everyone in this panel is very conscious about, is a new generation on how you create technology, which is cost efficient. And when I say cost is in terms of budget of GPU usage, for instance, right? So for example, the characters that we generate, you can have 10,000 characters, and at the end of the day, it's just one instance and many, many small, tiny variations. There's an algorithm that allows you to do that. So at the end of the day, you're only doing one draw call into the engine instead of 10,000, right? And that's huge. That's why we can populate virtual worlds and increase the number of characters into those worlds, and they're not empty. Or you could have unique football stadiums with people in it, right? So I think everyone here is having that conscious decision on how to build new architectures, new type of software that is cost effective the development cycle, not just the money side.
On top of this, do you think that's in the future when the technology is more advanced, you think the gap between the bigger developer and the indie developer, you think the gap will be smaller, or because of the innovation, the big guys have more their technology, they have more data, they're actually having more monopoly to do this? What's your thoughts on this? I mean, this is a question not on the list, but this is just...
That's actually a very interesting question. And I think it depends how you look at it, right? If we look at it as a company, it depends on your business model at the end of the day that you put in our case, in the business model you put into the company, right? Because we're developing the software. We could give it to the indie developers. And we could give it to the bigger studios. How do you charge for it? Do you give us smaller licenses? And I don't have the answer, unfortunately, because we're starting with the product out, so we're even discussing the pricing model. But the software is the same, right? So we can make it available. I don't have a great answer. I think. What do you ask?
So
that's why I'm having a panel.
Yesterday, I finished in the US a 6-week accelerator program with Comcast, which is NBC Universal, Sky in the UK, various others. And the approach from that is the big company working with innovators. And the way that they looked at it was just talking about it over a beer was they looked at it as disruption insurance. That's why they were running the program, right? So, and I said to them, okay, so you've got this two enormous towers in Philadelphia. What's the building's insurance? Let's say it's X million. How much do you spend on, bringing startups, bringing new ideas in? A lot less. And I think it is an anathema to say that innovation within large games companies provocatively can happen internally. The whole point is you've got to completely rethink the model in innovation. And having worked in large companies, it's really hard to do that. So my argument, back to your question, Lee, is not necessarily about here are the two opposing forces of large companies and indies. There's so much to learn from both. And reach out. The worst thing in large companies in games industry is oh yeah, look, this company's over here is doing that. Yeah, our engineering team can do that. Please don't do that. That's going to disrupt your own engineering team, and you're not going to get the level of learning that you would if you'd actually partnered as part of an accelerator or an initiative like that. Personal view, but...
Excellent answer. You guys have anything to add? I just want to move.
I think we can move to...
Yeah. These people want to answer their question next. So that's exactly your question. So this is actually about, everyone talking about this new innovation. I think the thing is, all the developers need to be adaptive, right? They need to embrace the new changes. But what exactly you feel like, as a normal, whatever it's a AAA or indie developer, what exactly they need to learn? I mean, they read all the articles, they try different things, they come to Barcelona to listen to this panel, they prepare. But what exactly you felt that they should be prepared for the new changes in terms of taking the advantage of the new innovation, and also make sure they are not put behind because of this new innovation. Because last week I was having a chat, very long chat with a very famous developer and publisher, the CEO and founder of that. I wouldn't mention which one. But she mentioned actually she felt even with all the innovation, for all the developers to use these things takes ages, and actually it's very costly for the developer to learn the new technology, everything, to train the people. I think people have a different view, but I think given everyone here as a practitioner in this field, what's your view? I mean, a lot of people sitting in this audience, they are the developers themselves. What's your view on this? How to best prepare for the new trends?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the quickest revolution that happened. The adoption of generative AI tool has been super, super quick, and every week there is something new. So it's normal to feel lost. I feel like even the people that are in the field are feeling lost because every time there is something new. So I would say to experiment things and to try different tools to see how it could fit, and also to we're all figuring out while we're doing this stuff, like in terms of product, in terms of formats, and in terms of integrations, as Lorica was saying. Like, we all are learning and developing this as it goes. So the feedback from the community of creators and users is a huge, I mean, it's not to separate the startups that are working in this field and the creators. I think we should all work hand in hand to see how we can fit into the workflows, how we can improve that. And I think like everyone is learning because it's so new that even for us, like we don't have the answers of everything. Where in terms of product, it's like, let's speak just for an example, like a concrete example. We want to implement a prompt to animation in a game. Like how do you show it to the user? How do you suggest multiple outputs, possible outputs? Do you give him only one output? There are so many new things that haven't been explored before that I think everything is experimentation, I would say. And we should keep that in mind and not have this FOMO of like we're missing out, of we're like behind or something.
So just keep open-minded, try different things.
Yes.
Yeah. Andres, you got?
Yeah, I'm thinking because so in a previous life I was a consultant, so I've seen plenty of different industries, and so in a way I feel like reskilling, upskilling, like the changes have been happening. This is not new. Like technology evolves. Like that's been the status quo, like for a long time, that things are changing. But actually, I think like the gaming industry is probably the one that has been the best at just adapting. Like new technology has been coming out for every year since since the 70s, right? So in a way, that I think that the gaming industry is probably the best fit to adopt these new technologies. But I want to reiterate on what you said over there on like, yeah, we're in the first phase now, and everyone's kind of thinking about like jobs being replaced. And I had these like talks and panels like 5-6 years ago, like in different industries, like that. This is not something new, but the opportunities it means, like the way and concretely, like the way games can be now designed differently and totally new types of experiences, that to me is just so exciting. But we are, I think, a few years away from really understanding it. But the only way is to explore and to really do, and not just read and talk, but do, and have small projects and experiment and do as most do already, like prototype and experiment and learn. That's the only way, I think. And yeah.
Gotcha. Guy, Veronica, you guys?
Yeah, I can. I mean, there's not much I can add, which you have stated, but I think it's just to reinforce that it's a state of mind. It's our mindset. So either if you are an indie developer alone, or if you're in a team in a medium-sized company, or even in a big company, it is up to myself, us, to really have this lifelong learning mindset. Curiosity and creativity, and not being afraid of what the new technology will bring, to really just deep dive and just be really curious into learning, the good and the bad and everything that is out there, with a twist, which is also having the capability of looking beyond. Also, what is the technology offering today, and how can I change the current way of doing things in the future, right? So go the extra mile. That would be my biggest suggestion on how I see it. And it can be applied to generative AI today, and whichever new thing will come, after Christmas, wrapped in a box.
Excellent.
So,
yeah. Thank you.
I'm keen to hear what the audience think. We've talked about these oh God, look, see, I do that, and then all the hands have shot up.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lee. I didn't
No,
mean
that's
to
good. That's good. No,
moderate.
fine.
And apologize.
Hello.
There's
even
really
a mic
bright
over
lights.
there. Yeah, nice.
Okay, if I understand all, you think that the industry is not going to suffer? I mean, if the gamers are going to start creating or modifying the games that are published by the industry, don't you think that the industry is going to be reevaluated? Like,
Can I start?
You go.
Maybe just a
everyone.
quick answer. If you look at Roblox, for example, where there is a creators or Zepeto, those are there are some studies showing that this kind of games have higher retention, and this is why Fortnite is moving to creative mode as well. So it adds time. It's a market that is evolving and growing, and it is not taking part of the cake. It's making the cake bigger in a certain way. And if we look at the retention and time spent by users, this kind of mechanism retain and create opportunities for game developers to monetize more, create more opportunities for the players to experiment things. So I see it more in a positive way.
I have a question for
before that. Do you have anyone here you want to add anything?
Just very quickly,
Just
very quickly to that. Because you mentioned suffer, which is big, and then transform, which is the more moderated word. Make no mistake, the AI is it's a huge umbrella, right? So we talk about it, it's all-encompassing words for all other words that sit beneath it. It's a massive revolution. Yeah. And I don't like to think of things suffering, I don't like people suffering. The transformation, though, is a change, and it's fast, and it's not just us, it's table makers, water producers, it's across a large group of industries, which is why we stand up here and say this is an important thing. So I echo everyone's saying. It's like, it's the old saying, AI won't steal your jobs. Someone who knows how to use AI might. And it's that. We've got to learn, we've got to educate, we've got to practice.
Also, just to add one more thing, I think naturally, if you look at the history of video games industry, the role and function of the different party actually tend to be blurred. If 50 years ago, 30 years ago, the developer-publisher, they are very different, right? They are developer-publisher. But now developer-publisher, the boundary blurred. But now the consumer, the content consuming power, or the who play the game, now becomes the creator. I think in the future, probably in 30 years, if another panel here, perhaps people no longer call them developer or consumer or gamer. They just call them, I don't know, they have the name to describe everything. I don't think this is necessarily good or bad, but I do think if I'm the end user, if I can to decide what exactly content I can do, I think that at least my personal view, which is super good. I don't need to be to given what I need to play. I think this probably is more interesting than, in my view, than other content industry like film or TV. But naturally, you are more receiver of the information. But I think games is more two-way communication. Sometimes you can create your own content and people can consume. Yeah, cautious time. So
my question was about the Gen AI more specifically. Do you see a limit in the retrofitting of the artificial intelligence itself? I explained myself a little bit. For example, in a video game called No Man's Sky, you see lots of combinations. So you keep exploring the universe across, and you finally find out repetitions, even though it's unique and different. You feel that it's exactly the same. And the AI keeps retrofitting itself, rereading itself. Unless it changes completely of paradigm, you keep generating graphics in the same line. So there is a moment that the video game, even if it's really procedural, will find out a limit. Do you see that limit coming in the productions? What's your opinion?
It's here now. You're seeing it in recursive large language models where it's trained on AI-generated data, and you're seeing that vanilla thing. And that's great news because, hey, humans can make it more interesting. So
you can already tell a text is written by AI. Yeah. So
I can add on just on my space, which is on the character generation side. So we don't use just AI. We use a combination of AI, computer graphics, and computer vision. So that's how we, try to overcome the limitation of not falling into that loop of repetition. And it's about how you create the data set. So we created a data set which for digital humans is not very big. It's about 200 characters, which is not big. And it is built in combination of real human scans, very nicely polished with photogrammetry. And then as we were seeing lack of diversity still from those. We had artists that created, and when I say lack of diversity, I'm not just talking about ethnicities, I'm talking about facial morphology, facial skin color, and so on. So we hand create by artists very high-end data sets, and then when we create creatures, same thing, right? So it's about the data set and then the additional algorithms we use to, I'm going to simplify it, a random, right? And, so yeah, so that's how we overcome the potential repetition. And then, of course, testing and validation. So if you find one that is the same, you recreate it, right?
I see you got one. Anything to add?
I was about to answer exactly the same. It's about the data set of training. And in video, text, image, and video, you have larger data sets of training. In 3D and 3D animation, for example, it's very limited. So we are making a lot of efforts on our side, for example, to create large data sets of animation, and it takes a lot of time. So it will accelerate, and it will enable some possibilities that are not endless today, but they are growing over time, I feel. Yeah. But I think it will be more easier in the 2D space than the 3D space.
Yeah, DALL-E had like 10 billion annotated images to train on, and the biggest data set for 3D is like 800,000 or maybe 1 million, right? So, and that's why when you go into Sloyd today, you see basically like people made pre-made kind of generators, something you would see from Houdini, but you're really just kind of exploring our data sets. And it's a way for us to get out there and have something that works and is game ready and usable today. But the power on our side is like we can generate all that stuff in real time. So now because if you know about training, then you know that the more you train, actually the worse the results can be. There's a point of inflection where it's like you train and it deteriorates actually, unless you give it more data. So that's kind of our secret sauce is giving it more data as it's training even. So yeah.
Yeah, if I can, I just really quickly, very quickly. It's exactly, it's a race, exactly that, That's why I mentioned the 200 characters on the data set, because it's not about saying, oh, we have 1 million, and that will make it better. It's about having the right 200. Yeah.
Okay. And also, you mentioned No Man's Sky. Essentially, I know the team reasonably well. I go to see them very often. They have been doing this back in 2016, 2015, procedure generating content. But I totally agree with whoever got mentioned. The level of variety is important, but I think key you feel No Man's Sky is interesting or similar game interesting is about the gameplay. Yes. How they systematically connecting everything in a very ordered way to make the content is fun. I think this is kind of key. And this is, personally, I feel like they still need a lot of human being creation there, try to connect immersive, such a large amount of content together in an ordered way. Yeah. But because of time, I've been reminded by twice they need to finish the panel. But we haven't covered one last question about the drawbacks or limitation of the AI. IP ownership, where you store your data, even the layout caused by AI. But because of time, we don't have any more time to answer this question. But after the panel, everyone, if you have more questions around this, feel free to grab the panelists here. And again, thank you so much for everyone for joining the session. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this final session of the last day of this Game On edition. I'm really thrilled and honored to be here today with these amazing people and you all. We aim for this to be an open conversation, so we are not going to wait until the end for the questions. If you feel like you have something to share, just raise your hands, and someone will come closer to you with a mic. Before we start, let me introduce myself. I'm Maria Lujana Ulton. I'm a video games curator. I'm co-founder of Gaia, Game Arts International Assembly. And I have been working within the game art field, the new media art, playful scene, for over 15 years now. That's why this topic is really very close to my heart. And we gave a lot of thought to the title. There was a voting, some mailing interchange. And we all agree that gaming beyond fun, exploring the potential of meaningful video games, really gets to tell the spirit of this panel, which is the next frontier of video games. Where are we heading to, and where do we come from? And it also comprehends the different paths and works and experiences that we have from the panelists here. And if we're thinking forward, for me, it's very important to think first backwards and thinking the very origins of games. And I'm talking about the very first games. I'm talking about Senet and Catholic and the pre-Hispanic world, and thinking that they were fun, they were entertainment, but they were not just about that. They were about society, they were about mediating, connecting worlds, they were about politics and religion and a lot of different stuff. And actually the same thing happened with the very first video games. And Aubrey Nabel has a really nice book, Playing with Feelings, where she talks and reminds us how, for instance, Tennis for Two was about connecting. It was an effective interface that get the people close to this new technology of the computers. And then the game industry evolved and became this giant with huge advances and progresses in technology and fun and audio, sound, narrative, and everything. But somewhere along this path, we kind of lost track of this very first origin and of all the other possibilities that the game have. And it was always the indie scene that was there reminding us, okay, games can do all these other things. So today, we're here to talk about this. And let me introduce you, these panelists. We have Marina Diaz. She's a Spanish award-winning game designer and filmmaker based in Berlin and London, UK. She's the CEO at 3 of Cup Games, an ethical and diverse game studio based in London. Marina is also a principal game designer at BTF Games for the Berlin apartment, and she was the lead game designer for Their Dawn, which has just been released like
2 weeks
1
ago.
week, yeah. And it's great, play it. Javier Romello, a passionate video game developer dedicated to delivering emotional experiences that invites users to reflect through the video game medium. CEO at HeroBeat Studios, developer of the BAFTA winner video game Endling Extinction is Forever, also a terrific game that I could not finish because it was too much for me, but I love it. I love it, I hate it, I cry it, I love it. It was like... Luis Diaz Ludipe, head of fellowship at Astra Games, a philanthropic organization funding cerebral games. The fellowship program offers grants and mentorship to promising designers so they can focus on their personal projects. In his spare times, Luis also makes a lot of small free games. And Luis has been part of the industry since forever. So he has a lot to share. Now, let's get started. So what do we mean about meaningful games? Luis, you are the first one. So the three of you have like different connections with this. But I think that you get this, that Tennis for Two did, that connecting science with people in a ludic way. So tell us about Astra Games.
So one of the seeds that gave birth to Astra Games is that I'm sure everybody has heard about the Math Olympics. At least here in Spain, when you're in high school, you hear about these contests for like people who are really good at maths. And turns out that the lead, the trainer, the person heading the Math Olympics in the States, had this YouTube channel where he was like, half of the channel was solving math problems, and the other half he was playing indie games. And he talked about how it was kind of like role playing, how to be like a scientist, it's cool. Like I went to college to study maths, and for those that get into science careers, you realize that it's not really about numbers. It's not about like summing or like a square roots or anything like that. It's about understanding space, understanding like abstract relationships, and like basically the rules of that new system that has like nook and crannies and interesting edge ideas. And basically, Astra decided to take that further, and I think it's really cool to how, under the fictional rules of a game, any player can experience something that is usually like seems far away, like role playing had to be a scientist or something like that, and you can do that with a puzzle game, and I think that's very cool.
Right. Now, Javier, I have my notes here. The team has talked a lot about the importance of working with social games and reaching audiences that are not conscious of them. And that's something really tricky. I mean, so where is the meaning of games there? Is reaching these audiences?
Yeah, I think that traditionally, like video games has been like focused on a target audience that nowadays is changing. Some years ago, video games were meant to be played by children, and now like there is an adult audience interested in playing games that are meaningful, that are telling you an emotional story that can help you to reflect. And we founded like here with Studios 5 years ago with the only goal of creating this kind of game for this audience. Maybe in the following 50 years, we will be creating games for our grandfathers, like I don't know, old people. But now I think that there is a huge target that is interested in playing games that haven't been like done before. That's what we created here with the Studios for, to talk about these stories.
So it's about the content.
Yeah. I think video games has to be always fun. That's one of the things that we decided first. Like no matter what we do, we want the game to be fun, but we also want to bring this emotional experience to players that maybe you could like get the same content in documentaries or some other in some other medium, but we wanted to do it through video games because it was the medium that we were controlling, and we knew that we could create games.
I'll get back to you with a couple things later, but you talk about feelings and emotions, and that gets me to Marina, who specializes in that. So tell us.
I need to tell you everything. So basically, my day-to-day as a game designer is basically kind of working with emotions, which means that I'm the person in charge of making game mechanics, but from an emotional point of view instead of just making game mechanics in some way. Traditionally, game mechanics were made in a way that people would experiment with the mechanics, and then they would find out, this mechanic evokes this feeling in players, this other one, this other feeling. While as, for example, for me, emotions is something that I start thinking about from the inception instead of being an afterthought. That's kind of a bit of what I do with emotions.
And you have like a whole theory regarding that, and you give workshops on that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, basically, I started working on emotional game design. It's not a label that I invented or anything. It's something that I researched a lot about when I was doing my master's in game design. And there are so many companies and people doing emotional game design. The only thing is that it was not called, per se, emotional game design. They were talking about emotions, like, for example, that games company with Journey, right? It's a super emotional game. They do emotional game design, or even Hideo Kojima with games like Metal Gear Solid, that when I say like this emotional game design, people are like, what? Because normally people think that emotional game design is something like wholesome games, which can be also, but it doesn't have to, right? Any game can benefit from having emotions and should benefit, because that's how you get to the players. There's no other way. Basically, that's what I've been doing for the last couple of years. And I discovered that that was my passion, because I kind of was really struggling with how to make game mechanics when I was in my master's degree, because my background is in humanities, not in computer science or anything. So I think like my brain works in a different logical way. And I wanted to do game design, but I needed to find my way of doing game design. That's also why I tell everyone all the time that doesn't matter where you come from or what you did before. You don't need to be a computer scientist or an engineer for making game design, but actually the most important thing that we have in the industry is people that are not computer scientists and engineers all the time, but people that do game design from their experience, from their backgrounds that is not the same one as mine, for example, right? So yeah, that's I discovered that, and I thought this is my thing. I really love making players feel things. I really enjoy seeing them playing and discovering that actually, like, my thought was right about this emotion that I thought this mechanic could evoke. So yeah.
Okay. And you were saying that the importance that not everyone needs to be or come from the programming to join and to create these games. And what happened with?
Oh, sorry.
Well, no, everyone.
I was just going to say that actually I think that's the worst thing that can happen to the games industry. That it's what was happening before a little bit. I guess that people also put their emotions and backgrounds before, but they were not super encouraged in doing that. And I think that I see more now in the indie scene specifically, but I think it's globally more people doing games that are not per se kind of traditional game developers.
And in your team?
Absolutely, I agree. Like, not only when it comes to the development itself, but also when you're in the conception phase, if you have profiles or roles that come from different worlds, they have probably gone through different experience in their lives, and you can like benefit from all of that. Like, usually when you are looking for references for your games, the worst thing you can do is to look only to other games. Like, you can create games out of a travel you did, a trip or whatever, and that's super cool. So yeah, I think like different roles and people coming from different environments, like it's helping a lot the video games industry.
And how about you, Luis? Because your games are like more, I don't know how to phrase this.
Straightforward, condensed, like focused on one thing. Yeah, so well, basically, like, I don't know if I can add a lot to what they say. Like, it's an obvious truth that the more diverse your team is, the cooler the result is. And that's talking obviously about games as an industry, like producing like things that you want to release eventually, usually commercially, but also on a more like, I guess, hobbyist or amateurist level. Like, there are a lot of people who just go to writing workshops and they, write or take photographs or draw because they enjoy that. And I don't know, I try to encourage people to do that with games, and it's not for everybody the same thing that these artistic disciplines that I was mentioning might not be for everybody. But I've done workshops where we took a group of teachers and we discussed how to make board games, and many of them created like cool board games to share with the class. During Christmas, I usually do. I've done a few years like game jams with my cousins who are like 8, 9 years old, and it's very fun. Just the creative process, especially when you get to a part where you have to make the audio, and it's like, oh, we need like steps for the protagonists and this. What do you have around your house? Like these things, no? And again, like I've been involved in like very random situations. Like once I was in an event about preventing forest fires from the European Union, and there were people from Greece and Lithuania very into this topic. There were like some people from Barcelona that were very into video mapping, and nobody kind of knew why we ended up there, but we made like a huge playable diorama with materials from the ground using Meki, where you were like blowing up fires, and then we created content for social media. I'm getting sidetracked, but
no, but it's okay because it's about breaking stereotypes. I mean, it's important to get inspiration from different places, and everyone coming from different fields can make different kind of games. And I want to return to that part that you said, they are fun, but they are emotional. Yes, because this is gaming beyond fun. It's not that a game has to be boring in order to be meaningful, right?
Yeah, so indeed, I think that if you manage to connect to the player not only through feelings, but also through the fun itself, then the message like gets deeper. I think you have to keep the player in the fantasy of whatever you have set up. Right? That's super important, and having fun allows you to connect in a completely new level. Like you can be a spectator of a movie or a documentary or something, but if you are interacting with the video game and you are having fun, then you can like get way farther.
I guess it also depends on how we define fun. It's not about laughing, kind of entertainment. It varies in the language.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be like something that make you love, but also you can like get all kind of emotions from the game and still have fun. I think that's very important. Keep you entertained and to be able to connect with the game is very important.
And you were talking about reaching these different audiences. So how do you, the three of you, how do you get to your audiences? Which kind of audiences are you aiming for?
Yeah, I think nowadays, like as I mentioned before, there was a generational gap, and now people is more interested in different topics. And I believe that there is a lot of people that is interested in knowing more about ecology or knowing more about social impact issues. That what we are trying to achieve, like reaching that people which usually, well, in the past maybe we would have like rely on documentaries or something like that, but nowadays video games are played all around the world and people is still interested in that kind of topics.
And where can people find your game?
Well, everywhere. Thank you. Yeah, we have released the game in every platform, like Nintendo Switch, Xbox, PlayStation, PC. It's also on mobile. So yeah, like we have tried to for this especially because we wanted to get to as much people as we could. We have tried to release the game in many platforms, so it's accessible for everyone, and we can reach with our message to as much people as we can.
Okay, and how about you?
I think I want to make a point here as well regarding fun, because I think that the issue, well, I don't know if it's an issue or not, but I feel that what we tend to use the label fun in the games industry to define games, and I feel that rather than fun, I would use engagement, because fun is a term that may not apply to every kind of game that we make in the industry, whereas engaging is something that we all look for, right, in our mechanics that may not be fun because, for example, like I always put the example of This War of Mine, right, it's a really harsh game, or Valiant Hearts, that treat really complicated topics, and the mechanics are not per se fun, right? It's not a fun game, but it's really engaging, and you can play it from the beginning to the end, or even games like What Remains of Edith Finch and so on, right? So I think that this maybe like we just generally call this element of games as fun, but because before maybe it was fun, but now we have so many different kind of games that maybe doesn't apply anymore. And then regarding the audience, I think that of course differs from game to game. It depends on the kind of game that you're making, right? It's not the same, the kind of audience that you are appealing to when you are making a narrative game than you are making, I don't know, another kind of game, right? And like, but in my opinion, the first thing that whatever game developer should do when starting to make a game is to actually know very well what kind of audience they are appealing to. So then from that, you can build your game much better, because in the end, the game is for the players, right? So it's really, really important, not the same to build a game for 7 years old and building a game for like 30 years old, even though I think the super goal of any game developer is to make a game that anyone can enjoy, but it depends on your topic as well, right? Not every game is for everyone in that sense. Yeah.
You want to add to this, or is
tiny,
this time?
Yeah, tiny thing. Again, like I fully agree. I don't like using the word fun, not on the outside, also on the inside. As designers, when we are like evaluating a game, like, is this fun? Is such a big abstract question that is not like really useful. And one thing that I don't know, like I find very amusing is that looking at the kind of games Astra usually reviews, like thinky games, strategy and all that, obviously like there are questions like, hey, are you excited about this project? Like, was it engaging? But one question that we keep asking a lot is like, was your brain tingly? Or like, do you have like a eureka moment, you know, like eureka moments, like that moment when you discover a new connection in this space and suddenly it's like the light bulb turns on. I like, oh wow, I just understood something new.
There's some emotion there.
Yeah.
So you're making emotion.
It's discovery, it's accomplishment, it's a bunch of things, but it's really cool. I don't know. It's again, I don't like saying that we're looking for fun or whatever, but I really like these other more interesting questions that we can ask ourselves.
Definitely. Today, earlier, there were some different panels that they were talking about thinking in commercial games and in getting success, and they were saying that it keep appearing in different times. Don't make the game that you want to make, but make the game that needs to be been made thinking on the audience. Does this happen to you? I feel it's different, that these games were mostly born because out of something that you desire, and then you try to adapt, but maybe who wants to take on this?
What I can say is that we created Hero 8 Studios with the idea of creating this specific kind of game because this is the thing that we wanted to experience as players, and maybe not this specific game, but this kind of game. So I think in our case, we are like doing passion projects, the things that we love, things that we think that the market needs as well, and the video games industry also needs, like kind of games that are delivering some kind of message. I think it's like a mix between both things. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, what I think is, I mean, it can be, I'm not sure about this. Yes and no at the same time. I mean, true, because you should always take the player into account because that's your final destination, right? The player. But at the same time, I also have experienced that when you make things that come from your heart, which is what you want to make, it's a really nice journey, right? And when you keep your team engaged in something that you really like and you make everyone excited about that thing that came from your heart, obviously always listening to everyone, not just following your own mindset. But I think this is a bit like films as well, like when film directors make things that are personal, that come from what they want to make. It's, in my opinion, when many times the magic happens as well, right? So what does it mean not to make the game that you want to make? Like, what game are you gonna make if you don't want to make the game? It's like, not sure, like maybe it depends on what kind of company you're also working, right? Like if I'm working for Gorilla, for example, making Horizon, of course I'm working with other 200 people. So I'm not gonna be stubborn and say, I want to make this, while the game design director is saying, no, we are gonna do this other thing. In that case, yeah, don't make the game you want to make, but maybe you need to pay attention to other things, right? But if you have your own game that you say, I'm gonna make my game, I think it's much better to do something that really comes from your heart rather than something that you don't care about. That's something that people, even players, can feel as in the final result, I feel.
It's funny because within Astra we have like a couple of departments and each of them has their own view. Like for example with publishing, obviously they are looking for games that can be commercially viable, but also we are at heart we are a philanthropic organization that has a mission statement. We focus on thinking games, and sometimes people have pitched like games that are like really cool, and you look at that and it's like, oh, this is gonna sell really well, but we are not gonna take it because it's not aligned with the mission statement. And then we have the fellowship, the branch that I lead. That is it's a grant. It's not like we are not publishing the games, we're not taking any kind of revenue, and that's there are not many spaces like this in the industry, but it's really cool when people come over with something that an interesting project that is crazy or whatever, and you see that maybe it's not commercially viable, and we have the developer like, so like your project's cool, it's also not commercially viable. Are you cool? Are you okay with that? Yeah, I totally understand that. Yeah, we are funding this. Go make it, and yeah, like again, of course, when you have like a business and a team that you have to maintain, commercial viability is like a very important variable. And I like that we have some spaces in the industry, or again, in your spare time, where we can just do whatever we want. Again, different context, but it's cool that there's a bit of everything.
Okay, so following with Astra, how do people apply? How do they find out? How do they contact the fellowship program? And
So basically, we do calls for some missions early in the year. Just so you get a rough idea, this year we had some internal goal, let's see, we get 200 people to sign up for this, and we ended up with 700. Wow. Reviewing that was a fun process, but in the end, it's we are picking 10 developers from all over the world who are making thinky games, and we give each of those developers 40K in funding to be used however they see fit. We have great mentors from the industry that we pair them with. We have weekly activities like talks, playtesting sessions, so many things, and we basically support the whole work for a year. And we're cool if you're making an indie game, we're cool if you're making some artsy game on the side, maybe you set up your own studio, maybe you go work for others. And yeah, I think it's a very cool opportunity. And again, there's so many great deal of pressure around the world, making things really hard to fit the cohort. But yeah, we have social media, and we'll be releasing a new one, like doing a new edition in January, February next year.
Okay, so changing a bit, what's the role of technology in this kind of games? I mean, what's important? Are you looking on to the latest thing that's happening? Is like, if it's okay, like we'll use it. How important is for you technology when thinking about these kind of games?
I think we like to use technology in a way that it allows us to deliver the message that we want. It doesn't matter if it's a VR game or a side-scrolling game, which could be done in Unity or a I don't know, custom engine or whatever. What we like is to have the tools in order to deliver that experience in the best way possible. So it doesn't need to be like something that allows us to create some great visuals, because emotional game doesn't need that. That's something that if it's within the game, then you look for the best tool to do that. I think technology is allowing us to tell more and more stories at a lower cost, which is also cool, because like years ago it could have been impossible for us, for instance, like a studio like Hubit Studios, to deliver a game like Endling, and nowadays with the tools we have is way easier. And I really hope that this is encouraging more and more indie developers to create the games they love.
So technology appears later, depending on the thing of the project and what you need. Then you choose.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you also, I mean, in your case, for instance, we have like expertise in Unreal Engine 4 because we have been working for years and years in the video industry using this specific motor engine. Sorry, so at the end it was an easy choice for us. Like, okay, let's do like this because this is what we know we can use, and we know what kind of games we can create with this engine, for instance.
And what about other inspiration from other fields, from art field, from?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, for instance, in our case, references were not only constrained to video games. We like got references from movies, from TV shows, like from real life. Like you can use references from all around the world, and that's very interesting. And I really encourage that to do that, because if you only focus on video games, what you are doing is to copy and try to. Of course, you can like give your own twist to the game, but it's very interesting and really fresh when you find that something that you are creating is not usually seen in video games.
Okay. And you were talking lately about the importance of borrowing things from movies, from cinema, from film. I mean, you have been doing your own self-parallel filming. So what have you learned from there? What are the things?
Wow, a whole lot. I learned, above all, okay, like when I started making my short films, I started thinking about why game designers, for example, don't learn more in school or, you know, like along our careers about how cameras work or lighting, or lighting, not lighting, or sound, and so on, because they are such important elements for creating an experience that I was surprised that we were not having that conversation in the game design rooms, right? And for example, I feel it's quite important to know cameras, right? Because depending on how the camera works, you can create one experience or a completely different experience. And it's something that other friends of mine in the games industry said to me, but Marina, that's something that's the creative director's role, but depending on the team where you are, the game designer works really close to the creative director anyway, and if you don't know what kind of camera or what kind of light expresses one thing or the other, or how sound works, then I feel that your work is not going to be as complete, maybe. Like, of course, it's super complicated to learn everything, but I feel that if people are curious enough, I find super important to know a minimum of how cameras and lights and sound works for game design, and working always with the people that also work on these fields, that are normally like the VFX artists and like the technical artists and the sound designers, like that we tend to bring them at the end, but in my opinion, it's a huge mistake. But sometimes the budget is what it is, right? But that's what I learned a lot. And another thing that I also learned so much from making my own films is the pacing of the stories. Like for example, I got the opportunity to work on narrative games for the last 5 years, right? And for me, that I work on these kind of games, it's really important to know how to pace the story and how to kind of, like make it work with the narrative. Because when you're making narrative games, like the most important thing in the game is the narrative, but also we need to find engaging mechanics to accompany that narrative. So that's how it's really important to know how to pace these things. And environmental storytelling is also something that comes into play that you can learn from films. Lots of things.
And it's good to have like a general knowledge, but don't try to know everything yourself. It's about getting the people.
Yeah, I also I'm a very curious human, and I tend to sometimes.
There's always something else to learn.
Exactly, there's always something new to learn, and sometimes you cannot do everything by yourself. But like take something that you are interested about, and just explore a bit about it. Like I talk about films, but it's anything, right? Like also my background is in Italian and German literature, so that's something that surprisingly it also helped me a lot to make games, right?
Wow.
So yeah.
Luis, you have been a long time in the industry, and you have also been a teacher, right?
I'm currently a teacher in CEST. Like when people ask me, like, hey, like, what are you working on right now? And like, I guess my main job is Astra, is where I spend most of my working time. I'm still making my own games. I've reduced a lot my work as a freelancer, but I'm still doing some consulting. I'm teaching a SAT, only one subject at a time. I don't have time for more. I'm still organizing a few events here and there. And anything that sounds fun, I tend to sign up for that. Yeah.
And during this time, is there something that you feel that is missing in this, the learning formal teaching thing for the game making, actually, not the indies?
There are like many different philosophies when it comes to education. I can only I visited some universities, but the only one I can fully speak for is CEST, the one I work at. And what I like from there is like the whole. I work inside the game design career, and all the teachers are like active game designers who are like very experienced and also still working in the industry. And there's a lot of collaboration. I don't know, like sometimes we have ideas for how to. It'd be cool if you have this subject about prototyping, I have this subject about this. If we make a project that combines both. And I don't know, like I'm lucky enough to be in a place where like anything I think that is missing or lacking, I just raise my hand, say it, and we make changes. And at first I was a bit scared, like you never know. Maybe they are doing their own thing, and I was like, maybe we can add that to the program. They were like, okay, yeah, sure, go ahead. And they just said yes to everything. And the thing that people usually mention, like, I would like to see more content in teaching about how the game industry works and all that. And that's actually the subjects I teach. Like I got to the university and they told me like, what subjects do you want? And I said like, I don't know, what do you have? Like what are other what are the subjects that other teachers are not like that cool or that comfortable with? And they were like, portfolio, get into the games industry, CVs, interviews, budget. I'm like, I like those. Like, give all of those to me. And yeah, basically, I have this subject, for example, that is right after the start of the university, which is about understanding the games industry as a worker. And the first topic we discuss is like your personality as a gamer, because if you are studying games, it's probably because you've grown up like loving games and you played a lot, and how that might not relate to your experience as a worker in the industry. And we talk about what games do you like, but also what conditions do you like as a worker, in what positions, in what companies, in what projects would you be like comfortable, happy, how to trace that career. So yeah, like again, like obviously there's always room for improvement, but everything that I feel that was missing, I was able to put under. So.
I like you are very practical.
Yeah, I like.
And we need that. We need to be
point.
creative and practical, the both sides, to make a project work.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, right. For me, I have been in Barcelona for 2 years now, but I'm from Argentina. And one thing that I find is missing there is this connection that you were talking about with the art history and aesthetics. I think that's something really important for games to have. Do you have that? Do you need to? Do you feel that there's something lacking there?
In terms of art, sorry?
Oh, no, yeah, of the relationship between, because you were saying about you find inspiration in other places and sometimes it's art.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, well, my business partner is has studied art, so he, for the art part of the project, he's taken a lot of inspiration in many places that are not related to video games, because he actually doesn't play video games. So that's cool. That's a very good combination. But actually, one of the things that I think I find that are lacking the most in the video games industry when it comes to studies is business. That's something that, well, many students are studying about video games because they like to create games. They don't like to work in a big company, but they want to create games that they love. So they start with the idea of creating their own indie company. And it's crazy because an indie company is still a company, and you have to have a lot of knowledge about
so business
business.
Again.
Yeah, and that's something that you usually don't learn at school. Like, I am programmer, and I know that many universities or things like that are teaching about design or programming or art or whatever. Even if you study a master in business administration, there are things that are not applying to the video games industry. So it would be great to have like more, at least an interaction to how the video games industry works and how you can like get into the business.
They show that meaningful games are also business, and that they can be ready-to-able. There's something that you can.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, if the business is not working, then you cannot create more meaningful games. So you have to make sure that the games you do are also interesting from a marketing perspective.
Okay, I think we have 5 minutes left. We have questions. I got over here.
Hello? Okay, yeah, it works. I have 2 questions. The first one was if meaningful games can help to destroy or break the stereotypes about gaming, for example, because you are learning about an important topic, for example, in handling. And the second one is exploring just the potential of the meaningful games. If you're doing some projects in schools, for example, to reach these games to the students or to children to learn about the topics, for example, like Edling?
Yeah. Sorry, may I answer this one? Actually, for Edling, we would love to get, for instance, into schools or universities. That's something we have been talking about for a long time. I know that 11-bit studios, for instance, they release This War of Mine, and you mentioned that. That's a game that it's actually being used as educational material. That's something that we would love to do, and if we can in the future, we will try to. I think video games can only be very educational, and it doesn't need to be a serious game in order to do that. You can do that through engagement. I will not say fun anymore, lesson learned. But yeah, I think it's very important, and I think that meaningful video games are also helping to change this stereotypical thought that we have about, okay, video games are all about shooting people and stuff like that. So that's a question that many people ask to me, like, why are you creating this kind of video game? And I think the people itself, the consumer is also growing, and the consumer is the one asking for games that are not as they used to be before.
Yeah, just to complete that, Astra has been doing outreach to schools, mostly in the States, to provide like keys or access to thinking games that we like. And we basically believe that, I don't know how to call this, like games that have the potential to go mainstream, like Portal, like I don't know, Baba's You, like those games have the potential to do like a lot of good. And we focus on that kind of games. We don't do serious games because we have other partner organizations that already cover that field, and we are doing this. And again, I think it's something cool that we should keep encouraging.
Yeah. I will just add that there is a specific circuit of festivals and of events that are showing this kind of games and that are working towards getting this different audience and reaching the schools and trying just to broaden up the audience and the concept of games. over there. I see the light and a hat.
Thank you very much for the panel.
Hello. Thank you very much for the panel. I feel like in this industry, it is very easy to get lost in wanting to chase the money. And I think that that's where the essence of video games get a lot of times lost. And they become more of a product, more so than an art, maybe. And I wanted to ask, I know that there are companies out there that are there to help those video games that do have a soul, so to speak. But do you feel like when creating an experience that is going to be unique and meaningful for the players, do you ever have the pressure in the back of your mind saying that this has to sell because in a way that's how you're going to be able to pay your bills at the end of the month? Is that something that makes you compromise when it comes to making the piece of art that you would like to? And it's an open question for all of you, I guess.
Yes. I mean, yes. Like, for example, with Dordogne, I don't know how many people know Dordogne here, but Dordogne is a watercolor narrative adventure of a little girl spending summer in the French region of Dordogne. And at the beginning, that was already a risky thing to make, right? And actually, like, we had so many emotional ideas and stuff that we wanted to make, but at the end of the day, for example, our publisher was recommending continuously to make changes because they thought that this thing or this other thing was gonna sell more or less, and we needed to adapt our game a lot in terms of that for making money, right? And then without publishing, I think it's always like worrying, thinking my game might not sell anything. But I think the issue is also that in the industry we see all the successful cases, but we rarely see all the people that didn't make it, which is also important in my opinion. But I think it's also important to take risks because otherwise, like, any game is a potential risk, right? Sometimes there are genres that are less risky, but you know, like, there's so much variety of games these days that you could take your risk and maybe you make something super unique, like, for example, Unpacking. No one expected Unpacking to sell, and in the end it was the game of the year, right? But whereas other games, maybe it's like, oh, this genre is so cool, it's gonna sell a lot, and it might not sell because it's the same over and over and over. So, of course, for people that have the money, it's a difficult decision to make, that I understand. But I think that sometimes you need to take risks in order to make it. But also, if you don't make it, normally nothing happens unless you're selling your house in order to make your game, which is something that I don't recommend.
And I will also add that if you're doing different games, then try different circuits and different spaces to promote, not follow the same rules that are good for the traditional game.
Also, like, in that line, I think it's so important what you just said, because there are so many techniques that we developers have available to notice if our game is not gonna sell. Like, if you bring your prototype to an event and you see people not enjoying or like not finishing the demo or like uninterested, that means that there is a problem, and that's why we should always play test and take notes and listen to our audience. That was something we were talking about before. And that way, we normally mitigate a bit of the potential risk.
I just want to add that absolutely, yes, that's a worriness that everybody has. Like, no matter what kind of game you're doing, you are always thinking like, okay, after the release, will I be able to keep paying salaries? Will I be able to create a new game? That's something that I think it has nothing to do actually with the kind of game you are developing. Indeed, I think meaningful video games doesn't necessarily mean that you are like doing games for a niche. You can do like a mainstream game which is still delivering a message and is emotional and all that stuff. Of course, if you want to add this message and you want it to be very important, you have to always think, like, okay, if this person is not interested in my message, is still enjoying the game, is still engaged in the game, is still having fun. So I think that that's something very important, that you never have to lose focus on the thing that you are creating a video game, and of course you want to deliver this emotion, but also you want the player to get engaged, no matter if they are being conscious about what they are playing, or they are just spending some time in your video game.
Yeah, and one last thing, like we're talking about compromise and betting, as you know, we have to go all in or nothing. And there are many kinds of risks that you can take. And for example, if you want to make something that is, I don't know, very novel, very experimental, that you are not sure at all if it will succeed or fail, you don't have to bet your house. You know, you can make like a smaller scope game, maybe something for fun, something even in the scale of a game jam. Again, like you can try to experiment with your creative vision and stay true to it, without betting the whole economic situation of your studio. You can maybe, I don't know, there are many cool studios in Spain which are doing like work for clients, or making things that maybe it's not like what they want to make from a creative point of view, but they're getting money that they can invest in a small experiment to see if they can make something that is true to their vision and also can pay the bills. So there's a lot of nuances in that situation.
Okay, and I was told that we're run out of time, but this is a good ending. So yes, there is a possibility out there for this kind of games. Just really think it through. Thank you for being here, for joining us.
And thank you all. Thank you, Marina, Luján, Javier, Luis. It's a great pleasure to have you here to close this part of the event with you. And I just want to thank you all for coming, and take these 30 seconds to say that this event was possible in record time. We produced this event, this reopening of doors of Gamelab Barcelona in about 1.5 months, thanks to an amazing team led by Carolina Gaona, David Darnés, Ricardo Carretero, Jan Mibaek, and many. So I get on the streaming now. So thanks to the amazing team. Thank you all for the trust, for responding so well to the event being back. We hope to continue the activity here in Barcelona with many surprises. But this time, this second chance of Gamelab in Barcelona, we want to do it with you. And please take notes. The event has open doors for anyone that want to contribute. Any idea, crazy or not, is welcome. We'll manage to make it happen, or maybe some not, but we'll do our best to try. So thanks for the trust. Thanks the focus group for all the help here, all the technical help. Everything ran smoothly, perfect, I would say. Thank you so much for your work. And we'll continue the event and a little bit of fun at the Tech Barcelona event that we are starting in in less than an hour. So see all of you, or most of you there. Thank you very much. Thanks.